Hi, Andrea. That's Andrea. So she's actually our
Oh,
9:15. So we're supposed to have a 9 o'clock. So we'll wait to see if our 9 o'clock logs on because they're
oh,
supposed to call through Zoom.
oh, right, yeah. Hmm.
So we'll see. Oh, and I went to grab my mouse and I didn't grab my mouse.
Oh,
So this one's Andrea. She sent us a letter and then 100 pictures.
oh, wow,
So that's our 9:15.
wow.
So I started the recording. I should have. Oh, she's saying she can't get on. Uh, yesterday. So I just got an email from Rona saying, I can't get on your Zoom. Please help.
Oh, wow.
Well, I sent her the link that I sent Sean yesterday. So maybe she can get on that way. We
Oh,
will see. But they're already 7 minutes late.
hmm.
It's gonna be our setup for the morning. She sent me a voice. I don't know what to do for you.
Yeah, give her an immediate answer.
I sent her a link.
If Rona got on, that means it is working.
Right. Hi, Rona. You can go ahead if you just click unmute on your microphone.
I tried to reach you using the Zoom passcode, which was international numbers, but it turned out to be 656739, right?
I'm not sure. No one else had to use a passcode, so I'm not really sure what happened, but I'm glad you're here. So you got through.
I'm so sorry, but we have a really bad audio connection. I can barely hear you, and we don't have video because my laptop died and I'm using my Android. So what can we do?
That's okay. Can you hear me now?
Much better. Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
better. No, my microphone was turned off, so there you go.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do, you have 15 minutes, and so now we're kind of running a little bit late. So I'm gonna start our timer, and you can go ahead and state your case, okay?
Thank you so much. I'm really glad that we got in touch, and it was very unclear how to use the passcode, but here we are. Okay, so our problem is this. We were reappraised at 64% higher than our previous appraisal, and we feel that this is incorrect because the value of our home, we haven't added anything onto it. Nothing has changed. We have a renter who's been here for many years. He is a full-time resident. And so we think that possibly we could be considered like not second homeowners. We just don't know.
Not only that, I'm 92 years old, and the principal source of my income is Social Security. So please have some complacency for me.
There's some compassion, he means.
Some compassion, yes.
So I'm missing hearing you. I don't hear you now.
Nope, that's okay.
Oh,
We were,
there, I got you.
my name is Dan Baldwin. I work with the assessor's office, and I'm here to hear your issues and what we discuss here will get passed on to the assessor for his reviewing of the property. So if you want to go into any detail about the house,
Say it
we're
again.
we're ready to hear that.
Okay, we haven't added anything onto the house. Nothing has changed since the prior assessment. So we don't feel that it should be assessed at a higher value. And we are unclear about the comparisons with other houses in the area. So we don't think that ours should be that highly assessed. And also, as I said previously, we do have somebody who's here full-time. He is a full-time resident, and we think that we should not be considered second home owners. We've been here for 50 years, and we feel that the property has been over appraised.
Okay.
Let
Um,
me add two things to that. One thing is
Sure.
that one thing, I'm 92 years old. That's one thing. And I have no source of income other than my major Social Security. So take that into consideration, please. The second thing I wanted to say is that as nobody has ever offered us a dime on this house, there have been no offers of sales. And we've paid two increases over the past 2 years. They haven't added up to that much. When I say we paid, the taxes have gone up 2 or 3% in the past 2 or 3 years. And we always paid and we never objected because the value of this house has not gone up. I don't think at all. But that's all I can say. And what I'm asking as a 92-year-old is the most consideration you can give us.
Okay, well, I'll explain how the new value was arrived at. The town of Wilmington has an assessor who follows the state guidelines and regulations that involve doing a reappraisal. So what was done is the reappraisal involves what sales took place over the past 3 years approximately. And all of the sales that were valid are used in the process of creating the new values.
But there have been very few. Okay, go ahead.
So as you may have heard, generally speaking, housing has increased in cost and sales greatly. And this is the value you have is reflecting what current sales are occurring in the town. And that's where your new value came from.
Can I just say that you cannot judge the value of Mountain View by what goes on elsewhere. If you judge it by the value of the houses along the lakefront, it's ridiculous because those are valuable and these houses are not that valuable. We moved here because it was we built here because it was the less expensive area. And Mountain View is still the least expensive area, we think, in all of Wilmington. And there have been no house sales here.
Okay. Well, I would have to say that the system that is used, the software and the assessor's use of it, takes into account all of the characteristics that are relevant to your property. Even though it's using all of the sales that took place in town, it's a system that does recognize different categories of area, house type, and as well as the important sales that are relevant for your type of house. What do you feel would be a reasonable market value if you have a number in mind?
Well, I'd say if you wanted to increase it by 10%, 20%, we could live with that. And that would not be necessarily unfair. And it would also take into consideration the fact that I am 92 and my wife is 83.
Uh-huh. Well, I do see the information that was supplied, including the photographs. And so it seems to be that, oh, it's not the, oh.
I don't think we sent any photographs
okay.
in.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had it mixed up. Yeah, wrong. I had the right card in there. I'm sorry about that. So basically, no updates have taken place, or um, remodeling or refurbishing in any way over the
Not
years?
for, yeah, not for 22 years.
Okay, okay, yeah. Well, that's not unusual. Are there any serious issues going on in any way about the property that you think would be relevant to the valuation?
Well, we're always having little problems come up.
But that's internally. Outside, the house seems like it's in pretty good shape. After all, Fred Squirt, who just died, and you remember him, I'm sure, was the one who did the building of the house with my husband. So it's pretty secure. Um,
Yes, we did a good job back in
yeah.
1975.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And
Well,
we love the place.
of course, yeah. That I can understand that. Uh, what happens with this hearing is that the assessor will again review the valuation that was put on your property um, to see, just in case there was anything that was not correct, or something that might be affecting the value. And so what he will review the property, and if there is going to be a change, or if he decides there is no change, you will get a notice to tell you what the result of this hearing is. And when you get that notice, it will also describe some options that are available to homeowners after they've had this hearing. That would be further steps to um, find some resolution about the valuation. And so that would probably be delivered by mail in approximately 2.5 weeks. And so when you get that, you'll be able to see the result of the hearing, and then go from there.
Okay, we appreciate the time that you've given to us, and we apologize for the difficulty in getting online. And we hope that we can come to a satisfactory conclusion on this.
And also, just let me add that we hope you will be as considerate as possible to two people who really love Vermont State.
Uh-huh. Well, yes, that's good to hear. Yeah.
Okay, thank you
Well,
very much, Dan. Is there anything else that we should be telling you, or you telling us?
I don't think so. If you have any other questions in the meantime, feel free to call and uh, find, answers to what's going on. But other than that, wait for the letter.
Okay, we'll expect to get that in about 2.5 to 3 weeks, correct?
Right. Yep.
Okay, thanks
Thanks.
again.
Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, I thought that was a good call, didn't you?
Hi, Andrea. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you tell if she can hear you?
Yeah, it still says she's muted.
Oh.
Oh.
There we go.
It's like
Okay.
I could hear. I saw it went away for a second.
I'm still kind of new to this, even after all the COVID stuff. I should be
I
used to
know.
So I'll just try to be as short and sweet as possible. So I do completely understand that the house value has gone up, especially after COVID in the area. It became a very an area people wanted to live in. I believe in the formula that's calculated gives a good base rate for what the house could be worth, but a visual inspection of the home would give a more accurate number of what I could in real value get for the house. It's a 20-year-old modular that's had a lot of wear and tear on it. It was bought for a foreclosure 10 years ago. And since then, the deck, which was once an asset to the house, has become kind of a liability to the house. It's quite rotten, as you can see in the pictures. When they put the modular on top of the foundation that was built, they didn't take total consideration into weight-bearing beams. So I've had somebody sort of jack up the house to make it a little more stable. There was some settling, sinking, instability, and you can see in the cracking in the sheetrock inside that there's been some shifts. Just some rot happening. And then a lot of just wear and tear with leaky faucets, a cracked tub. The linoleum would need replacing at some point. So some of it is cosmetic things, but I think that do speak to what the house would be worth in real value. I
Uh-huh.
think that's my quick spiel.
Okay. Have you had to spend money to do any repairs or?
Not my husband that we're separated now. He's a carpenter and he had done some of the work on it. So where the siding is ripped off, some rot repair had been started. The siding is still off, as you can see, and there's some rot in the windows. When we first moved in, we did painted the house, replaced a couple of the doors that were cracked. Some of the doors that are cracked are still there. We tore up the carpets that were in the house because there'd been pets prior to us and they were pretty saturated from the animals that lived there.
Oh,
So downstairs was just remnants of a carpet that he'd gotten from a remodel that he was doing that's just laid down on a cement floor. So that's not an actually installed carpet. That's about all the money that we were able to put into it.
yeah. What's the basement like? Do you get water in the basement at all or?
No, we don't, fortunately.
Oh,
No water in
that's
the
good.
basement.
Yeah, that's good. Have you any idea what you feel it would be on the market as a hypothetical value?
I really don't. I haven't had it assessed since we originally bought it on a foreclosure for 120,000.
Yeah.
Which that was a totally different market, so I understand clearly it's not worth 120. But a new modular could be, I think, anywhere from 150 to 250,000.
Mhm.
So, and it's, I think what we have is a pretty base level modular. There's not, the cabinets are very basic. The stove is 10 years old, the refrigerator's over 10 years old. There's really not a lot of upgrades that have happened since I think the modular was first put in.
So is the kitchen and bathrooms still in the original state that
Yes,
you bought it in? Yeah.
yeah. And the siding is it's a vinyl siding that's getting very deteriorated over time.
Oh, okay.
The roof, the roof cap on top of it is kind of partially coming off, and I think at some point a new roof was probably in the closer future.
What is the heating system consist of?
It's an oil furnace.
And is it forced hot air or is it hot water baseboard?
Forced hot air, I believe.
Okay.
And it's single pane windows. It goes through over 1,000 gallons of oil a year. It's not a very efficient home.
Oh. And I guess there's no outbuildings on the property?
No.
Okay. Is there anything that's serious enough that is going to need taken care of currently?
I think for right now, the roof is not leaking at this point. It's definitely, you can see there's moss growing on it. You can see some, at the top of the roof, like I said, where the, I can't even remember what it's called now, but you can see that that's sort of coming off. I don't think in the really near future there will need to be anything, but there is a big support beam that's just placed up on top of a couple boards in our basement. I sent a picture of that. The deck, I don't think somebody's gonna fall through it probably this summer, but you can feel it's soft and rotten in quite a few spots. And
Wow.
that's kind of jacked up too with some extra support beams. So it's hodgepodge together at this point enough that I think that it's a safe house.
Mhm. And the roof is asphalt shingles?
Yes,
Okay.
which
Uh,
are original. Those are 20 years old.
mhm. So there's actually 3 bathrooms in the house?
There is.
Um, is there any finished area in the basement?
The basement is finished. It has all wood paneling for the walls. It's not a space that we use quite often, but there's a bathroom downstairs, 2 bedrooms and a small living room.
Oh, okay.
With investment, it could definitely be a usable spot. So there's potential for it.
Okay. So is part of the basement not used as finished living space?
It's a garage.
Oh, the garage is there. Yeah. okay.
Yeah.
Um, is there any source of heat in the basement for winter time or?
Yeah, it's got baseboard heaters.
Oh, it's down there too?
Yeah.
Okay. You said baseboard?
Yeah, I think that's what
Oh,
I don't know if you really have the correct
Yeah.
type of technology or terminology.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But there's heater vents around the bottom of the floor.
Okay. So it might still be forced hot air, but you're not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Um, well, yeah, the pictures are helpful. And so all of this will be given to the assessor, who will be examining the data for the property to see if there was anything that was incorrect, first of all. And he will arrive at some decision as to whether any change will be made. So you'll be getting a notice in a couple of 2.5 weeks approximately in the
Okay.
mail. And that notice is to show you what, if any, change was made in the
Okay.
valuation as a result of this hearing. And it will also mention that you can take advantage of further steps if you haven't gotten resolution from what happened with this hearing as far as valuation.
Okay.
So that will have information be in the letter when you get it. So I think we've covered the bases as much as we can. And so you'll just have to wait and see for
Okay.
now. And if you have any other questions in between now and then, you're welcome to call.
Okay.
But until then, we'll just wait and see what happens.
Okay. All right. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Well, yeah, glad you can call in. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Okay. Wow, those were both quick. That was perfect.
Yeah.
Are you Paul and Cynthia? Yes, we're a little early. That's okay. Our next one isn't here yet, so we'll give her a couple minutes, and then if not, then we'll just go ahead with yours. Oh, no, it's an open meeting, so, yep, and we are recording, so when it's your turn, you will be recorded, but yeah, it's an open meeting, so anybody can come. Yep. So this next one is Shelley, and she submitted a appraisal.
Oh, how about that?
I know, one of
Yeah.
our appraisals, but
But where?
she's
where
not
is she?
here.
Yeah.
But she also, I don't think she ever responded to me whether she was coming in person or by Zoom. So I'm wondering if she
Oh.
wasn't planning on even coming because she was just submitting that.
Yeah.
But let's see. Oh, she emailed me this morning to say, can we reschedule? Okay, so our next one rescheduled or is going to reschedule. So come on up. So
I guess
this
I'll give these.
is
Oh, sorry.
here. Oh, and
I'll give you those back.
yep, you can sit right there. I know.
I feel like I'm testifying before Congress.
Yes, this is where I came for my interview when I got this job.
Oh,
I had to
really?
sit
Did you
there
have to sit
and all
here?
these people were sitting here.
Are you
Like,
Sarah?
oh, I'm Sarah.
Oh,
Yep.
Sarah, it's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
My name is Dan.
Hi,
I
Dan.
work with the assessor.
Oh, great.
And so I'm the one who sits in for the hearings to hear what you folks have to say. And
Okay.
yeah, you're welcome to go ahead. Oh, they need their card.
Oh, did I send you a property card for your property? Something that would have been printed from our system?
One of these,
We got, well, what we got was, you know,
the notice.
the notice.
Oh,
but
okay.
I don't
Well,
know if
this
that's
is-
the same
That's
thing.
your copy to keep.
Oh, okay.
It's basically shows most of the information,
Okay.
the data for your house
Okay.
and property. So it's a pretty useful thing. And
I think it's land, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
oh, is it just
Yep,
okay?
it's land
Oh, yeah.
near Lake Raponda.
Cindy sent you guys.
Yep,
right
I have
now?
everything that she sent me.
Oh, yeah. I've got pages here with the photographs.
Yep.
Um,
So it's basically land with stairs, right?
It's
That like
land with
walks down.
stairs.
oh, okay.
So do we just proceed?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Help yourself.
So we are, I guess, contesting the valuation of our property on the lake at $300,000. It's 0.1 acres of land. It's not buildable. It does have a garage on it, which was there when we purchased it
Oh.
in 2020. The garage only does have electricity, but it's basically a large, you know, we haven't improved on it at all since. we
That's
purchased it.
interesting. There doesn't seem to be data for a garage on this.
It does say that though, right?
Yeah. Let's see. I hadn't read that yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's garage and land.
Oh, that was for a field check. Oh, yeah. So I guess,
The garage has been there forever.
The garage has been there
It's
forever.
been there forever.
yeah,
so-
yeah.
Weird.
Certainly since before the last
Well,
valuation.
apparently recently it was made known that I'm guessing recently, it was made known that there is a garage there. And actually, I would have been getting out there eventually for an actual look at it. But I haven't done that as of yet. And so this is something that would affect the valuation somewhat.
Right.
But if it's an old ordinary garage, it wouldn't be adding much
Right.
relative to the overall value of the.
I mean,
the
that's
land.
certainly our position. I think the most salient factors are, we own 0.1 acre on the water, on the lake. We share a staircase with
Okay.
the DeGroot property that's 0.2 acres.
Okay.
Theirs was valued at $75,000. Ours, which is half the size, was valued at $300,000.
Okay.
The property that abuts us on the other side, it's the exact same size. It's 0.1 acres,
Mhm.
was valued at $75,000.
Okay.
And ours, which is no different than either of those, was valued at 300. The garage was there when we purchased it. It's a very basic rudimentary structure
Yeah,
that we
yeah.
have not improved upon.
I will be getting out there at some
Oh,
point.
okay.
Yeah,
So
I
yeah.
just don't know when.
Okay. But again, the property has not been improved upon. There's a swimming dock, but you couldn't build anything on this property. I believe when I talked to Sarah, there was some description that it's like buildable waterfront or something, like perhaps we could put a home there. Obviously, we could never do that. We could
It's
put-
25 feet wide.
It's 25 feet wide. You couldn't
Okay.
put sewage, you couldn't do anything with it.
Have you
Um,
ever wanted to? I mean, did you always know that it wouldn't be, it
Oh,
wasn't
yes.
buildable?
Well, the reason we paid, I mean, I think part of the reason it was assessed so high was because of what we paid for it. But it came up in 2020, the owner was selling it. We have had a house on Stearns Avenue for 15 years. And we've never been able to, we've always had to drive our kayaks down, unload them at the boat launch, even though the lake is really close to us. So when the property came up for sale, she didn't give us a price. She said, I have a couple of other people that are interested. Give us your best price and I will choose the highest price. So, I mean.
So
we
you're
had
bidding,
no-
actually, you're
We
bidding
weren't
for,
weren't
bidding.
actually bidding against
Oh.
anyone.
Bidding
We
against
had-
a
We were
phantom.
bidding against ourselves
Yeah.
because she said
oh,
on,
okay.
We
on
didn't know what the other-
October, basically, yeah, are we idiots?
Oh.
Perhaps. On October 5th, I will open the bids and whoever is highest is going to get the property. I said, could you give me a sense of what the range is? No, I don't want to do that. So we bid what it was worth to us because it's within walking distance of our house. Is that at all what anyone else would pay? No. I mean, it's worth it to us because it's kind of close to our property, but you can't do anything with it. It's a swimming dock, but when you look at it, you will see it is a narrow strip of land that you can have a dock and you could swim off.
And you said the frontage
It's-
on the
it's
water?
about- Yeah, it's about, so it's right directly on Lake Rapondo Road.
Yep.
So the garage is from here to where you guys are sitting.
It looks like this.
Yeah, there's a picture of it.
Oh, okay.
It's tiny.
Oh, wow.
So it wouldn't fit two cars. It would fit one car. But it has been there probably for 30 years. So it's 25 feet and it goes straight down to the lake.
Yeah.
It's very rocky. You can't build, it's very similar to the property next to us, which is twice as large, and the property on the other side, which is exact same as ours. And as Cindy said, one of those is valued at $50,000.
No, the
One is-
DeGroots, they're both valued at
Both
75.
at 75.
Even though one is twice as wide as ours, and they probably could build something on that. The other is the exact same size, and it was assessed at 75,000.
But when Cindy
And then
talks,
ours is 300, and there's no difference.
when Cindy talks about the dock, though, it's a dock that I put in and take out every. It's
Okay.
like, it's like from me to you. It's just something that you could step onto and
Yeah,
jump into
yeah.
the water.
Oh,
So so what struck us was I should point out, you guys, that our house was reassessed too this year. And our assessment for our house went up a few $100,000 or more because we put there we did improvements, and we're not contesting that. We thought that increase was reasonable and we had no problem with that.
Mhm.
But this, given the
This-
striking disconnect between
Yeah.
ours and the ones right next to us on each side, is why we're here
Yeah.
today.
what's the, what is the geography of from end to end? How does that
What do you mean?
go? As far as how steep is it? How,
It's-
Okay, you
it's
could not-
very steep.
Yeah, so it's probably, if you go there, you'll see it's probably 30 feet, even though it doesn't go as far from here to Caskin Kiln, so it's
Okay.
it's much shorter than that. But it's a very steep stretch down.
it is, yeah.
And it's the same thing on the properties next to us. They both have a very steep pitch down, probably down 25 feet to the lake.
Mhm.
I mean, you've got to go up about 30, you've got to go up about 15, or I'm guessing 20 steps
Yeah,
to get down.
yeah.
to
Oh,
the-
okay.
To the,
And we share a staircase with the DeGroot property on the left. And the staircase that we have that we share that goes down is almost identical in pitch to the property on our right that's owned by
Okay.
Donna Bach. So, and in between those staircases is our property, and it is a rocky, tree-filled, narrow strip of land that you can't even walk on it, let alone
Hmm.
build on it. The garage is basically on the road. It's not on the
Right,
property.
right.
So,
Well, yeah, this is all pretty clear, what it's like, but I'm guessing that I may get to, or I may be told, by the assessor to visit the property soon,
sure.
but I'm speculating here. The town has to adhere to the state's rules for how much the process takes and when it has to end. So I don't know for sure if it would be before or after. And so normally, as a result of the hearings, a notice is mailed out to people, which will happen in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
And that notice is to show what, if any, change was done to the valuation. And also it describes what else you can, where else you can seek more resolution if there wasn't a change that you found satisfactory.
Okay.
The BCA would be the next step to go before that board with your issues.
Okay.
But that's for you to decide after you get the notice.
Okay.
So yeah, it does seem worthwhile to, even though you've described it all very well, it does seem worthwhile for human eyes to get out there, mine, I guess.
Yes, absolutely.
And
Is that something that, it seems like it's something you would have to do before they render a decision?
well, normally, yes. If we had visited it prior to the start of the notice with the new values, yes, it would have been more in line with the way things would normally get done. In this case, I don't want to speculate, but there is a time factor. So
Could you give us, given the fact that our property is, as you will see when you go out, is really identical to the property next to us, which is the
Yeah.
same size, and the property on the other side, which is twice the size. Given the fact that it's all basically the same, other than the garage, can you give us some sense of why it could be that our valuation was so dramatically different from the valuations of the two properties right next to us?
it probably, the way the reappraisal
Yeah.
is done generally is it's using sales that took place over the past 3 years. And that's those sales, the valid ones for the whole town are used in the system that the assessor uses. And so the waterfront sales generally are very high.
Right.
But certainly when it's unbuildable and this type of parcel you have, sales wouldn't usually be very high. So apparently it wasn't known, perhaps along with the garage being there, that what would the parcel actually consisted of. So the reappraisal values it, and the assessor doesn't have any reason to believe how it actually might be. And so this would be a way to catch up on that and
Right,
get that. But that's basically how the valuation was created.
right, but
So-
the sale of our property would be relevant to the properties that are proximate to it as well, wouldn't it? It's not just. our
Probably,
property.
yeah. I can't really explain much more detail than what I'm saying now. And
Okay.
but certainly when the assessor starts to handle this, it will be clear what's there. And
Okay.
so, but as far as the other properties values, I wouldn't comment on. I wouldn't know.
Right, I'm just trying to understand if
Yeah.
two properties are identical in all respects.
Yeah,
Shouldn't they be assessed the same way?
they should be.
Yeah, that was my question. That's
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
That's where I was going with that, like, because we.
But
can't-
yeah, but still, I'm not speaking as if I was the assessor.
Right.
Right,
Yeah.
no, we understand.
Right, but
Yeah,
we were really curious about just that fundamental point, which is
sure,
two identical properties should
sure.
fundamentally be assessed the same way. And if
Yeah.
that's the case, that is what brought us here today.
Mhm.
Because there is as you go and you see, you'll see that.
Yeah,
I think I think the disconnect will be readily apparent.
yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Right.
So wait for that letter and
Okay.
we'll see what happens.
Okay.
But it's good
Thank-
you came in.
Yeah,
thank
thanks
you
a lot,
for
you
your
guys.
time.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
you're
you,
welcome.
Sarah, for all your help.
Bye.
You too.
And you have all of our stuff, and that's all part of the.
Yep,
file.
and that'll all go to the assessor.
All right,
Okay,
good, thank
thanks
you.
a lot.
Okay. Pretty routine so far, yeah.
You can come on up. Get out, you sit there. Everything's recorded, just so you know.
Sure.
We're on recording.
Yep, we're all good.
So the microphone will pick up everything.
Okay.
And my name is Dan Bodwin.
Hi, Dan.
I
Brett
work
Johnson.
with the assessor for the reappraisal. And I'm here mainly to hear your issues and pass whatever information we gather today to the assessor
Sure.
afterwards.
Sure, absolutely. All right, just to preface the whole conversation, I'm not here to beat you up. I'm just like.
Well, thank you.
I said that to you before.
Why are we showing bruises already? Yeah, okay.
I would just like definition of my reappraisal. Essentially, from what I understand, the reassessment on my house went up over $66,000. And there's a multitude of questions.
Yeah.
What are the comps, like the comparisons of my property and home?
Okay, yeah, I can explain the general way that reappraisals are done in Vermont is the sales that occurred over the past 3 years. Out of those sales, all of the valid sales are basically all of those sales are comps. The assessor in any town doing a reappraisal uses a system of software to analyze hundreds or thousands of properties all at once. And that system eventually is able to show the assessor new values based on not only the sales that took place, but also the system recognizes the differences between properties as far as the type of housing and houses that are similar in type, perhaps, as well. In other words, ranches and colonials and capes, they're relatively valued as a category so that they're compared with other similar properties. But as far as the comps, it's basically all of the comps are all of the sales are used. Unlike a fee appraisal where you have a person who's a certified appraiser who finds 3 or 4 properties and creates a market value from that information. In this case, to do a whole town, all of the sales are used. But after the system creates those values, the assessor reviews every single property's new value to see if it.
Regardless of location, and is that comparing me to Brattleboro? Is that?
No, actually, nothing outside of Wilmington is used for data. That's the standard procedure nationwide, everywhere. But if you knew of certain properties that are similar to your property, that would be one way for you to find comparisons and see if you found a relationship. So generally, you're probably aware that housing has really kind of inflated everywhere, more or less. And so those sales are basically what created the new market values. Doesn't mean that you have to agree totally with the new value, and that's what this hearing is about. So I'm guessing that, well, you would probably have a different idea for a market value based on your knowledge of the property and so on.
So it's regardless of the age of the house?
Oh, no, it's everything, every single aspect of a house and the land as well, but the computer is programmed to recognize the age of the house, the quality that it was built at originally, the condition it currently is in. It has hundreds of different, what we call data points. And so physical information is collected every time there's a physical reappraisal. This one is a statistical reappraisal. 4 years ago, in 2020, they did a physical reappraisal.
You're right.
That one created new values, and every house was visited.
Right. I believe my house actually went down after the walkthrough.
Oh, okay.
So
someone did get to see the interior.
Oh, absolutely.
And, okay.
I invited them in.
Yeah. The reason this reappraisal was done, the state required that the state monitors the market values and the discrepancy between current and what would the last reappraisal date was. If there's too big of a difference, the state will suggest the town do, or demand that the town do a new reappraisal. Normally it was every 5 years to do a reappraisal.
Right.
That's changed, but in this case, it's only been 4 years because the values were too far out of line.
Right.
So you said someone did come in and saw the inside of the house and so on. Okay.
It actually got estimated down.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why all of a sudden it went up $66,000.
It would be basically because of the reappraisal of the market values. May I ask what are you aware of what it was that was there anything specific that was discovered that caused it to go down?
Basically just the age and the quality of the house.
Okay.
You know, single pane windows, depreciation. That's why I was kind of asking about the comps. Like, do you have comparisons that are presentable to me at some point?
No, we don't really have that right in any way to hand over. You're welcome to look at the town's information for values.
Yeah. There's there's no listings for comps comparable.
Yeah, it would be up to you to, I guess, to try to find known sales in whatever way you could to do your own sort of appraisal sort of. But we don't have anything that normally gets handed out as far as I know. We don't. Yeah.
Well, the last reappraisal, it was done differently. There was actually
Right.
like
A walkthrough.
individual
Yeah.
inspections for every property, and they did something that they gave to every person.
Oh, they
and
did.
That's just not how this one was done.
Right.
And it's not done that way anymore.
Yeah. The
I guess that's
listers,
what I'm asking is.
there were listers when,
Where's the missing variable? Like,
Yeah.
where do the facts lie? Of like, what are my comparisons?
Well,
My house
basically,
my house
whatever
was built in
inform-
1940, not
Yeah.
much has been done to it.
okay. Whatever information was brought forward, created 4 years ago, would still be in the system. And what would you, how would you describe the house as far as the condition or specific issues that might be detracting from the value?
I mean, how would I describe it? As a Vermonter,
Yeah.
epically decent. It's average.
Yeah.
I have
Okay.
a-
Yeah.
I don't have a cellar. I have open dirt.
Oh, you said dirt,
Yeah,
but there is a basement space that you can stand up in.
no,
Oh,
it's a crawl space.
it's a crawl
It goes
space.
to like 6 inches from like 3.5
Okay.
feet.
Is that something that was seen when it was visited?
I believe so. I don't know.
Oh.
Actually, yeah, I have a few details that I have questions about.
Because, yeah, so what, okay, so it's just a crawl space.
Yeah,
So what is the house supported with? Is it,
cinder block, hollow block.
okay, so it's kind of a perimeter of blocks.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
Open block,
okay.
dirt floor. In addition, as per the information that you had given me prior, may I present these to you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Is it something that we can keep? Okay,
There's a deck indicated.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
it's saying,
That has existed
Oh.
since I,
okay,
basically I live on ledge. That's the highest point.
okay. Yeah,
In addition, half my deck got tore off like 4 years ago. There's no purchase against the foundation. Look,
oh, okay.
So I don't know what that equates to for the supposed deck going. to
Oh,
my
so, what was this photo actually showing? This one here?
It's indicating from, I believe you have my information
I was gonna say, it looks like on one of these sides,
Yeah.
it shows
Yeah.
stuff on the side and it's not there.
Yeah,
Which side was it?
It is the northeast side.
So it's this, like that there's not anything right
This
here.
is the.
so
west side.
that was an enclosed porch, sort of? Oh.
It's never been there since pretty much I owned it.
Okay,
Taxed on it. And as you can clearly see, there was never anything there.
yeah.
It's ledge.
Hmm.
In addition to the square footage of my deck has been cut in half.
So it was showing that it had been 12 feet and it's now 6. Is that what you would be saying?
There's nothing there. Are we speaking of the same thing?
No, of the deck, Yeah.
Oh, it's the full length of my house. It was. So half the footprint of my house.
Oh, okay, on the
Divided
back
by
side,
2.
yeah. So there's nothing on either side of the house,
No.
in any way, okay.
And
And,
I mean, not to like nitpick it, but the comps that you speak of are comparable to money that's not from, it's, I mean, let's come correct. It's from out of state money that's
well,
been injected into our
Yeah.
economy. They aren't contributing the same way you and I are.
Mm.
You know, they don't, prices have escalated, you know,
yeah,
twofold, fivefold, but I'm not making the
Right.
money that they're making. So how is that comparable? Like you're, not you personally, but you're basically pricing Vermonters out of here.
Mhm.
What will happen is our local society will implode. You're not gonna have people to clean your house. You're not gonna have people to mow your lawn. I work at Mount Snow. I'm not making any more money, yet my taxes increased $630 in a year. I can't afford that.
well, the town is required to do the reappraisal according to what's acceptable for all towns. And the sales have to be used. What we do want to do here is basically make sure that the information is correct. And I'm seeing some things that are incorrect here,
There's definitely some
which would be
discrepancies, yeah.
most likely a change, a value that would it would change the value downward, perhaps. I can't speak for, I won't be making any of these decisions. It's the assessor who does that.
I understand.
So it have there been any changes to the interior as far as remodeling or renovating
No.
or anything? Everything's kind of the original
Yeah, absolutely.
materials and so on.
Yes.
Okay.
It's got wallpaper. I mean, that's how,
Oh.
it has wallpaper.
Yeah.
That's how dated it is.
Well, some people still have wallpaper, but if it's old, yeah. So I'm seeing here 1.5 bathrooms. Is that
Yes.
correct? And
And it's called, it says 2 floors. It's actually, I don't know if you can see it from either of the images. It's like a first floor with a loft.
a loft.
So is
Okay.
there a story and a half? Not to break it down to that point, but
When you say it's a loft, then it's
like one side of the top is just like,
and it's open
sleeping
to,
space.
is it open to the rest of the
I mean, there's a
house?
hallway, but
There's a hallway.
yes.
So is there actually a room that closes off?
Yes, yes,
So there is a way to close off,
yes, with a door and such.
but it's only half of the.
Yeah, half of the upper. I didn't know if that's a qualification.
Well, it's
I'm just trying to
it
figure
seems
out,
like
I'm just trying to figure out any way that I
yeah.
can to be able to afford to stay here.
Mhm. Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yep. We can, that's why we start with the physical data, because that's the bottom line of
Right.
as
That's
far
why
as,
I started with,
and-
I'm not here
yeah.
to like beat you up.
yeah, no,
Just like advocate for myself.
yeah. Is one end of the house kind of a closed-in area that's not
Yeah.
a livable
That's where I keep-
space?
Yeah, that's where I keep my wood.
So it's described as a shed. It's just a, and it's,
Yeah.
but it's
unusable.
enclosed.
Yeah, it's empty until there's
Yeah.
wood in it.
Yeah. Is there actually a floor in there?
Yes.
A wooden, it's a
on,
wooden,
yeah, it's on.
just a
open
wooden.
Fieldstone foundation.
Okay. Yeah, that's typical. All right, I just wanted to make sure that was correct. And so the upper area that is the usable space on the second level.
Yeah.
So that's about half of the
Yeah.
length of the house?
Yeah. I
Okay.
can show you.
It is showing less than the full, the
Yeah,
full
I mean,
base
I
area.
can show you images on my phone if you'd like.
Oh, that would be,
Yeah,
that would be helpful.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
only usable,
Yeah.
I mean, the house was built in 1940,
Yeah.
not much has changed.
Okay. Yeah, that seems to correspond to what we have for information here. And what's the siding? Is it wood? Wood?
It's cedar shake, I think that's original.
Okay. Let's see if we have that on here.
How you doing? Good.
And the what's the heating consist of?
It says, it's listed as electric,
Oh yeah, right. It says electric.
primarily, I heat with wood.
Okay. There is electric in there, but
There
you
is
just,
electric in there. It
it's
is-
expensive, so you,
Yes.
and
there
what
is.
is,
And then secondary would be propane, which is also expensive. Therefore, I burn
Oh.
wood.
how would the propane be used to heat the house?
I have like a faux wood stove, like
Oh.
with the fake logs.
Oh, okay,
That's
yeah.
it.
So it's
There's
what we
one
call
wood-
space,
Yeah, there's one like
space
propane
heat.
stove.
okay. But the house was originally built with the electric baseboards.
Yes. Yeah.
There's probably none on the second floor, or is there? Is there baseboards on the second floor?
Yes.
Oh, there is, okay,
Yeah.
just for that area that's usable.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that seems to be correct. And so are the bathrooms, 2 bathrooms on the first floor?
There's a quote unquote full bath upstairs.
Oh, that's up.
Like with a tub, sink,
Yeah,
and
okay,
downstairs is just a half bath,
okay.
sink and toilet. Galley style,
Hmm.
like on a boat.
Okay, that seems to be correct. Well, I think that's covering the main things that we can speak of right now. And there's no other detached outbuildings or anything.
Pardon?
There's no detached outbuildings in any way out.
I mean, I have a shed, but it's on blocks.
Oh, okay.
Is that taxable?
Generally, yes. Outbuildings, they get a certain very low rate per square foot, but they are normally assessed. Basically anything that's sitting on the ground that's been built. Do you know the dimensions offhand?
10 by 12, I believe. Actually, it's indicated on my specs on the property.
Indicated how on this paper?
Yeah, on the listing of my property.
Oh, I don't see anything on this one.
On the footprint. Or deck. No, it's 10 by 10. EFP, the EFP.
Oh, that's the part that's attached to it's not
No.
attached to the house, right?
That would be,
The EFP was the,
that'd be a sunroom. No, it's the deck. The deck that was said to be 12 by 14 has never existed.
right.
That's what you have an image of,
Yeah,
right to your left.
yeah. So there's nothing there. Yeah.
Nothing.
So the shed has the shed always been there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And so someone was at the property, apparently, you said?
Pardon me?
Someone did come by
Oh,
and
yeah.
was entered the
Yeah,
house
yeah.
and,
I wanted to have an honest appraisal, so I invited them in. had
Yeah.
them Look through the house.
well, I don't know how that shed was not put into the
Or
data.
documented.
Yeah, it should be in there.
Or I
And
should just tear it down.
well, that's an option. It's not going to create very much value. How old would you say it is? Is it as old as the house, or is it just
20, 25 years.
really old?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what kind of condition is it? Is it falling, or is it in serious,
Typically decent.
just kind of
It's-
average?
it's the-
So it's somewhat
It's
usable.
pretty much dilapidated,
Okay, but it,
like squirrels live in it and stuff. Yeah.
oh, okay.
It's your typical Vermont.
Yeah. If it's that old, it can't be in great condition, I'm sure. And so you said that's about 10 by 12?
No, maybe 8 by 10.
Okay, so.
Wait, that's not gonna add to my taxes, is it?
It would add a small amount. We can't ignore it. It's basically there, and it should have been put in the data
Right.
when people were there, person or persons.
I thought it
So-
was, I could have sworn it was indicated on the side notes.
Yeah, no, there isn't anything showing up on here.
Well, I'd rather be straight
Yeah.
with you. Though.
Yeah.
So,
However, if you do take it down, you would want to let the assessor know, let the town know, and that value would come off. But as I said, it's not going to add
right.
very much to it.
I thought the fact that it was temporary.
No, actually, it doesn't matter how it's attached, how it's on the ground. These days, it's standard procedure. Anything that's sitting there that's not going anywhere gets assigned some value. Well, okay, I guess for now, we've covered the basic details. What happens is that the assessor will review the property again to number one, make changes to the data and determine what amount of change valuation should occur. And you'll get a new notice in 2.5 weeks approximately, showing what, if any, change was made. And there certainly will be some change. The question is how much. And that notice tells you what else you can do after having this hearing to seek other resolution to the valuation if it seems like you want to do that. It'll give you information about what you can do next.
Okay.
So it's just a matter of waiting for you to get that in the mail.
Sure.
And
Because when are taxes due? August.
oh, I don't know.
So it's gonna be pushed out. It was originally August 30th,
Right.
but that means we would have had to have bills out by July 30th. and
Right.
That's not gonna happen. We have grievance going all next week, so if grievance finishes by Friday next week, we then have 7 days from that day to send out the change results from grievance notices. And then from then we have then we have to send everything to the state. They come back to us, then we can set our tax rates, and then we can send out bills. So we're looking at
Mid-September.
first, second week of August for sending the bills. So that means the first due date would be 30 days after that. So
September.
yeah, September. Yeah, it'll be a later one this year at least. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the time.
Yeah, it's good that you came in.
No,
Um,
thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, and we'll do whatever we can to make things correct.
Yeah, I mean, because I want to be able to afford
course,
to be able to
David.
live here,
Yeah.
because I want to contribute to the community.
Yeah,
Um, My option is I could rent my house out on Airbnb. That's what you're gonna get, is someone that's not gonna contribute
Well,
365 days a
hopefully,
year
yeah,
to your
hopefully,
community. You're gonna have someone that takes. I want to be able to afford it.
yeah.
All right.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good day.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good to see you. By the way, he's gonna be a tough one.
Oh, boy.
This is Robert. And then his property card is under that.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Hi, Robert. How are you?
Hi, thanks so much for letting me come in and talk to you.
Oh,
Of course.
everybody gets an opportunity if they choose to.
So I'm gonna set a timer, but I'm gonna set a timer just because everybody gets 15 minutes, but there's nobody after you. So if
Okay,
we go
well-
a little over, it's okay.
Mine might be shorter than most.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah, I know you brightened up with that. I was very happy to hear you say a number of times, it's the data that things are based on. And that is my contention, your data is wrong
Oh, okay.
with regard to my house.
Well, yeah, let's get into that.
Okay, do you have my letter in front of you?
Yes, I do.
It just comes to the one data point that I think is the most important data point. Where is my house?
Oh, okay.
Okay. And according to the town records, it says that I have a waterfront home site. I don't.
Okay.
And that would be, I would think, the most important thing. I've spoken to a few real estate people and they say if it says waterfront, it's worth a lot more. If it doesn't say waterfront, it's worth less.
It's the land is
on
the
the
part that
land,
has
okay?
the, yeah.
And I am a retired priest, so I'm allowed to make a religious joke.
Oh, I think I passed you on the street one time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
this picture
out there.
that's on the lister's card could only be taken by one person if this data is correct. And that is Jesus Christ, because he'd be the only one to walk on water if I have a waterfront house. You
Oh.
cannot take this picture if I have a waterfront house.
Is there a house somewhere?
Excuse me?
There is, you do own a house though.
Oh, yeah, but it's not, it says right next to the picture, land type, waterfront home site.
Oh, okay. So,
That's the data that has been put in for my property.
so you don't have waterfront?
I have a small dock,
Okay.
about 15 feet. 4 years ago, when we did the reappraisal, I kept contesting it because I kept being denied. And I finally won when the select board came down, and it was
Oh,
Tom Fitzgerald who took out the big thing and just measured. He says, I could hear it from my house. You know, Tom is not exactly the quiet person. And
a tape measure, you mean? A tape
he
measure?
took the tape measure out.
Yeah.
And he said, what are these people talking about? He's got 15 feet of property here. That's it. But that's not my home site. But it says home site.
Oh, so, are you on both sides of the road then?
The home site is on the land side.
Yeah.
The dock obviously is on the
And there's the
lakeside.
road in between.
The road is in between.
Oh, okay.
I found this morning, if I may show it to you.
Sure.
This-
Yeah.
I had this done 4 years ago. I had to pay about $700 to have someone come in and reappraise my property.
Oh,
That's the home site.
yeah. Okay. And then the rest is
That
some
little tiny
right
thing
there.
is my
Yeah.
dock.
Yeah.
I don't even own the other dock that's bigger next to it. That's
Oh,
not mine.
okay.
In fact, Brent works on that dock.
Oh, and this was this done for the 2020
Yeah. I
reappraisal?
had to hire someone to help me because
Yeah, yeah. So there was a change as a result of that?
They lowered the.
I see.
original assessment.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
Yeah,
I see that.
yeah. And if I may just bring that up, I was just asking the process again.
Yeah,
I was raised a great deal last time, and I had to pay that much higher amount. So the first year with my taxes, I had a very nice deduction. But the town does not refund the money if you win your appeal. It's credited to you the next years.
Oh.
So for the next 2 years, I didn't have a deduction for my real estate property tax, which was the biggest deduction I have. And so my federal income tax went up, my state income tax went up, the portion of the homestead that pays me dropped dramatically. So winning my case last time cost me about $2,000.
Oh, okay.
So I was interested in what you were saying to Brent about the process if you want to appeal further. But I think my appeal is very simple.
Yeah.
You know, this is, as you said, the data is what's collected, and that's what,
Yeah.
you know, issues the value. And again, I've spoken to a couple of real estate people in order to prepare for this, and they said if it says waterfront, you're going to have a higher value. And it's not waterfront.
Well, okay. I don't make any decisions.
I heard you say
yeah,
that too.
Yeah. So the assessor, this will be an issue that the assessor will review.
Right.
And
yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't.
Because we didn't have anybody come. I did have the assessor come 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And after he finished everything, I said, I'd now like you to write down what you don't see. I don't have a washer. Don't have a dryer. I don't have.
Oh, about the house, you mean?
In the house. You know, I don't have a dishwasher. I don't have air conditioning. I don't have a paved driveway. You know, my income is very low.
Yeah.
You know, I was in a line of work that you don't make money in, so my pension is low and Social Security is low, and that's all I've got. You know, I deliberately don't improve the house because I can't afford, A, to do it, and secondly, that it will raise my taxes.
Well,
so I do without a lot.
The things you described just now aren't things that are included in the data anyway.
I know that.
The driveway and unpaved driveway and interior appliances. But you have seen.
Up is because 4 years ago it was included and it shot up tremendously.
Well, what do you mean by was included? What was included?
When the assessor appraised my property on site. This time it's all done, as you say, by the data. And the data, the most important part of the data is incorrect.
Well, you mean the house site issue? Yeah. I can't speak to that. The data is, it's what it was, what it has been, I guess. I'm not sure what the change, I don't know what the change was.
Okay, I'm surprised that this was not corrected after the last appraisal because I had 3 on-site visits.
Okay. Well, that will be something for the assessor to deal with.
Right.
Generally speaking, some things, if the change was made as an arbitrary sort of change from someone other than the reappraisal, the assessor, in that it was listers were still here then. A change like that can be taken away at the next reappraisal, and you'd have to go through and review it again.
Well, this is the next reappraisal, isn't it?
Right. Yep. And that's
so I'm asking for the data.
That's what
to be
will happen.
corrected.
The assessor will be looking into it. Exactly. Yep.
Okay. I have one other little thing, if I may.
Sure.
As I was listening to it, as Brett was speaking, and he was talking about heat, on the back of that assessor's, the lister's card, heating and air conditioning, it says primary heat, electric radiant.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
It would be usually it's baseboards,
Okay,
that have electric.
okay. Because, yeah, I've heard it radiant sometimes means it's in the floor. and-
Oh, yeah, that's true. That could be, I forgot about the built-in radiant floor
Yeah,
heating.
yeah, I don't have that. There are electric heaters in the house. Let's see, this is 2024. So I think I last used them. I bought the house in 84. So I probably last used them in 85.
Okay.
I don't like them. They're
Are
too
they're like,
They're built into the wall.
oh, they're built in
It's
and they're
a square
electric?
unit in the wall.
Oh,
And they have not been used in almost 40 years. What I use for heat is a fireplace. I use wood.
yeah.
And I have a propane heater in the dining room. That's all I use for heat.
Okay. So there's no baseboard, electric
No,
baseboards?
I have no baseboards.
So the electric radiant is what you were talking about.
There's these square things, and some of them even have been removed.
How many of those are there now? Or-
1, 2, 3, 4. maybe?
Well, okay. Yeah, that's basically space heat, which is really, it's the lowest possible level of heating.
Yeah,
You could have propane space heaters or
yeah.
whatever.
I only brought
so-
it up as I was listening to you, the last conversation about the heat.
I'm
I-
not sure how the description will be, but the electric gradient may not be the right one.
Yeah,
But it certainly,
They-
we'd want it to describe what's actually.
yeah, the heating
Yeah.
is wood and 1 propane heater.
Okay, yep. And that's just space heat, which is, it's not really like having central heat. It's
You know, every
altogether.
room is a different temperature.
Okay,
And the marvelous one is my bedroom, which is on the 2nd floor of the extension I put on, has no heat. So in the winter, it's the coldest room in the house.
oh,
And because it has a sliding glass door, it's the hottest room in the summer.
oh, really?
So I have the worst of both worlds.
Well, that's interesting,
in
yeah,
My bedroom.
yeah. I guess you just find a way to live with it and,
I add a lot more clothes, and because I live alone,
yeah,
take an awful lot more clothes.
very good.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing you came in, and so you'll get another notice in about 2.5 weeks to show you what if it change
Right,
will have been made.
right.
And you probably know the process there.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can go further with,
Yeah, I don't have email or anything like that,
Resolution.
so 4 years ago during COVID, it was a horror
oh,
because I wasn't online.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
They gave me a phone number to call. I said to them, is this a local phone number? Oh, yes. Well, next month after my lengthy call for my appeal, I got a bill for almost $100 for the call.
So it's a landline.
I have a landline. I have
Yeah.
one flip phone that is no longer working.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not good. with
well, you sure you
electronics.
don't want to get one that works?
Well, I just got a call this morning saying
Yeah.
the new one is in, but it's still a flip phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's good to have, in case you're out of the house
That's-
somewhere.
Oh, that's why I
If
keep.
you got hurt, you could call for help. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's why.
Oh, well,
I-
that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, but I tell people, I live under a rock and I'm happy. I don't want to know what everybody else is having for dinner. When I order a phone, I say, all I want to do is make phone calls.
Yeah.
I don't want it to do my dishes. I don't want it to make my bed.
Sure.
I just want to make a phone call, that's it. I live a very simple life and I'm
Simple is
concerned-
good. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
concerned because the one good thing about the state is with that homestead, I do get assistance with my
Yeah.
property taxes. But if this goes up a great deal, I'm in trouble. I just got the notice yesterday of what the state is going to be contributing to my taxes for this coming year. And I saw my income, and my income was elevated when this was done because I took a loan out from my life insurance to pay my bills.
Oh,
So that counted as income.
Oh, wow.
So,
Never would have thought of that. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, yeah, it'd be nice to see some kind of adjustment, but,
it would be.
but I can't
I'm hoping
speculate. Yeah.
because it's the data. I'm not contesting anything else, just the data that's incorrect. And anybody coming can see that it's not what the data says.
Yeah.
And I don't know why it says waterfront twice. Waterfront home site.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure why it does that,
I
but
don't know either.
that's the way it's,
I know. but
that's the way
what
it's
caught my
put.
attention was,
Yeah.
I said to myself, no, the data is wrong.
uh,
And I knew that this year it was only going to be what was put into the computer.
Yep, yep.
And I'd like that to come out and have it redone.
Okay, well, your letter here will be, and my notes will be
Thank you. I
passed
appreciate
on
it.
to the assessor.
It was very kind of you to hear me out.
Oh, that's what we're here
Thank you.
for.
I know this is not an easy thing for the two of you to be sitting here. The people traipsing in all day for so long to
Yeah.
do this.
It's a challenge, but we'll survive.
Yes. Thanks so much.
Okay, nice having you come in.
Bye now.
Thanks. Take care.
Bye, Rob.
Bye. Thank you for your help.
Oh, you're welcome. So our next one isn't till 10:45.
Okay.
So we have 10 minutes.
Yeah, I remember. I was driving down Lake Rapanda Road.
I'm
and
gonna pause this.
He was
just
heading to the.
'cause-
Oh, well, yeah. Oh, hello.
I thought this had to be here by the 18th, and that was a day off.
Right.
But I'm double grieving in the fact that I never got the paperwork in the first place, and I just received this one 2.5 days ago. So I just this is just the letter.
Oh, gee.
For grievance?
Yeah,
So it had to be here by yesterday.
that was the day before yesterday, I got the paperwork.
Oh, wow.
That's what I'm saying. And if you read the letter, you'll find out this house has never been seen by a lister in over 15 years. Because they couldn't find it.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, I'm not grieving that it's terribly high, but it is a lot higher than the real value. I mean, I'm in the field trade, so like I'm looking at it, what are they thinking? If it was on based on land, I would say yes, maybe, be in that house condition. No way. It's an old hunting camp. Bedded up around $180,000. There's no right of way, there's no well, there is no electricity other than a couple solar panels. It was gone.
It's hard to
Never
find.
seen it, whatever.
It's hard to find, you said?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's a mile into the woods, or half a mile into the woods, but
Yeah.
close to maybe a mile away.
And you said there's no right of way? You said there's no right of way?
I have a right of way.
Oh, you do?
No frontage. In fact,
Oh,
it'd be very
okay.
questionable if Scott could ever bring a fire truck down the driveway because it's so rough and, and as much as in the wintertime, he's never gonna go down there.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh.
So I don't know.
What to do.
I can ask the assessor, but I asked him this morning to clarify, just because we had some come in late, emails come in late last night, and we had some come in yesterday or this morning, like asking for grievance, and the statute is that the deadline is by 5 p.m. on the date grievance starts. So.
I have no information. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it would have been fine. Yeah, I'll turn around and walk out the door if I had it when I had my other property given to me. I have 2 properties in town. Wilmington.
So you did have one. So you did have one.
I had one, but it was not the house.
So, but also that all that information was online too.
The only thing that was the same thing as you gave me was that one piece of paper.
I'm sorry, what? What?
All I saw is that one piece of paper in the mail, like the one you gave me on my house. You know, the printout sheet. That's all I
Okay.
had, and I looked on printed my printout sheet, and I had no information on it. Other than your verbal information that you gave me the day before yesterday.
So maybe we don't have your mailing address correct?
Well, I've been here 30 years. I don't think.
And you've always gotten your bills and things like that, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to say right now. I mean, our deadline was yesterday to come in for grievance. I'm sorry. Hi, Ron. Yes, you are. Let's see here. This is Ron. So this is his property card. Did I give you a property card?
No.
Okay, so.
Here's,
have
one of these is
that's for you?
yours. Dropped this off yesterday.
Have you ever seen a property card before?
For my house? No. I've never.
That looks like that? Okay. Are you a new owner or?
No, been there for,
Oh,
I own, well, as we get into it. So I bought land in 2006, I think. And that's the survey.
Oh.
And then I bought a second piece of land in 2010, which was the 5 acres, 2 separate lots. Somewhere, somehow, they got combined, which actually I'm not happy about because the 5 acres is where the house is. The 45 acres I wanted to put in trust, so it can never be built on.
well, that, generally speaking, that's what's done, right? Sarah, combining them,
But
for
there were,
tax purposes. The, 2 separate lots.
There's 2 separate lots.
Yeah. He mentioned it, that it's combined and he didn't know about.
Oh,
Combining,
but
yeah.
it's not legally merged.
no, so if,
Yeah,
well, I'd like it billed under 2 separate entities. One as me and my wife and one as a family trust.
oh,
So
You're saying you're under different ownership.
the what?
Did you already put through that paperwork?
I didn't, because I didn't realize it was combined.
Well, it's not legally combined. It's just combined for tax purposes.
Right,
So you
but
get one bill.
from a legal point for like a trust, it should be separate, I can't be paying the taxes for me personally from the trust. It was, in the beginning, it was 2 different tax bills. And,
The
I
state
didn't really-
makes us do it that way. They
So-
just put it together for one bill, but there's still 2 different.
how do I
properties.
separate that?
So you're trying to transfer a portion or whatever?
Well, this was technically in my name and this was in me and my wife's name. Somehow it all got,
I'd have to look and see.
and I don't know when it was done, how it was done. I mean, I really don't look at stuff until I got this assessment and I was like, whoa, when it went up as much as it did. So that's, my first issue is because if you take all 18 houses on Haskell Hill Road, they range from 1.7 acres to 7 acres. I'm on 5 acres. You guys have me on 50 acres. I technically don't even have frontage on Haskell Hill Road. I have an easement through someone else's property because and the survey shows that. The easement for the 5 acres, you see note 5. It's no longer Albert and Rita Yerkelin. It's now David and Margaret, Peggy Bliss
oh,
own the property that I have an easement through. The easement is perpetual. It does run with the land.
okay, yeah.
But that's, it's not my property. So my driveway, like I can't pave it. I can't improve it. I have the right to cut through. It's just a dirt path. And it's a substantial length. You have a property which is a brand new house, beautiful, 3 stories. And he has a pond, and he is at 794, his appraised, his value. I'm at 888,290. His house is gorgeous. I mean, it's beautiful. It's brand new. It was built probably within the last 2 years, and it's big. How I'm appraised more than him really shocks me. And the other big issue with our house, the home was built approximately 11 years ago, and we used hardy plank, which is a cement-based siding.
Cement fiber, yeah.
Take a look at the pictures. It's supposed to be guaranteed. In the envelope I
Oh, okay.
submitted yesterday, I gave exhibits. Do you have them? It's cracking, peeling. It's supposed to be colored through and through.
This one.
There should be others too.
Yeah.
You'll see that some of it's really falling apart. So we've been for 18 months fighting with them. Like the beige is just literally peeling away.
Fighting with who?
Hardy, the manufacturer.
Oh, really?
Because it's supposedly under guarantee for 20 years. They
Yeah.
are not standing by it, and the cost to, you can take a look at all the pictures. Literally, it's falling. Chunks of it are falling off the house.
That's interesting. So you're in the process of.
We're fighting with them, trying
Fighting
to.
with
It's a huge expense to reside the house. Not only that, it's all cement. So to dispose of it, just ripping it off and disposing of it is a huge expense. They approached about 9 months ago. They offered to replace the siding, just the product. Taking it off and putting it on is my problem, which is,
They'll only pay for the materials?
yes. So and that's not the way the warranty reads.
Is there any explanation as to why it?
They
Deteriorate?
apparently they were bought out, and the product was changed for about a 9-month period between the purchase, the buyout, and the new company.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's when I bought the product.
Oh,
So they're saying it was the old company's fault, but it's still the same company. I mean, they bought the company, so you buy the headaches with it. So as you can see, I mean,
Yeah.
that's just one, I didn't fill the whole house, but,
wow.
and the beige is even worse because the beige is, that's just peeling and chipping. The beige is actually falling apart. You see underneath the door there,
Wow.
and it's cement.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's not taken into the value of the house. I mean, we're going for values of houses right now. My value of my house is not
Yeah.
very high because of this situation. So, I mean, that's basically, if you take all the average mean of the 18 houses on Haskell Hill, it's 408,000. You have me at 888. And then what I did was add all 18 houses, divided it by 18, and that's what I came out with, 408, 432. You have me, more than double the average house on Haskell Hill Road. And, location, I can't change the location of my house. The location is the location. So those are my basic arguments for.
Yeah. Well, what happens is any information that you've submitted gets passed over to the assessor, and he will review all of your property information, including the things you've submitted. And you'll be getting another notice to show what, if any, change was made. I don't know how your ownership for the 2 pieces.
Yeah, I'm gonna
if
follow
that
up
would
with that
affect, I
time.
don't know if that's affect your valuation, but that will be.
So what was your questioning about the 2 different parcels?
Originally, I bought the lot.
Yep.
The second lot, which had a house on it, when we bought it was 5 acres and a house. Me and my wife bought that.
So I found the deeds. It's you and your wife on both
Okay,
in 06 and then 2012, looks
okay.
like.
So what do I need to do to separate it as as tax bills? Because we're putting the 45 acres into a family trust.
So you want to be able to just transfer it. That's what you're saying. You're transferring it to a
Yeah.
trust. So that'll happen. It'll get separated when you do the transfer.
Okay,
But so it's just something that the state requires us to, if you have properties in the same ownership that are touching, the state makes us put them together.
all right.
It's silly, but we have
Well,
to do
not only
that.
because now I don't know what the value of the land is opposed to the value of the land and the houses. We
I see what
combined
you're
everything.
saying. So if you wanted to send me an email and ask for
The separation value?
yeah, and we could just do that up.
And are you the one I emailed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. No, last time, I mean, I came here 12 years ago or 13 years ago. There was like multiple people and we got a decision that day.
Oh,
Oh, that was the listers.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's different
a
now.
decision on the same day?
Yeah, which I was shocked.
I
We
didn't
came
know
to
they
an
could do
agreement. We
I didn't know
negotiated
they could do that
and
either.
And I laughed because in Nassau County, where I come from, have to say this, is all the values are going up. I see. I mean, and things have gone up. Is the tax base, the tax rate going to go down, or what are you doing with all the extra money?
It depends on the budget, though. And so is the budget determined yet or not?
So what we can't set our tax rate until after grievance is over. We
But-
send all of our
Estimate, is it going to go up or is it going to go down? I mean, taxes always, the rate always goes up.
our town tax rate, we're hoping will go down. Hoping.
And the school.
We can't
Right.
really speculate because we don't really know until we get our numbers back from the state. But I mean, town side, we have a little bit more control over, where the education rate, we have
Is-
no control over.
No,
We just get our
listen.
number from the state and that's what we get.
All I know is that I don't know a ton of people in town, but I know 5 houses going on the market because of this. And I hate to see Wilmington get destroyed financially because, listen, you got a higher tax rate with Haystack back open and all that, all those multi-million-dollar homes up there. I mean, you would think you can work within the confines of that. It's sad because when my taxes in Vermont have become more than my taxes on Long Island, which is the #1 tax jurisdiction, highest in the country, it's not saying much for Vermont.
Well, we really can't address the tax issue.
Right. No,
But
I'm just,
To explain the reappraisal process, basically, all of the valid sales that took place in town over the past 3 years, up to this past March 31st, all of those sales are used in what's called mass appraisal. It's called CAMA, Computer Assisted Mass Appraisal. It's how you do it, 1,000 houses or 10,000 houses.
Right.
You have to use a system, a program that can do that. And so the assessor, as is required by the state, uses a software that creates new values based on analyzing all of the sales that were inputted into the computer, basically all the sales over through 3 years approximately. And so the assessor reviews those values once they're created using that computer program, and reviews all of those values to see if they seem correct based on his knowledge of.
Listen, on the general terms, I'm sure it works well, but there
Yeah.
are individual things when.
Right, and they're reviewed individually by the assessor initially, and then the notices are sent out. And so this process of coming in to discuss it shows that there is room for adjustment whenever
No, I
it
understand.
seems relevant. And so even it's good that you found comps in your own way, and they're part of the whole collection of sales that
Right.
were used, but all these sales have to be used in the proper way to create new values. And so that's what happened with the valuation. And of course, there's nothing to be gained by overvaluing the property, arbitrarily.
No. Listen, I know nothing's done,
yeah.
I know there's a system to the madness.
Yeah. But the main thing is you came in to discuss it, and so you'll get another notice.
Okay. Yeah,
in
my
about-
big, I mean, when I saw the guy that his house is gorgeous, landscaped driveway.
yeah.
I mean, drive by the block, you can't miss it. It's beautiful. And he's $100,000 less than me. I'm like, something's wrong here.
Well, it's worth questioning, and so that new notice will show you what, if any, change was made to your valuation.
Right.
And it also will tell you about the other steps that you can take to get resolution if that doesn't.
Yeah, no, I looked into it already.
Yeah, there's a BCA,
Yep.
the next thing up. So you'll wait for that to come. And so it should be in about 2.5 weeks or so.
Okay, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And
Okay.
have a good weekend.
All right, you too. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, Ron.
Good luck. I know you guys, supposed to be one day, and how many days you up
Oh
there?
yeah, we're a week out. We have all next week
Oh, we
scheduled.
have at least 6 days to.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know the last time.
And
I
I'm
came,
still
it was
going
one
through
day. I think
emails.
There was 8 of us here. There was a panel. And when they gave me the decision right off the bat, I was like, really?
Gee,
Right,
wow.
Because I
right.
said in Long Island, if you grieve, you get an answer a year and a half later.
A year and a
A
half?
year, wait. And then they still don't change the taxes for another year because they missed the budget. And then you have to apply for the refund.
Wow.
So you get a 3-year refund if you win.
Oh,
So
well.
we once the last date of grievance happens, so that's as of right now, next Friday, we have 7 days to then make changes and make decisions.
Good luck hearing these for 7 more days.
It's got to be
That's
done.
not so bad.
Okay.
You
Right,
too.
thanks. Yeah, I didn't get around to calling Russ last night, but I'll be talking to him over the weekend. I wanted to hear from him what, like, as far as how we're gonna give, how we're gonna give him the information.
Okay.
That we're getting.
I messaged him this morning just to ask about people who have come in. So the assessment notice states documents must be in by July 18th. Wonder what my notice to taxpayers says. I'm just wondering what my notice says. Make the notice for grievance.
Wow. Oh, motorcycle, yeah.
To be timely, such grievance letters and materials must be in writing and received by 5 p.m. of the 18th day of July.
Well, yeah.
So, and he said his response to me was that after the 18th, or after by state statute, the cutoff date is the 18th, unless there are some unusual circumstances such as medical or health issue
Oh.
for missing the deadline.
Oh.
I keep getting people. I just got another email that this guy that he has not, and He didn't receive the notice. He's a full-time resident.
He didn't.
Yeah, they go, how did you not receive it then? You're a full-time resident.
Only by the address, right? What else could?
Right? So it's good, because I do have a stack of envelopes in my office of ones
Oh.
that came back like
Oh.
undeliverable.
Okay.
But the hard part about that is if we don't have your current address, it's, I mean, for a lack of a better way to say it, it's not our fault.
Well, normally you get updates from the tax collector, right? Because they send bills out.
Right. Yeah,
So-
no, I get address changes almost daily,
Yeah.
but if you don't tell us your address has changed,
Right.
and we don't get something from the post office about your forwarding address change, then, and you don't get your notice,
Yeah.
unfortunately, there's not, there's no recourse on our end.
Yeah.
Like, we did what we had to do. We sent it where we send your bills.
Yeah.
So if you changed your address and didn't let us know, it's not our
And
fault.
part of the problem is that the assessor's office only really sends out mail mostly for the reappraisal, other than the occasional grievancing that goes
Right.
on. But that's only a few people. So they may not know for a long time. That,
Right.
Yeah, I had a guy in Windsor. He had a post office box, but it never got to the assessor's office that he had a post office box.
Right.
He was getting his mail somewhere, at the post office. But that guy that got angry just here, did he say he only just got his notice?
He was in my office 2 days ago. And at that time, trying to remember what he came in for.
It wasn't about the reappraisal?
He wanted the change, he wanted a copy of the change of appraisal notice. But he has a land portion and he has a house and land.
Yeah.
So, and I gave that to him. And so it says right on there, everything, like, and he didn't ask for the other one.
Oh.
Hello. Yes. Are you Denise?
No, I'm on Corbo.
Okay, so you're at 11:45. What's
Do you
that?
want me to go wait someplace else?
Nope, you can
No,
sit right in here.
no.
It's an open meeting, so everything's open to everybody.
Are you sad?
I am.
You were so
Yeah.
helpful, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have, where are we at next? So we just have Robert.
So the person that was was just here. The two parts are actually abutting.
Yeah,
There's no,
yeah,
okay.
there, I can show you right here.
I thought at first he was saying that they were two,
So this is his house,
that they weren't.
and then this is his land.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Oops.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. So this big piece, and then that's the house piece. Whoops.
I think he would have been aware sooner than this, that would have noticed that they were
Combined.
combined. Yeah. For the tax bill.
Yeah. So he has 50 acres.
Yeah.
Denise. Okay, so Denise is next. She's supposed to be on Zoom. So we'll see. This would be our next person. But she wrote this to me.
Oh, okay.
Oh. I'm just gonna go grab some Kleenex.
Okay.
Nobody's come in yet. One thing about this Zoom stuff is like people aren't right on time.
That's a plus.
Yeah. They also brought in some of the people that grieved, but didn't want a hearing. So we
Oh,
could read it in, because we still have to read it into the recording.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if I want to do any right now, but just in general. I'll have to look through 'em. I'm not gonna worry about it today. We have all next week. But we have a lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. One thing I was wondering about is, like, I'm, taking these, but I was wondering if they submit something by email,
Mhm.
it's gonna, you'll have that, but somehow I wasn't sure how we can combine, well,
So that we only
you-
send
you
Russ
can-
one.
well,
thing
no,
for that one
you can,
person.
if you're gonna email it, then that's fine, he'll see it, that way. I guess I was just thinking in terms of if you have something that's on paper that should be combined with whatever I have.
Okay.
So I'm
Yeah, I
not sure
don't think
how we
I
would
think
do
I've
that.
just handed over to you everything that,
Oh, so you've been giving me whatever you
pretty
have
much,
already.
yeah.
Okay,
mean,
I
like,
wasn't sure if anything.
here and there I print an email, but it's not really anything that they're not saying or that you're not already noting.
Yeah,
Like the email is just me at first. What's going on? Oh no, she didn't come in. She's I talked to her. I think I changed her.
yeah, okay, so it doesn't sound like there's any major.
Yeah, I mean, I've
concern,
tried
yeah.
to keep like anything that they submit, I give to you.
Yeah, okay, great.
Other than like maybe my email back and forth with them. But
Yeah,
if it doesn't contain
It's not
any
relevant,
pertinent information, yeah.
Oh.
Where are we? Oh, I just misplaced my oh, here we are. All right, so we'll give it to 11:40, right? You think?
Okay.
And then they're not, like nobody's signing in. That's already 5 minutes late.
Hmm.
And then Pam will do this one.
Okay.
What's this?
It's organized really, really well, so if you want.
As I say, I printed out the comparables that you had sent me.
Yeah, I just sent you more in case I needed to put them in
Okay.
yesterday, but now I've organized everything. I brought some of them, but I have it on an Excel sheet, believe it or not.
Okay, okay.
So, like, you can make it.
So this is Pam.
Okay. So I guess I'm just gonna give this back to you then.
Yeah, because we're gonna, so from what the town clerk said that if they don't show up, they still need a response of grievance because they filed,
Okay.
which I didn't know.
Yeah, I don't think I ever knew that. I don't know if we've ever had that particular instruction,
Yeah.
at least the last time I did, which,
I don't know, that's what the town clerk said, but we'll see.
it sort of makes sense, I guess. But at the same time, it seems
Yeah, I'll
like.
have to figure
whitewash.
out. Obviously I'm gonna have to go through and like make sure. 'Cause like I'm guessing in Nemrick, maybe I had to say that they were part of Grievance. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through each person one by one.
Oh,
So in Nemrick here, I mean, actually, what'll probably happen is but if it doesn't change the, I don't know.
when you said it's required to give them a response, what does the response consist of? What does that mean?
One of these, it'll be like a results from Grievance.
But there hasn't been an actual.
Just them writing in as a grievance.
And so does that mean Russ would have to review the property as if they had been here? Oh.
Yep.
Which he could find something, but that needs to be changed, but.
Right, but I
wouldn't be
feel like
likely.
I mean, obviously like the letters have a lot of stuff in them. If somebody didn't show up and they didn't submit anything to say why they were grieving,
Right,
then it's like, well, then you're gonna be denied.
yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna make the executive decision here, Pam.
May I approach you guys?
If you want to sit right there, that microphone is on. And we are recording because it is a town meeting technically, so.
Are you Dan or Russ?
I'm Dan. Russ is the assessor. I work for him, and so anything that happens here goes to him after we're done. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
first things first, I would like to go over my property card with you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're gonna do that, and then I have 8 comps. They're not all necessarily comps, but they are all related. And I have
Okay.
arguments here as well as your copies here to follow along.
Oh,
okay?
great. Yeah.
Like I told you, I was gonna make it really easy.
Yeah. That is. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna set a timer just so that we're kind of on base here, but we are starting early, so you'll have a couple
I
extra
don't need
minutes.
any extra time. It's all pretty straightforward. Okay. Do I need to introduce myself or anything?
No, you don't need to. I don't think so anyways.
All right.
So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Oh, okay. So to start with my property card,
Mm.
the very first thing that I see is in 2020, my land is evaluated at $105,300. In 2020, I had sent Deb Kingsley an email along with the proof of sale of the land that I bought for $55,000. It had been on the market from 1987 until I bought it in 2013. I have the bill of
Oh my
sale there. I
goodness.
think maybe
Yeah.
2015. So we're talking about a lot of ups and downs and stuff. It had been on the market for so long. The realtor had to invest. They didn't know it was for sale. There was no sign. My husband found it off of Google Maps. It was the property in front of ours. And then we had to locate the people that owned it, who also forgot about it. We should have offered less than the 55,000, but we were so excited about getting that property because we bought our original cabin at 25 Ives that shares a drive with ours. We were buying from Frank Damemeyer the 2 lots next to us. He said originally when we bought the cabin, it was going to be $45,000. At the time, the next year when we went to buy it, he said it was 90,000, and we're like, so all of a sudden we found the 55 and we jumped on it. Okay. Since then, Frank Damemeyer has broken those 2 lots up into 110,000 and 100,000. They have been on the market with no real workings since 2016. The town has currently valued him at $35,000 for 2 building lots. So 55,000 even with the proof, I think is kind of high for the land. But let's just go with it. That's what I paid. But I am arguing that my land is only worth 55,000, not the 105,000 that I was increased to in 2020, and certainly not the 180,000 that I am increased to right now. Okay. So, and like I said, in there on the next page, I have the first and last page of that sale included with that.
Okay.
Part
great.
2 of my grievance is somehow, this is the second time I've had to go over my square footage with you guys. And it keeps changing. My finished
Really?
square footage is 1,895 square feet. I have the drawings that the town has for some reason are incorrect. I have given you a stamped, like this is the official from the person, the surveyor, and the person that drew up the things and created the house. So, and then I increased the main floor plan. So livable space is 1,895, not 2,011. At one point, you guys had me at 3,000 something. I'm not. If you include my unfinished basement, which I took pictures of, and you can see the timestamp on my photo, I went to the house right before I came in here. My basement is still unfinished. Okay. 2020, they tried to ding me for a finished basement. It is the land of unused carpets down there. So any carpets I don't use in any of my other houses are laying on the cement floor. You can still see the cracks in the cement. You can
Oh.
still see the insulation on the walls. You can still see the furnaces and stuff going through the unfinished stuff. So when I move, I'm taking those carpets up, and that is not sold as a finished basement. So I think that maybe in 2020, they looked through, I told them to go in the house, but because it was 2020, nobody wanted to.
So
But
there's
I've-
no ceiling at all then?
No, and I have
Okay.
pictures of it. So if you want to see those, like I
But there
just,
is insulation, but,
there is insulation on one of the walls.
oh,
Okay, so like there's the foam
oh,
because it goes into the, kind of like into the dirt, so it wouldn't be freezing. So they did that, that spray stuff. But now it like goes there, and then you can see where it's a concrete slab on
and
the
there's
wall,
no sheet rocking
but there's no sheetrock or anything. No,
anywhere?
nope, not at
Yeah,
all.
so they took that off.
So yes, they did. Well, I don't know. They still
Yeah.
increased me. And I was like, for what they were increasing me at the time, I said, fine, it was like a $48,000 increase. I didn't see that they were giving me $105,000 land value at that time. So I just said, fine, I'll take the, 50,000. 2020, everybody was selling for very high.
I did want to mention about the living space square footage.
Mhm.
One thing that could make it be what it is and make it be different
Mhm.
might be it is standard procedure for assessing by the towns to measure the outside footprint dimension. So
Okay.
sometimes a living space will be based on measurements on the inside if the contractor may have
Right.
stated it that way. Just, I'm not saying that's the case here, but that might be.
I think that what they're counting, if they are doing outside foot space, is if you look at the house, I also gave, it's hard to read, but I gave you the full floor plan of the house.
Okay.
There is an outside porch that goes off. It's on stilts, so there's no insulation,
Oh,
so
around
it's considered a
it's on the
screened-in
corner of the
porch.
house?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's being called an enclosed porch.
okay, so.
Yeah, that wouldn't be part of,
Well, so that's the only thing that I would
Yeah.
think that would
Okay.
increase me over to that is if they
Yeah.
went out there.
no,
So,
the computer wouldn't, there's no way the computer would combine that.
right,
So, yeah, that does, okay.
okay, but,
Yeah.
and so anyway, so we've got that. So that's my portion on my land and my square footage.
Okay.
Okay, so on the Excel sheet, I start out with mine. I have a great house. It lives well. We designed it really great. It's a small house, and we intended to have it as an open floor. It lives really great for us, but we didn't want one of these huge houses here. And the biggest thing that I would say would ding us if we go to sell it is that we do have a shared drive. It works for us because I sold my other house that it shares it with my best friends. But when we do the exit strategy, we are not going to get the same amount of money because you see each other, right? Like, so our kids and our dogs play together right now. But at some point when I move and when they move, it's going to be a lower cost. But I do
How
have a
far
nice,
apart are the, how far apart are
they literally, like, you go down the driveway to the left is,
Yeah.
it's 25 Ives that I did not include, but I do have in here if you want. And we'll go into that
Just
later.
curious.
But yeah, so I mean, they're like Ives is 25 Ives is here, and then you just go down the hill, and then that's 11 Corvo way. And so basically, like, I can tell from my kitchen window as soon as they drive into their driveway, I see, and my dogs let me know. So, okay, so comp one. Dino had 10 Ives, which is similar to my type of a build. It's a contemporary chalet. He was trying to sell it for a long time. He sold it in 2021. We know that we had the 2020 spike. He got $449 for it. That's what he wanted for years for it, which is great. I am taking his square footage price at $273 a square foot. And I'm willing to, at the end of this, take that to my square footage to come up with a good number for us. He had, it also has the detached garage, just like my property does. He's on less land. I would almost argue, the majority of my land is my septic that's off to the side, and the whole backyard I can't use because I go up against the river. And that was where that $55,000 land was really good, was it had been grandfathered in from the 1980s. So I was allowed to build there. So comp one, he does have a little bit less square footage than I do, but that's Dino's place. 12 Overlook is on an actual street. It is a newer build. It's a 2018. Again, it kind of has that log cabin-y type of look. And this one has 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, but it has how many more? It has 227 square feet larger than I do, and 1 more bedroom than I do, but it has half a bathroom less than I do. So I will, give you guys that it has half a bathroom less than I do. Comp 3, Minor Road, I found very interesting. Minor Road is also a custom built house, just like mine was, but it was from 1987. 2018, they completely renovated it. Full kitchen, full bathrooms. Their sale price doesn't really help them out too much with that. They are also on 10 acres of land, and their 10 acres of land are private, setback, has established landscaping and gardening. And so that's why I included all of these things, so you can read all of the descriptions of said values of all the descriptions, and also kind of get an idea of the feel. Page 3 is where that final value is the 325. It also, it started at 360, it went for 325. They paid 260 for it in 2019. They probably put 100 grand into it and they didn't make it. So that is Minor Road. Tell me if you want me to stop at any point.
Okay.
Davis. Now, again, Davis, it's not updated. It's a 1968 build, but it's a similar construction. Right. So I'm trying to stay away from the stick construction. So I sent you a lot of things that, it's hard to compare the apples to oranges. So I was really trying to stick with things that were in my realm. Again, on this one, it's got 2,499 square feet, 4 bedroom, 2.5 bath. So one extra bedroom, and it has 604 more square feet than I do. But it's a 1968, sold for 369. I'm not here to say that my house is worth 369. I know it's not. I'm not trying to give you guys like a ridiculous amount. Then I start running out of things that are similar to mine. So I go on to 29 Smith, 4 bedroom, 2 bath, 2020 build. Has 1 more bedroom than me. Has 2,100 square feet, so that's 205 more square feet. Went on the market for 359, sold for 325. It's on the market for 142 days. I don't know what to really even say about that. I don't, you know, when you look at that, it is a standard stick home build. If you go to the second page, you can see the outside of it. So it's hard to compare, but it is a 2020 build. Let's see.
I would like to mention just that sales that occurred after March 31st wouldn't really be applicable because the assessment period ends at March 31st.
That was one of the first things I asked, was to
So-
find out what the.
But if some of these are old enough. then-
Okay, I tried going with the most
Yeah.
recent for you because I did ask like what the time period was. I didn't give an actual answer of like, I don't know when your dates were then. What were your dates for assessment?
Well, it's the year starting, the year before, starting at April 1st, 2023
Okay.
to March 31st of this year.
Okay. Okay. Comp 6. Again, not similar, close in square footage and sales timing, but it didn't close until 5/17. So maybe out of the range, but their wish list price was 375. 3-bedroom, 2-bath. They, you know, have a little bit less square footage than I do, fully renovated, open floor plan, and they have 2 living rooms. One of the sales that I think is really hurting the values on my road is 2 Ives Road. So 2 Ives Road originally, did I not? Yes, I did include that. In 2022, they went on for 3 days. You know, it was like the after COVID thing. They got 440 for it in 3 days, which was amazing. Then the people listed it, you know, not even a year later for 559. They ended up with 510. Now, and I think that this is a one-off it's an anomaly as far as I'm concerned. It's extremely high for the road. And I think that there were probably people from Hermitage Club that came over and were like, because I know that people were tired of having to pay so much money on the rents, that they were like, let's buy this thing. I think they kind of didn't do so hot in that particular buy, but that is a one-off. I do not think that it's actually worth that, but that's okay. That's not for me to say. I do think though that even if I go on the square footage price for that, which I cannot remember what it was, but I'll have to look at it. You know, it would, if I went 310 for square footage on that, I can figure out a value on mine as well. So I have that, but then to completely go against that, comp 8 is 36 Ives Road. Now 36 Ives Road did not go, that sold in 2018. I know that it's not the same time period, but it's to show you the offset of that road, right? 36 Ives went for 130,000, and that doesn't even show that the seller of that had to pay for a brand new roof on that after the sale, which was very expensive.
A brand new what?
A brand new roof.
Oh, okay.
Because, but I mean, you can tell from the picture, that place was in such disrepair, and the owner had been trying to sell that for years on her own. And she finally found someone. He had to fully, you know, he had to fully gut it before it was even livable. And so I'm just trying to show you, like, you know, we've got the 510 that got sold in 2023, and that for 2 Ives. And then we have this 36 Ives that went for 130, and she probably had to pay 30 on the roof. The values are just so off. In addition, 36 Ives is directly across from 26 Ives. You can see 36 Ives from 25 Ives, which is my old place. If you go down that driveway and you go around, then you end up at my house. So we're talking about $130,000 house to what you guys are assessing me at $883,000. So when I was looking at these comps, Dino's house, which is at 10 Ives, I took his square footage at the 273. I know that this is not the way that things necessarily go, but that was the highest, except I just looked at 2 Ives that actually ended up Where did I just find that? It was like maybe 312 a square foot. If we ended up somewhere within those two numbers, I would like to suggest that my home is worth about 572,000. Yes, I should get an increase, not as much as you guys have given me. And I shouldn't have had such a big increase in 2020. I took it as a win and I did not look at the details, which is on me. So that's it.
Okay, yeah, so 572 is what you would,
572, yes, because I went
Theoretically-
57. So what I did, and I know that this is not quite the right way, but with your new values, I took the 10 Ives Road value at 273. And I did it by my 1895, which gave me $517,335 on the house, plus 55,000 for the lot, which I could argue that Frank Damemeyer, by the town, their new assessment of his land of those two lots is $35,000, right? So, but I'm like, fine, I'm not here to try to undercut. I am just trying to come up with something that I think is fair for
Sure,
everybody.
sure.
And this almost $900,000 is absolutely not fair for the house. And I love the house, but it's completely off, in my opinion. So that is my case.
well, you put together some pretty good data here for the ones that are applicable. So this is going to be reviewed by Russ.
Okay.
Completely, the whole property, again. And what will happen is another notice will be sent out to you
Mhm.
after he's done that. And that will show what, if any, change was made in the value, the
Okay.
total value. And it will also tell you about the other options for people who have grieved, if you want further resolution, if there hasn't been what you feel is adequate.
What would the next step be?
That's the BCA, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
You would appeal to the BCA.
And
which is a
BCA is what?
board. It's a board of civil authority,
Okay.
and those are all.
Okay. I actually did
So
that.
Russ, the assessor would be part of that as well.
So I did that in 2016. I was before everybody because
Oh.
they had me at like, I don't know, where was this? This was from 2016. I was dealing with Deb Kingsley at that time. So they came in at 640. And it was like compared to houses that had like 3-car garages, more bathrooms, more bedrooms, 1,000 or more square feet. So that was how I originally got this down. Was I've already been in front of everybody for that in
So
2016.
this is just your first step.
Okay, this is
I'm the new
Oh,
Deb. I'm Sarah.
you're the new Deb. Oh,
I'm the new Deb. Deb
Okay.
retired officially
okay,
in October.
got it.
I've taken over, but I have very big shoes to fill. She
I
was
know.
amazing.
I know.
I wish
like,
I had more time with her.
She was super helpful. She was like very knowledgeable. She was always friendly.
Yeah.
So, but I've always been open. You guys are welcome. Like I have an alarm on the house. I can unlock it whenever. I have always been saying, go on in, measure, do what you
yeah.
want. Like I said, I took those pictures. I don't know if you want me to, I guess I could send them to your email, the
Yeah.
basement photos if you want, but because they did try saying, I guess the inspector or somebody had looked in the basement and said, oh, it's finished. And I was like, no,
Yeah,
if you
that's
pull
not
up all
really-
literally, I have 20 different carpets from Patriots to Oriental rugs to just plain remnants of rugs. Like my kids go down there, they have a little basketball thing, they have a dart thing, like that's all it is. But when I sell it, it's not finished.
That was too much of a jump of an assumption.
Yes, it was.
A little peeking, can sometimes reveal something
Right.
true, but in this case, it was totally
Mhm.
useless. It was
Right.
worse. It
Right.
made a problem.
Okay.
But yeah, so we'll see what happens after you get the notice, and then
All right.
you can decide. So that'll be in about 2.5 weeks approximately
Okay.
that you'll get that.
All right. Boy, I'm used to being able to find out what the value is immediately. I didn't see our notes. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you.
Well, glad you
Thank
came.
you. Oh,
Do you want me to send you those?
sure, sure. I mean, anything will help. So, yeah. You're welcome. I hope you have a great afternoon. Looks like it's beautiful out there.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. So I'm gonna have you sit right there at that middle table.
Some other supporting
Oh.
documents.
Oh.
that,
Okay, great.
So I'm just gonna let you know that you get 15 minutes and I'm just gonna set a timer just so that we kind of stay in time here.
Great.
So whenever you'd like.
Okay.
Oh, I should introduce myself. I'm Dan Bodwin. I'm working for the assessor for the reappraisal.
And your name, sir?
Dan Bodwin.
Dan. Great,
Yes.
thanks, Dan.
Yep. And
So Eric and Cecile Baker, 186 Ware Road. We've owned the property since 2010. Are either of you familiar with the property at all?
not really.
No. Okay. So our house is, on the house is on Ware Road, and if you go to the first page of our presentation, I think that the issue here that we have is that our house is valued as if it's on the lake, when in fact we are not on the lake. The history of the property is that it was assembled by, we're the second owner, it was assembled by the original owner, a guy named Marty Collins, where the property is on Ware Road, accessed only by Ware Road. And then there's a small connection from the Ware Road, kind of main property, down to Lake Raponda Road, a very small sliver of land, which is very, very steep. And we have some photos. Then you have Lake Raponda Road. Then we have a small cabin, which is on Lake Raponda. It's non-winterized. It's, there's no insulation, there's no water, there's no nothing. There's a dock and a small boathouse, and we'll show you some pictures. And if you look at the comps and, the backup documentation, you were valued as if we were on the lake, like a lot of the big houses on the lake, when we are in fact not on the lake. That is inherently kind of the issue. And it was interesting, we just received from Sarah a copy of our, I think it's the Lister report or the page. And you see it, kind of right there, where if you look at the value, if you look at the amount
Do you
of.
have a copy of that?
oh, yeah. Yeah.
So
Can I
It's
show
the
you
property
first?
card,
Yeah,
yeah.
can I show you how the land was assembled?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
this is where
this is the heart of the issue.
we have 11.41 acres. So we're 21 here.
Mhm.
And then our Lake Raponda piece is this one. This is John O'Brien, and then this is our little piece, and I'll show you some pictures. So our house is only accessible from Ware Road, and our house sits somewhere on here. So of our 11.41 acres, 2 acres is this lot. And the last owner is left to me this.
Oh,
So this lot was split up, right? Because we had here 21, right? This is us, and this is our neighbor's lot here. And then the Gore piece is what Marty Collins bought. And the Gore property was we're told, the east side of Camp Nazaron. So the little cabin was the campsite. So
Oh.
somehow this piece of
Oh, yeah.
property was attached to this piece of property and constitutes our 11.41. If you've driven along Lake Raponda Road, there are stairs to nowhere.
yeah.
These are our stairs. This is the only way up to our property from the lake is up these stairs.
This is the house. This is the house.
Okay.
Well, this is the top of the stairs, in case everyone thinks
Yeah.
it's a waterfront house. From the top of the stairs, this is all you see. If you go back in Lake Wakanda, this is our boathouse. Cabin there, uninsulated, no water, no plumbing. And then our house sits up here in the trees.
Mm.
So we don't have the background for how land ended up being mounted. But it appears that we're being valued as if the waterfront.
Right.
This piece, but in fact, our house.
So if you
is-
go to this sheet here, it's
It's
the,
not helpful just to understand.
Yeah, although I'm not the one who's making the decisions about the
Sure.
these issues. Is this something that is on digital form? Although
I can follow up with.
it wouldn't have all the explanation that you just gave. And
can
I
put
don't
that
know,
together.
yeah, I don't know if it would help in the long run anyway, though.
and honey, can I just make one technical point? Because this is important with respect to the sheet. It says land type, waterfront home site. So we're considered to be on the water.
Yeah,
And then that gives a base rate of $350,000. Then there seems to be some kind of influence factor at 50%. So our land is being valued at $525,000.
Yeah.
And if you refer to this page, this sheet here, if you wouldn't mind going to page 4, if you're looking at some of the comps, houses that are what we think on Ware Road that we're a better comp for, our land, our total amount of land is being valued at, if you can see, the Cecile and Eric Baker going across, it's being valued at $30,000 an acre, when the comps on Ware Road are being valued at $8,000 an acre. And even some of the more 2 recent house sales on Lake Raponda, where the houses are on Lake Raponda,
Yeah.
unlike ours, their land is valued at less than that. And it just, the point we're trying to make is we're being valued like we're on Lake Raponda when we are in fact not. That's kind of what we're trying to show and prove here. And as a matter of fact, we have some other photos. Cecile just went on a, paddled around the lake.
Yeah.
We're actually considered to be a top 10. We're in the top 10 of houses valued on Lake Raponda. We're going to show you some of the other houses that are valued.
Oh. I've been to a couple of them, but not right near where you're using.
This is 426, beautiful. They're all beautiful. So is mine. Mine's just not a top 10. This is Pamela Farr's home. This is a beautiful brown house right on the water.
And we're valued higher than
Doesn't
that.
make it top 10. We're valued higher than hers, nearly on the water. This is the Watson's property, another beautiful property.
Valued higher than that.
This is the Witness property. This is a construction home they built since we bought our home. This is the brand new home on the island road. This is the house on the island itself, still under construction.
Oh, yeah.
And we're valued right now, same.
This is the most expensive sale in May. It sold for $2.5 million. We are valued by the town's assessment.
I think I've been to that one.
110 and 118. Beautiful photo just from this morning.
Oh, so you were floating around out there? Yeah.
This is 218 West Lake Road. This is at the end. This is the house that burned down. The new owners built a beautiful. They have 60 acres on the lake. Their 60 acres are valued less than our per acre basis, far less than our land. So we respectfully know these are all beautiful homes. Our home not in the same league as these homes.
And
it just isn't. This is not a waterfront. Literally, the only thing to see is the uninsulated cabin with no plumbing.
And then, if I may, the 2 houses that we think are the best comps for us are on Ware Road. It's 239 Ware Road and 161 Ware Road. 239 Ware Road, and if you got some of the details here on page 4, 239 Ware Road
was bought for $1.475 million in 2020. It is valued now at $1.347 million. Somehow it's valued less than the purchase price. We, by the way, it was a long time ago, it was 14 years ago. We bought our house for $630,000. Somehow it's doubled in value.
Which was the second one you mentioned?
So 239, you see, it's the Ware Road LLC. It's bought for $1.475 million. They have 163 acres. They have a 4,900 square foot house, and they're valued effectively in the same ballpark as our house, even though they have, over 150 more acres than we do, and their house is about between 15 and 1,700 feet bigger than ours. It's on top of a hill, and you can see the lake from their house. Ironically, you can't see the lake from our house in the summer. You can see the lake, from their house in the summer. So it's high up on a hill. It's a beautiful home. So we're being valued at 1.267, and they're effectively being valued at the same thing, the same rate. The other house, which is the Pavia house, he's since sold it, 161 Ware Road. Again, it's a bigger house than ours. It has a beautiful, second building that, one can live in.
It has plumbing, it's insulated, there's an upstairs apartment.
It has a tennis court, it's beautifully gardened. And it was recently sold for $875,000, valued recently, meaning last August. It was just valued at $832,000, so less than the purchase price. We think that's a great comp for our home. It's roughly the same amount of acreage. It has two buildings like ours. We also have an attached second building, a garage. Similar.
No plumbing in our garage.
No plumbing in our garage. No plumbing in our garage.
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
There's no plumbing. Yeah, there's no plumbing.
The only structure that has plumbing is our house.
The main
Our garage
house.
has no plumbing. The cabin on the lake has no
Yeah, they
plumbing.
wouldn't normally assume plumbing. There are things, when was it built? 2003? Yeah.
It's roughly 2001.
It's probably got a slab floor.
Our house?
Yes.
No, the garage.
Oh, the
The
garage.
garage,
The garage that was built. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
7 years ago. Yes.
And it's, does it have electricity?
Yes.
It does.
Oh, it does. Oh, okay. It's probably not heated in any way or anything.
It
We,
has a
it
heater.
has a heater. We can heat
Oh,
it
that's
with-
space heating though?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's not relevant. Okay, yeah.
And just one last point, sir. Of all these homes on the lake, we are on a class 4 home. There's only
Class
one
4
other
road,
home- Class 4 road, yes. There's only one other home that we've been talking about.
Did you say class 4?
Class 4.
Okay, that's pretty,
239, Ware Road is the only other road. The two of us bear the burden of that road. 161 is at the very beginning, but they can get away with not maintaining the road. We
Yeah.
cannot. We have to plow it in the winter. We must maintain that at our own cost. From the day we bought our house, the town has assessed it significantly over our cost. And we grieved our taxes. Hurricane Irene happened, and we decided to be good people and not go to the state for an appeal.
oh,
That has cost us dearly. And now that we understand how our property is being assessed and how it's being treated as a lakefront home,
yeah,
when it really isn't,
Mhm.
we simply ask for consideration and redress.
sure.
And
Yeah.
this is fascinating. Like like we had never seen this before.
Okay,
And I think it's all right here. It's this, it seems to me, looking, thanks to both of us. One, it's considered a waterfront home site. I think we've proven that it is in fact not a waterfront home site. And then two, there's this influence factor, which, kind of grosses up the adjusted rate of the $350,000. So our land is being valued at, I guess it's 580 in total. Our land is being valued at $581,000, which I think we've proven with some of the comps just doesn't make sense. We're in the same league as some of the nicest houses on one of the nicest houses at lakes in Vermont, and we just think that that's a poor comp. And, we're way overvalued if you compare us to the other railroad properties.
Well,
If you had,
said that there was value to being attached to the lake, right? I would respectfully suggest 361 Lake Raponda Road, bought by Peter McBride, would be a better comp. They have comparable acreage at 16 acres, and they're directly on the lake. Their property right next to the beach, and their land is valued at $16,000 an acre. The other homes, it's really hard to look at the acreage because they tend to be smaller properties. So the acreage, the land value ascribed is harder to compare. But the McBride house, and even then, we would respectfully suggest that's dramatically overvaluing our land when you look at the Ware Road comps, right? We have just 2 acres that abut the lake. We can't build on that. It's completely forested at the moment. The small cabin that we have, I don't even know how they put it up there. It's like literally takes up all the buildable land. There's nothing else that we could do there.
Do you have any questions for us, sir?
Not really, no. What I would say is that the details that you furnished here would be useful for the assessor, of course. And so he will, because you're having the grievance hearing, he'll be reviewing the property completely over the next week or so. And at some point, make some decision, or there might be no change. I can't speculate. You'll get another notice in about 2.5 weeks, approximately, in the mail to tell you what, if any, change was taking place.
I heard there may be a site visit. Is that possible? We welcome it.
It's an option. It would have to be justified as far as there is a time factor here for the requirements that the state has for finishing this process and mailing out those notices. So I don't know whether that would be possible or not, but of course it could be very useful at some point. So it's good that of course that you'd be happy to have somebody.
Happy to, because I think, Cy Sims used to say, educated consumer is our best customer, because if someone were to do the walk from our property, our house, down the steep slope, down the windy path to get to Lake Raponda Road, it'll be abundantly clear that we are in fact not a lake house.
I've walked a couple of houses, not with the same situation, but just going from, I counted 150 steps, I think, down to the shore from the road.
What other properties you say?
Do you want to keep the pictures?
Oh, they're good pictures, but I don't think it would really help all that much.
Okay.
You haven't, oh, you just took them. You don't have
Could I
them
leave this with
in
my
digital form.
What's that?
If you have any in digital form, you could.
I have them all in digital.
Oh, well, you could email them to Sarah's.
We can do that.
Yeah.
And will the assessor have access to this video? Assume it's being taped.
Oh, well, yes, anybody will have access.
Okay, great.
It's a public.
Yeah, so my message is, I think
public-
our message is, please look at the listers. Hey, what is the card?
Property card.
Yeah, look at the card. Please look at the land values. We think that's like at the core of it. It's the fact that we're viewed as a waterfront property and what seems to be this influence factor, which is making that 50% higher. We think that the crux of the math problem here is this.
You probably have some of what you just said in here.
Hmm?
You probably have some of what you just said in your.
Yes, this we got after I put that together,
Oh,
to be
okay.
honest. So
Yeah, you
I just
hadn't-
want to make it clear
you
if
hadn't
the
seen that.
assessors watch, if the assessors
Yeah.
watching this, that this is a core part of our once we saw this, I think we got to it like our own way, and now it's like abundantly clear why it's been valued the way it has.
Yeah. Okay, I'll make a note of that.
if that's fair. Any other questions for us, sir?
I don't think so. So you will be getting another notice.
Great.
And when you get that, you can decide if you'll need to do another step
Okay,
beyond.
great.
So you can have these back.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're quite welcome.
I love your dress.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, well, good luck with everything. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, bye now. You too.
Have a great day. Are you John?
Yes, I am.
All right.
And you are?
I'm Sarah.
Sarah, thank you very much. I'm sorry for the myriad of long diatribe emails.
Oh, no, don't apologize. That's what I'm here for. So that's his property card. And then this is just one of the emails that he wrote up, kind of a gist about what he's going to speak about.
Yeah.
So you can come on up and speak.
It's an ungodly hour to get up this morning.
Or do you work nights or something or?
No, I came up from New York and I'm driving back tonight now.
Oh, okay.
Your ability to do it today rather than the last day.
My name is Dan Bodwin, by the way. I work for the assessors, assessor. And, so whatever we gather here today for information will be passed on to the assessor. Including your letter here, email.
So I'm just going to set a timer just to kind of keep us in time here. But so we have 15 minutes and you can begin whenever you'd like.
Well, I mean, first off, thank you both and, for setting up this appointment.
Sure.
Of course, we're all here with the same question regarding grievances. I just want to point out some points on this piece of property that I believe are poignant to this assessment. Subject premises that we are talking about, 59 Stowe Hill Road, was constructed in and around 2005 by Steve Raffett. Was conveyed to us shortly after that as new construction. At that time, when the property was assessed, in order to bring it into conformity with other property lines, there was a equalization factor applied to those properties, which lowered the value of the property to keep it in line with the other properties on Stowe Hill Road of like size, property, configuration, and whatnot. In the subsequent years, the value of my property increased disproportionately to the others on Stowe Hill Road. I just want to paint a picture for you. The subject property, yes, is located on one of the larger parcels, 20 acres, but the parcel is predominantly unusable. Its topography, rock formations, and property type make it impossible to build anything other than what's there now in the place that it is in right now. The property has an easement on it in addition that further demonizes the property value. The property is adjacent to a cemetery, which is across the street, and a logging operation, which is up above. Okay, which is, whether it's a registered operation or not, that's what's going on above us, is logging, which, again, you're in Vermont, okay? The area where this home sits is on less than 4 acres. It is virtually the only area this property could have a house. When they perked this property, they only found one perk site. That's how much in 20 acres, that's what they found. The driveway also is in close proximity to Route 100, which heavy trucks are traversing at all times. And Route 100 is a highway practically, that this is within earshot of my home. We hear it all the time. Again, we're in Vermont.
Mm.
The driveway, in addition, its configuration provides an extremely hard egress because the driveway itself is extremely steep and requires monthly maintenance, which is an expense to the property owner, being me. But again, clearing, desirable access is a market point. All of which I just said affects property value. And let's be frank, location, location, location is what puts your market value into play here. The valuation method that was used in this case was, from what I received, market cost adjusted approach with replacement cost less depreciation. Now, I've heard that depreciation and replacement cost at 3 grievances ago from the prior assessor. He said, well, your house is newer, so it's assessment. But at some given point in time, this formula has to be taken into consideration of when is depreciation maximum depreciation, and certainly 20 years by any table, maximum depreciation would have been that great. I've already put a roof on that house. I've had to reslide that house. I've had to replace the appliances in that house. The only thing, and I should knock on wood, I've not had to replace the heat system. At some point, as I said, depreciation is no longer a factor. It's location, location, location. Reviewing the list of homes on Stowe Hill Road, which is in your grand list, I noticed that the biggest factor that I saw here was more than 6 acres, less than 6 acres. And as I said, granted, the subject property is in greater than 6 acres. I took that parameter and ran it up and down Stowe Hill Road, which roughly is about 30 homes. 3 or 4 of those homes had values in excess of $1 million. And those homes that have excess of $1 million are all largely on the top of Stowe Hill Road with panoramic views and open meadows and property. And it's, let's be honest, it's Vermont in every photograph we see. I then turned around and removed those from the list and compiled an average of the homes up Stowe Hill Road of like size, configuration, lot size, and ages. Of those homes, I took and averaged them. They come to an average of $550,000, excluding my property. I then took and added my property into it. And I took my property, which by rate card and whatnot, I used your information, then went on to the computer and took the information of those properties and found them to all be with either sold or built between 2000 and 2006. I then took those properties and I said, well, what do they have? Well, one had 20 acres, 23 acres, 25 acres, and the latest of a 50 acre. And the one that was sold in 2000 with 50 acres was sold for $509,000. Excuse me, assessed today at $509,000. I then looked at the next piece of property, 25 acres, and it was built in 2006. 1 year after mine, same size, same configuration, further up Stowe Hill Road, and its evaluation today is $566,000. Yet my property, further down Stowe Hill Road, in closer proximity to a main road, surrounded by commercial properties, is sitting on a $770,000 estimated assessment. I call your attention to the assessment being, if you look at the history of the assessment, it has gone up drastically. And the history of these homes has gone up in less drastic proportion. As a further part of my test study, I said, this might be an isolated thing. Let me go to another area. I went to Bow Ridge Road. Now, Bow Ridge Road is a private road listed up Stowe Hill Road. Those properties are all on 10 acres except for one. In those properties that is on one, has 20 acres. Those properties, all of them, the lowest is assessed at 494, the highest assessed at 693, having 20 acres, okay, on top of the meadow with panoramic views. Again, location, location, location. The assessed average in those properties, is that my time?
No.
Oh. Where was I? Those assessed evaluation averages come out to $520,000. I applied the same rationale, I feel, that what definitions say, market value less market value replacement cost less depreciation. I took your rationale and applied it to my test subject. The overall goal here, of course, is to have all our homes in the valley at an equal footing and provide a fair and equitable value. In years past, values have been assessed, and in some cases, in an arbitrary and capricious manner. If prior sales are being used, we should consider the escalation of home prices, and as a result of the mass exodus due to COVID, property values increased immensely during COVID. But those prices now are starting to level out and come down. Okay, and I believe that the increased cost of construction materials, while was extremely high during the COVID period, has started to come down. Having some knowledge in this in my field, okay, I'm in the insurance field and I do replacement cost analysis. I think that that plays an important part. But in fairness and in reviewing the numbers at bay, I feel that the value of my property is being arbitrarily placed at a higher number for whatever reason, probably because where it started, than the houses in this, that surround me with better views, better location, level property, meadows, easier access. These properties all have a much lower value on top, Stowe Hill Road. I feel that a fairer assessment of my property is somewhere between $570,000 and $600,000. Okay. I feel that that is a fair number based on what is in my community. I welcome any questions you would have. I did not know that we should have exhibits. Otherwise, I would have prepared something a little more better than Chinese notes. I apologize. But
You
if
still-
you would like a copy,
you
I'd
still-
be able to type it up and send it if you'd like it.
You can
if
still
need it.
submit something, yes, to her, Sarah's email
Believe me,
address.
I'm intimate with Sarah's email.
Okay. Yeah,
I just
the sooner the better, though, if possible.
Well, it won't be till like next Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah. Oh, well,
Not
that,
very often.
no,
But
that
I
would
think that
still work.
I truly feel that, you know, I understand what the city, to give you further information, I was a city councilman in my hometown. We were saddled with exactly what you're doing 2 years ago. We had to do it during the toughest times in history. People were out of work, and it's a rough job here. And I have a lot of respect for taking on the task. This is a tough time, and I do believe it's the right time, but the study that I've seen in some of these houses, some people, my property went up 30%, while another property went up 10%, and I can see that property across the street. So I'm not saying raise his taxes. What I'm saying is, please use these properties in consideration for my value. And I ask for your assistance.
Well,
Would you have any questions I could answer for you?
I don't think so. You haven't seen this property card before, have you?
The first time I saw it was when Sarah sent it.
Okay. You might want to look that over for the information that's on there. I could ask you, you know,
I don't mean to, I can barely hear you.
To ask, to verify that the data is correct as far as interior information, bedrooms, bathrooms.
The house itself
Yeah.
is, as I said, the same as what's here. Oh, you
Okay.
need that information? Yes. This
Yeah.
is my house.
Yeah.
My house is a big box.
Yeah.
Okay. It was, I have the plans for it still at home. They
Yeah.
were a set of online plans that were purchased by Steve.
Mm-hmm.
This is, I mean, the drawing is a fair rendering
Mhm.
of the drawing.
Okay.
I mean, the configuration of the house is right. The upstairs, I don't know where they put that in up in the top, but I know it is because it's this way. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bedrooms. Hold on a second. Let's take a look here real quick. That is correct. That is correct. Water heat. Okay, that is correct. I mean, the definition of rooms, they call it a formal dining room. I mean, it's one big great room.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, it's hard to
yeah, I know.
label that.
Story height is 2, that's correct. Living area, that is correct. Now I note in that question, that living area, the living area as registered on here is different than what is online.
Okay.
The online number on my house, when you go on the computer, it says 2,800 square feet.
28.
I saw that in my test subjects, the properties that I questioned or called into consideration, those square footages on those homes were 2,800, 2,600, 2,300, and 2,500, all conventional built 2-story homes. I assumed that they had that number because that from the property, they only took the footprint, because the footprint is 28.
Yeah. And living space sometimes is calculated from interior measurements.
Yeah.
Instead of not
Yeah.
including
I mean,
the,
we use
Yeah.
the for construction guides, we use Exactware. There's about 5 different programs out there. There's Exactware, there's Bokeh, Marshall and Swift. Each one of them have their own little nuances on how to measure a house.
yeah. In most cases, in assessing towns, they measure the outside footprint.
That's
And
what
where
what
it starts.
Exactware does.
Yeah.
That's what Exactware does.
Okay.
Do you, like I said, do you have any question?
No, not at this time. So all this information will be your letter and so on, and anything you sent to Sarah.
Okay,
We'll go to the assessor.
I'll send up a post-hearing wrap-up email to Stacy.
That'd be great, yeah. So you'll be getting another notice in about 2.5 weeks from now, sent to you to show you what, if any, change was made in the valuation.
Okay.
And that will also tell you that at that point, you can choose if you want.
I know the other
Go
parameters.
to the BCA.
So you have to go to the civil authority.
Right, exactly.
I mean, honestly, like I said, I guess we have a couple of minutes because nobody's here behind us yet.
Oh, there is somebody.
Oh, we have 2 people waiting.
Oh, sorry. Okay, well, I'm gonna let you run.
Oh,
I thank you for your time.
yeah,
Let's see
You're
what
welcome.
happens.
yeah, it's good that you came in. Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, bye now. Good luck.
Again, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll send you an email.
Okay. All right, so next we have Peter. And you can go ahead and unmute if you haven't already.
I have. Greetings. Happy Friday.
Then he did a little bit of like, you know what? I think that's just me.
Oh, that's
just
it.
mine.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's his property card.
Okay. it's
Oh,
good.
wait, no, I'm lying. There it is.
There it
That's
is.
right up.
Great.
So I'm just gonna start a timer just to keep us in line here. So go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Is that Sarah that I hear outside of the screen?
Yes, yeah. I'm off the screen. I'm over here.
Hi, Sarah.
And
Nice to meet you.
my name is Dan Bodwin.
Hi, Dan.
I work with the assessor for the reappraisal.
Nice to meet you, Dan. And Sarah, thank you for your prompt feedback on all my queries and my notes.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, I looked at this, understand the tax increase. And my estimate was that our taxes would be going up by 40%. And that's kind of the conversation I've been having with Sarah for the last week, back and forth, saying, and I don't know, Sarah, if you have any of those emails, I could share a screen. I don't know if you'll be able to read an email from there, Dan?
So a common misconception that we've been dealing with is that just because your assessment went up by that, that does not mean your taxes will go up by that.
Yes, but if I compute my current tax bill to the penny, it's per the assessment you sent us. So our current value prior to this reassessment is $167,620. Per your website, the 2023 total non-residential tax rate is 2.2268. and multiply that times my appraisal, and you get my tax bill exactly. So that I laid out in my email, and this is what I'm having a hard time understanding, which is $4,001.25. So I said, our new tax would be the new valuation, 233,560, close to a 40% increase, times per year listing the total non-residential tax rate of 2.38, which has crept up a little bit, or 5,575, an increase of, just about 40%. So I'm just at a loss for how, if my current number is tied in, my current tax bill is tied into what you gave me completely, how the next one wouldn't be, and how this isn't destined to go up 40%, which of course, no one wants to see that tax increase on their house, and just makes things very difficult for us. So that's my confusion in understanding how those numbers, how I'm misinterpreting those numbers.
Well, I would say, first of all, that we can't really talk about tax rate, either past or future. It's actually even possible that the tax rate could go down. It's not known which way, what's going to happen.
But it's on your website.
I'm not sure what you saw on the website.
I'll show you.
Those might be last year's numbers, but that wouldn't be what's gonna happen this year
No,
necessarily.
you have both years on there. Here, let me share the screen that I have, because that's the email I wrote. Just give me a second. Share the right screen. Hope this is it. No, I don't know if that's it. That's not it. On your website. Tricky. You have. Frustrating. Okay, share. I'm just sharing this back. Give me a second here. Stop share. On your website, you have Wilmington tax rate fiscal year 23-24. You've got the town rate, the residential school rate, the total residential tax rate, the non-residential tax rate, and then you say last year for reference.
Yeah, so those are the rates for last year's tax bills. So our tax bills for this year, which would be 24-25,
Okay,
have not come out yet.
okay.
And that's where these assessments are set for.
All right. Well, do you anticipate, it's where what do you anticipate that to be? Because I'm anticipating a 40% change based on these numbers not having changed from year to year in terms of your tax rates. And it's hard to discuss a grievance until I know what my bill's going to be, right? I expect
I
tax increases.
understand. I understand your concern totally, but grievance is about your assessment and whether or not you think your assessment is fair and that your property is worth what it's been assessed for.
Okay.
So the tax rates don't come into play for grievance purposes. And we won't know anything about our tax rates until after grievance hearings are finished and we send our final assessments up to the state. And then we get, we are able to set tax rates.
Okay, and then my only other follow-up question to that, which I'd been asking, would be, is there any understanding of the overall proposed tax valuation increases across Wilmington? In other words, it's easy to take sample pools, right? And see what everything's going up, but is there an overall number which your appraisals have gone up for Wilmington, just to know whether one fits within that number, within the means? Because it's hard to tell when you can't, right, do the research from neighborhood to neighborhood. I was wondering if you had that for both residential and non-residential homes, what the overall average is in terms of reappraisals as a number. Is that,
An average for the whole town?
yeah, yeah. Do you,
Oh, no, we haven't been using any number in that way.
okay,
It wouldn't be very, I know you might feel it's useful for you.
right,
But there is such a variation across a whole town that it wouldn't really help all that much when we're talking about your particular property or any individual property. All houses are very different from each other in most cases. And so it's hard to say, it's hard to find some relationship with the whole town's change. So that, to answer your question.
and final question, is there any variance that you can see in between residential and non-residential homes? It's just getting an understanding, looking down the future, whether we want to, primary or secondary, whether we need to move up there to manage our tax increase or not full-time. I didn't know if there was a difference between primary and secondary home increases in terms of reappraisals. In general.
Yeah, I don't think so. What?
I wouldn't know anything like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any answer for that. I would say that one thing that will be eventually made public is the grand list total dollar value for the town. And that's usually made public at some point, which would be probably by the end of August. So it wouldn't do you any good right now, but you could compare that number to last year's grand list number for some kind of average.
Okay. I appreciate that. So next steps, when do you compute the final tax rate? And when will that be posted?
We wouldn't know that until, so our grievance hearings go all next week. And then we have a week after that to be able to do our results from grievance. And then we send our final numbers to the state and then they send us back numbers. So that would be another at least week after that. So it would be probably mid-August, I would guess.
Got it. And the last question, your current non-residential tax rate is 2.2871, and it went up from the prior year. If that holds, I can conclude that my rate will go up 40%, given my reappraisal's gone up 40%, correct? If that rate held?
If it did,
I
but
guess,
normally
yeah.
with a reappraisal, what happens is because the entire town's common level of appraisal has gone up, it
Got it.
helps to keep the town tax rate lower and sometimes even lower than the year previous.
Okay, so that could come down by 10 to 15 to 20% plus the 2.381, which is really the code that calculates the final taxes. All right, keeping our fingers crossed. Any sense to that? Is it coming up or down? Our holding.
Right.
I should mention, you will be getting a second notice as a result of having this discussion, this hearing, to show if there was any change made in your valuation, or even if there's no change.
Right.
And that would also include information about the options for further grievance with higher authorities.
Right.
And so that'll be in the notice, probably in about 2.5 weeks.
All right.
You'll
I
get
appreciate your time, guys. Dan,
Okay.
Sarah, nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you too.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Hi, Ken. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So I'm just going to set us a timer to try and keep us on time. We're running a little bit behind right now, but so you can go ahead and start whenever you'd like.
Yeah, I don't have a ton to say. I just think, so I got my numbers. So my previous number was 265, 650, and then you guys came at me with 607, 910, which is about 130% increase from where my house was. And I guess my biggest thing is there's no way my house is worth that. It's not even close. I mean, we bought this house, I guess about 3 years ago. And we bought it for lower than that, probably about $60,000-$70,000 lower than what you guys. And we bought it at the height of COVID, when everything was doubled up there. And we knew that when we bought it. We knew that we bought the house, at an increase. Our house was one of the only houses that was actually available at the time, on the lower price point, and we purposely bought a lower price point home because of what we could afford and everything. And I'm having a really hard time understanding. It's a 1970s house. We haven't fixed it up. We haven't modified it. We haven't done anything to this house. And there's no way that this house is worth that much. I don't even like, it's kind of blowing me away, how they came up. Even if you get comps on the sides of me or any of that, I still don't see how you get the number of 607. 130% increase is just crazy. I mean, I'm married, I have 3 kids. Our plan was to, come up there and enjoy Vermont and the area, and we love it. But if we get an increase like that, our plan was to really kind of, fix the house up over time. But if you put an increase like that in there for us, and we're not going to be able to do that, we're just not going to be able to upgrade the house and kind of plan on doing what we wanted to do over time. And so that's my biggest grievance. My grievance is the number of what you're saying the house is worth. And I don't think it's worth anything close to that.
My name's Dan, by the way. I don't know if
Hey,
I
Dan.
introduced myself. And I work with the assessor, and I'm whatever we discuss here today will go to him as far as documents and so on. So what was your sale price in 2022, was it, or 21?
I think it was 21, the end of 21, I think we bought that house. I think we paid $540 for the house.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it says 550 here. Sorry.
It was, yeah, we gave cash back. We ended up, it was around 540 with cash, all that. So, and that was, again, my whole point is, and that was us overpaying for the house due to, the whole pandemic and where we were.
Yeah.
And
was the house appraised by an appraiser at that time before you bought it?
I'd have to look it up to see if it was appraised.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to, I mean, I know we put down a lot of money for the house. I want to say we put down, over $150,000 for the house. And we did get a mortgage for the balance of it. So we just had to cover that.
Yeah.
So whatever it was, yeah, obviously we got a mortgage for the balance of that. So.
Yeah, sometimes an appraisal can be useful, but it's not like anything that's really necessary. Have you made any changes to the house at all since you moved in?
No, just cleaned it up a little. I mean, but nothing structural or anything like that.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I'm having a real hard time with everything. I mean, kind of buying a house in Vermont and with plans on doing things with the kids and all that kind of stuff, and upgrading the house over time, and then to kind of get hit with such an increase is just, it's kind of kind of like getting hit with a bag of bricks.
Have you got a copy of the assessor's property card by any chance?
I just got the letter in front of me that was sent.
Okay, okay. We would just want you to be aware of the data for the various parts of the house, details, number of bathrooms and so on. And to make sure that we had the correct data for the house itself. Do you have a feeling for what you think a theoretical market value would be reasonable? That in
I
your
mean,
mind?
it's definitely worth more than the 265, 650.
Yeah.
I agree that it's more, but I don't think it's worth anything close to 607. You know, I would, again, you know, I think the number is more closer to, you know, 400, somewhere around 400. Maybe 410, you know, a little bit over. But I just couldn't see that house, even selling today, I couldn't see it getting more than that.
Well, I can explain that something about the reappraisal that the reappraisal uses for the analysis all of the sales that took place in the past 3 years up to March 31st. All of those sales are in the computer for the analysis, and the market has increased quite a bit here in Wilmington, and in other towns as well. And that's where your value comes from. But it's based on the type of house you have and location somewhat. And so all of the available sales become part of the way your value was created.
So are they comparing bedrooms and baths? And I mean, it's so, you know, it has no garage. I mean, a lot of the houses around my area are, you know, some of the houses are pretty big houses.
Yeah.
So, and again, this is an older 1970 built house with no garage. Again, I'm just having a really hard time understanding the number of 607, almost 608. It just doesn't make sense. And I know, you know, I know a pretty good amount about real estate. I live in New Jersey, you know, so we use that house. We use that house, obviously, just during different times. But you know, so I mean, I've bought real estate, you know, more over here in Jersey and stuff, but that increase is, I've never seen an increase like that.
Well, I would like to just to review a little bit, just some of the details that should be correct. Is it 4 bedrooms for the whole house? Or
yes.
whatever you call
Yes.
bedrooms? Okay.
Yes.
And 2 full baths and 2 half baths?
It's 2 full baths and 2, yes, that is correct.
Okay. So your heating system, is it forced hot air propane?
Yep, that's correct.
And let's see. So there is a finished area in the lower level, the basement area?
Yeah, the basement area, so that is a finished type of area, yes.
Okay. Does that have heat from the central heating system as well?
There's heat down there, yes.
Okay. And there is 1 fireplace?
Yes.
And your what's the siding on the house?
It's just I guess it's like it's just regular siding. I don't know. It's, you know, it's I don't know what it's called. I don't know if it's
It's not wood or,
It's not wood.
okay,
It's like siding. It's like, just like
Yeah.
regular siding, I guess, on. I don't know the name of it though.
okay, that's okay. And the roof is out asphalt roofing?
Yes, yeah.
Oh. And there is, I guess there's an attic space at the top floor?
That's where a bedroom is, and that's included in that number you gave.
Okay. Oh. And so there is no outbuilding, there's no garage, no other outbuilding at all?
No, there's not. I
Okay.
wish there was, but there's not.
Yeah. Well, that seems to be all in order for the interior information.
It's just an old house, that's I
Yeah.
guess that's more of my point, that is accurate
Yeah.
as far as the bedrooms and everything, but it's a 50-something-year-old house.
So you're not aware of any renovations or remodeling that was done before you bought it? I
But what do you mean?
You weren't aware of any remodeling or renovations that was done just prior to your moving in, buying it?
No, and I wasn't told anything like that.
Okay.
I know the house is going to need a new septic soon. That's one of the things that was told to us.
Ah.
That's about $30,000 to $40,000. So yeah, it's just kind of.
What I would say now is that what we've discussed here will be made available to the assessor about your feelings for the valuation. And you'll be getting another notice in about 2.5 weeks, approximately, to say, to show what, if any, change was made for your property. And even if there's no change, you will still get a notice, because it will also tell you about your availability to take another step up to grieve your valuation if you don't have any resolution from this part of the process.
Okay.
So that'll be mailed to you in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
So yeah, it's good that you did, call in this way. It will be totally reviewed by the assessor, and in case there was anything that was incorrect, and that's what we will have to wait for, is to see what happens from there.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks very much for calling in, and have a good day as well.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thanks,
right.
Ken.
Thanks.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, next we have Richard Gallant. Are you Richard? All right, come on up.
Okay.
And I don't know if you had a chance to get one of these. This is your property cards. It gets printed right from our assessor system. Okay, so that's for
Yeah.
your
The
record.
backside has a diagram of the building and everything. So that's stuff you'll want to look at some point, or we may go over it briefly as well.
Okay, here's my letter.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. This is Sumner Lane. Looked like a different house that I was thinking of something else. Oh, did you just take these? Oh, yeah, 7-Eleven. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. So these are showing things that are relevant to what you want to talk, tell us about. Oh, great. Yeah. You don't have these in a digital form probably, right? That's okay. We can handle these the way they are. I just thought I'd ask. Yeah, okay. Are you leaving this for us? Okay. Yeah, these will get passed on to the assessor for his reviewing of the property. So, yeah, so you're welcome to have a seat there and we'll talk about them. And my name is Dan, by the way. My name is Dan.
Dan?
Yeah.
Okay, no-
I work with the assessor.
Take a look at the picture.
And I've got your letter here. Well, I see you have several items here of issues about things that are detracting from the value, supposedly, yeah. Do you know, there was a oh, yeah, there was a reappraisal done in 2020. Yeah, I was gonna ask if anybody had been to your house to look at it. Not that you know, okay. Just thought I'd ask, yeah. Just thought I'd ask. You know, you can bring your chair and we'll give you a microphone.
That'll be a lot easier. Sure. It's closer to you too.
Yeah.
You just gotta turn it on.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That would be good. So we can go over some details about the house, and you can if you turn that side over. So along this column here, there's a lot of details, most of which are pretty obvious, explanatory. The living area, which shows that it's a small partial upper story. And so farther down the room count, it says there's 2 bedrooms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then below that, we're seeing, oh, so what do you have for heat for the house?
Wood stove.
Just
It's
a
a
wood-
camp. It's a camp.
Oh, it's a camp. Okay. So it's not, you don't live there at all.
Nope, just,
Okay.
it's only a summer camp.
Okay. And that's just personal use or whatever? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's nice. So it's just the wood stove then? Yeah. So there's no fireplace though? Okay. And is the wood stove, is it built in the wall or does it sit out by itself?
Slab on the floor.
Oh, a slab, okay.
I
Yeah.
put a little cement slab underneath it.
That's, yeah, to fireproof, yeah. Okay. So then, let's see. So there's, is there no bathroom?
No bathroom. I have an
Okay.
electric toilet.
Oh,
It was, it did have an outhouse when I
Oh, it
first
did?
got it. I
Okay.
put an electric toilet.
Electric, huh? That's inside the house?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not an incinerating toilet, is it?
Yeah.
It's what they call in, I've heard of incinerating. I
I
haven't. heard-
guess it, but the fire in there and it burns it up.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm just gonna. Toilet. Is there any insulation
No.
at all?
None that's, not really.
Yeah, okay.
Mostly wide open.
Yeah, okay. Which is normal for most camps, yeah.
I mean, it's stuck a little in the walls, in a few spots, but it's not really insulated.
Yeah, it's not really doing much. Well, if you have a good wood
fire,
stove,
yeah.
you got plenty of heat, yeah.
Even with the wood stove sometimes it's pretty.
Oh, okay. When the wind blows, I suppose. Um, and so this sketch is showing the different sections of your house, looking down from above.
Okay,
So,
let me look at it. There's, okay, I'll look at it like this.
oh,
Okay, I drive in here, park right here.
so what do you call the front then?
I call this the front.
Oh, okay, so this is the front then.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're showing a front porch.
Yeah,
that would
that's
be
where the toilet's
this
at, the
segment.
front porch. Right there.
Oh,
It's
okay.
enclosed.
Yeah.
The front porch is enclosed.
Oh, it's
The toilet's
enclosed.
outside.
Oh, I see. There are windows on it though?
Yes, it's one.
Okay. We don't seem to have a photograph here, but that's okay for now. So is it sort of like a 3-season porch?
Out here,
Yeah,
that's not really a porch. It's a little room. It was a porch. I took and enclosed the porch. It's got one, and then I put a wall up. There's a bath. That's where the bathroom is.
oh, okay. So does this dimension kind of seem 4 feet by
Oh.
16 feet? Does that seem about right?
What's the camp? That
Yeah,
24?
yeah,
It's probably short by 5 or 6 feet there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that seems about right. And then on the side here, there's a deck. Is this a deck?
Yep,
there?
that's a deck.
And then, so then you have
I call that a sunroom. It's
Yeah.
enclosed with,
they're calling that an enclosed porch.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And then a piece of deck
Right.
here. So that seems correct. And, there's no basement, of course.
oh, it's just a.
Is it on piers?
It's on cement blocks.
Cement blocks? Okay.
Yeah.
All the way around or at different spots?
Different spots.
Okay, so kind of like pillars of
Yeah.
bricks.
If you
yeah.
see the pictures, you'll see that's
Oh, yeah.
one of my major problems.
Oh. Oh, yeah. I should have looked at the pictures first.
There's on the front of the house, this wall right here facing the road.
Yeah.
That's the wall. This is real serious trouble.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Wow.
I haven't been able to get over there. My wife died. 18 years ago. I'm 88, so I haven't done anything with it.
Yeah. Oh,
It's bad shape. Cross that. That particular wall right there, which would be this wall here.
okay. Yeah, that's going to require some major,
And I don't. Side of the camp's up in the air, so to speak.
yeah. Yeah.
And then as you go back, it's right to the ground. Right
Okay.
to the ground. I don't know what shape the rest of it is, but that's what I got. right
Yeah, it
now.
could be worse probably.
Yeah.
The ground heaving in this winter stuff.
Really in tough shape.
Yeah. Well, but it's not exactly unsafe yet, but it's probably getting there as far as walking right on top of that. Yeah. Okay, well,
So that covers that whole wall on this end.
yeah. So I'm seeing, seems to be described as a kind of an average camp. Maybe not average condition.
Oh, there's,
perhaps.
here's the other
Yeah.
pictures you want to look at.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you what side of the house camp you're at.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Wow.
Okay, that's where that sunroom is right here.
Yeah.
And then the little porch.
The deck. Yeah. Yeah.
That's on that porch, the wall there's all.
Mm.
That is. Oh, that's where that bathroom ends right here.
Yeah.
And that's the wall there. It's in tough shape.
Is that wall, what's that wall made of?
Well,
It's not really holding up too well though. So,
been there since I bought it.
so it was 19 80, is that it?
Something back in the eighties, I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Oh, it says 1960 again, originally.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
That's the back of the camp. That's the deck on the back. That
Mm.
long deck you see right here,
Yeah.
that's in tough shape.
What's this? What's this?
Oh, that's the back door. There's
Oh.
a door. Right here. Can't see it.
Okay.
See it. It's in tough shape. It's not a $94,000 camp.
Yeah, probably not.
I kind of questioned it when they raised it to 66. In fact, I think I did send a grievance in, but
Oh,
they didn't change
apparently
it.
there was no change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have liked to have been there in person to see it. But you've got several good pictures here. So that might be useful. This is all going to go to the assessor, as I said.
Okay.
And he will review it.
Yeah, I think if they went and looked at it, I don't think they ever went and looked at it this time.
Well, supposedly in 2020, they went to every house.
Yeah.
2020. So there might be a record of somebody having been there, but if it looked like that in 2020, I would have thought it might have been different value on here, but that's just my thought about it. And so I
Oh, I guess
do
you
you
probably,
not own the? Oh,
you probably read all that. But
I didn't actually. I kind of skimmed
Yeah.
through it. Do you own the land?
no, the land,
'Cause
it's in that note. So the
Oh,
land
it's in
belongs to
here?
the club. So I just own the building.
Oh, okay. Okay. What's the
And
club?
just, the Southern Vermont Boating Club.
Oh,
Oh, so they're all land leases that down there.
okay. This is the first one I've come across.
No
Okay.
land.
Yeah.
There's, the only thing I got is electric heat. I got electric lights.
Yeah.
But the
okay.
road is private up in there. The club belongs to the club.
Oh. Well, there's plenty to deal with useful information here. So what will happen is after the assessor reviews the property, all this information, there may be a change or not, but you will get another notice,
Yeah.
even if there's no change, in about 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
To show what, if any, change took place with the valuation.
I personally, I think I mentioned on there, I think it's about probably worth somewhere in the $30,000 range.
That would be what you would feel.
Yeah.
Well, I'll make a note
Because
of that.
there's no land, no.
Yeah.
Nothing,
Um,
other than the camp.
well, there's,
The camp is pretty tough shape.
yeah. About 30, you said?
Yeah, I think I could get probably 30, 35, maybe the best. If I went to put it on the market.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the market's crazy right now.
Yeah.
But that camp is not a $94,000 camp. Way in the position it is right now.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, you'll get that notice, and there are
Okay.
options after this grievance period. I don't know if you were aware that
No,
there's other steps you can take to seek resolution. But wait and see what you get for a notice, and go from there.
Yeah.
So it's good that you came in to show what it looks like. Do you have plans to try to sell it or not?
If price stays up high, I'll have to. I won't have a choice.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we don't know what the mill rate's going to be for the taxes.
Yeah, I realize that.
There's no way to know yet. So, and it may not be much different. Who knows? So this is good. Yeah. So thanks for coming in today.
Okay.
And,
Thank you.
all right. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. You can leave. You can leave it. I'll do it.
I'm the nice guy here.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks
for your time.
All right.
Okay, so next we have Marie. Marie and Bill. Hi, Marie.
Hi, are you Sarah?
Yes. I know you
Hi.
can't see me. I'm not in the camera.
It's okay.
My name is Dan.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
I work with the assessor for the reappraisal.
Okay.
Oh. So we've got your documents that you submitted here,
Mhm.
and you may start with what you wanted to discuss first.
Sure. So I'm sure the values went up so much since the last time, so it just really got my attention. So I just did some more research, and my husband noticed that I don't know how long it's been on there, that the property card has the property listed as a 5-bedroom. It's not. It's a
Okay. Well,
it's a 3-bedroom house.
okay.
So that's might be why. So when I did an analysis of other homes, so when we bought the house in 2000 roughly, we I know the comps were in Chimney Hill, so I got a lot of comps from Chimney Hill, and then I also got houses on our street, and it just seems that ours was valued more, and maybe that's the issue. So
Oh, no, it wouldn't have been actually, because
Okay.
the room count doesn't actually change the value.
oh, the bedroom count doesn't. Okay.
Pardon me?
Okay, so the room count. So anyway, it just seems like it's slightly higher than the other property increases. So I just did a chart in Excel, and it
Yeah.
seemed like it was higher. So just because I just feel like I don't want to drop the ball, because this is always going to build. So, if I just say, oh, let it go this time, then the next time it's going to build and build and build, and the percentage increase
Yeah.
is going to just keep going up. So I just want them to review it and see, it's not a huge percentage. I'm just looking at like a slight, 5-10% to be in more line with the other properties.
Well, yeah, it's worth questioning. It doesn't, and it certainly it can't hurt to
Okay.
discuss it in some way. So you didn't see any other anything else other incorrect on the actual the details about the house itself?
Yeah, there's a porch sketched out on there that I don't know if they were counting as a room. Let me just look at that property card again that I sent.
Would
Because
that be-
that's definitely not a room. There's like a porch in the back.
The 10 foot by 13
Yeah.
rectangle?
Yeah, it's just a porch. So I don't know. Does that show as a porch? Can you tell on that? Or do we need to tell them that?
So is there no heat in that?
There's no heat.
It's closed off from the rest of the house then?
Yes, it's just, yeah.
Is
Like
it finished on-
we put the trash in there and a bear got in the other day. Like that's what we mostly use it for, is trash.
Yeah. So is it rough inside there, or is there walls, insulation?
There's walls, there's no insulation.
Okay. Yeah, that would be considered an enclosed porch.
Okay.
So they may have had to estimate at some point, and whatever they saw from the outside, if they didn't get in to see it,
Yeah.
it may have looked like finished living space. So that can be easily corrected to be just an enclosed porch.
Yeah.
Was there anything else
No.
you saw in there that was not clear?
Nope.
So the heating is the heating still electric baseboard?
There's electric and there's propane. I don't know what you call those wall units. There's,
Oh, is it
yeah.
mounted on the wall?
yeah,
Okay, so that would be a space heater.
okay,
But the electric is still in the house if you wanted it.
correct. And so, well, we have to use the electric too, because
Yeah.
otherwise it's not, that other propane's not in all the rooms. It's just, when we bought the house, I think we saw what the electric bill was and we freaked out. Like, we better do something.
Okay. So you do have some finished area in the basement, I guess.
I mean, it has a utility room and I work down there from my computer. It has propane heat, but it's not a finished, like, there's no flooring. There is a ceiling and walls, but a finished basement, and it is a walkout basement.
Is there anything on the walls? Covering the wall?
Board that was there, there's some barn board and some sheetrock on the walls.
There is some?
Mhm.
Okay. So that seems correct. But
Yeah.
you said there's definitely there's nothing on the floor in the way of
Just the
normal
cement
flooring.
that was originally there.
Okay. Is it the bare concrete or?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
concrete, yeah.
Okay. You don't get any water down there then, I guess, probably.
Yeah, we do sometime in the spring, yeah, we do.
Oh, okay. So how long have you lived there? Approximately?
Since 2000.
Since 2000. Has there been any modernization or
Yeah, yeah.
remodeling somewhat?
We redid the kitchen.
The kitchen? Okay.
Yeah.
There's 2 bathrooms?
Yeah, there's always, well, yeah, I guess because there's a shower in the basement, there's a bathroom. There was always there. And
Okay.
then there's one bathroom on the main level, and then the 2 bedrooms upstairs there's no plumbing on that top level.
There's what?
There's no plumbing on the top level. There's just
Oh,
2
okay.
bedrooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And there is a fireplace?
Yes.
So are there any, there is a shed apparently somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. So that seems correct. A small shed. Well, that pretty much covers the basic details for the interior and so on.
Okay.
And the
only thing that I thought that was weird on there, Dan, is that it's not a formal dining room. It's like it's a
yeah,
cave
that's
style
tiny.
house. So, I mean, it's tiny. You see the footprint, but so you go in the back door and there's a kitchen, dining area, living room. It's just like that whole in the master bedroom on the first, and that takes up the whole first floor with the bathroom and the staircase. So I don't know why they put I don't know, when you say that that won't affect the room count by having 5 bedrooms.
No,
I don't know what
and
the room count
the
is.
labeling of formal dining room doesn't change the valuation either. It's kind of an old-fashioned term.
Yeah, I guess when I was looking at that, I'm like, a formal dining room. Okay.
Yeah, it just more or less these days, it just means there's a place to eat somewhere.
Yes, there is.
In the first floor. So I see you have some comps that you looked up here.
Yeah.
So
And I drove by them all. They seem comparable.
well, I could tell you that the reappraisal does look at all the values in town and all of the properties that sold during the past 3 years. So
Okay.
your value is created from that information by the assessor's computer software that is required to use for a town reappraisal. And these values are reviewed before they're mailed out. But that doesn't mean there isn't room to question things, and perhaps there might be a change. What will happen, and there will be a change for that back porch area that you mentioned. So there will be a second notice mailed out to you in about 2.5 weeks to let you know what, if any, change was made on the valuation.
Okay.
From that point on, there are options to have other grievance with other parties, boards of officials, if you are not getting satisfaction from this part of the process.
Okay.
So that'll be in your notice when you get that.
Sounds good.
So yeah, it's good that you brought things to our attention. We'll just have to wait and see what happens from there.
Sure.
So thanks
Thanks
very
for,
much for the
yeah, thanks for your
data.
time. Thanks.
Okay, well,
Thanks for doing this.
good luck with everything. Thank you.
Okay. And thanks, Sarah, off camera.
Yeah, she's still
You're
there.
welcome.
Yeah.
Sarah, you were great at responding. I'm like, ooh.
Oh,
Good.
thank you. It's been so hard trying to keep everybody in line and figure out who's next to talk to.
I saw that.
I do my
I
best.
saw-
I end up a couple days behind on myself here, a few days, but I'm catching up as I can.
When I counted the grievances last year, it looks like there was only 13 in total. I'm thinking you're going to get a lot more this year.
Yeah. We sent out 3,100 notices of change of appraisal. So yeah, we figured we were going to get a lot of them. We'll be here all next week doing these. So
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
And you must be Lori. Yes. Good. How are you? Oh, you're welcome. So this is that's her email.
Okay.
I just had some comments.
Oh,
on
great.
this, just
Yeah.
a little summary of the history of the house and stuff.
Okay.
So we can keep these?
Oh, yeah, absolutely,
Okay,
yeah.
great,
Has some photos attached to it too.
great.
Yeah, because my house is there's some like errors in the property part and also.
Oh.
Yeah, and the original, the assessment from 2016, which I was really busy at that time of my life, and I couldn't ever read it until this.
Yeah.
So I didn't recognize that there were some things in there that shouldn't have been in there.
Yeah, well,
Like I don't have a walkout basement. You know, they're putting this roof into the garage and the shed, those don't have heat, they don't have flooring, they have nothing, it's literally, you put wood in there, that's it. And it's for footage of the lawn, but.
oh, well, yeah, how, you have a different number from somewhere somehow?
Yeah, so it's from you guys, but it's different sets of paperwork, so. It was-
Oh.
Yeah, so you guys did a map and there's square footage there, and then there's a uniform appraisal report, and that had different square footage, and then on this one too. But basically it ranged from 3,070 to down to, if you add up, like 2,444. So somewhere in that range. And I know that the map that I was given from this. So this is the basement. So that's the garage. And that's just a wood shed. It has no heat, no floor, nothing.
Okay.
And then there's the utility room here that has no floor, no heat, nothing. And it's large. And then there's just a storage room and a bathroom. And then
that's just, that's a living room. That's the only finished space. So it's about half of this figure.
This is the basement?
Yes. But there's no way to walk outside unless you go through the
Oh,
garage.
so
and
there's,
go to
so there's no walk.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
And then this deck that wrapped around the house, I had to take it off because it was pulling from the house. And
Oh,
really,
really?
really dangerous. So
Yeah.
I took it off. I was like, and I had just done something where this deck collapsed, and I said, I better take it off. So I took it off, and it's now only on this side, and it's a lot smaller by about 100 to 200 feet.
Oh, okay, so, is it still the same shape as this part was?
No, so it's more just like.
Oh, shit, well, you can draw on mine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it runs the length of the house,
Oh, it does, okay,
just the back side.
just on the back.
Yeah, and it doesn't, because this wrapped all the way.
So this part is, when was that done?
Let's see, 4 years ago.
Approximately, oh, okay.
Like 4 years ago.
Oh, so that's gone, and then this, so we're showing a width of the deck area. Let's see. So it would be, it's not actually, because of the angles, it's not showing, displaying, I think it's about 4 feet. It looks like it's about 4 feet wide. I'll calculate it. Does that sound about right? 4 feet?
It's probably more like 6 feet.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I was able to put like a couch where people could walk around it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Pull it back, so 6
All right,
feet.
so it's
Six
approximately
to
6
8.
feet. Yeah. And was that done just after the other part was taken down?
Yeah, so I built that after they tore everything off because I couldn't use my front door. Because, so this area that we have is a 4-year area. First floor, so it would be like right here.
Oh, okay.
That room had no heat or anything, so it would rain and then create icicles that came from the ceiling and also floor. So you couldn't open the door. So
Wow.
I had to get people into the house. So I built the deck and put stairs. For people to come up.
Oh, okay.
So then I ripped that off.
Wow.
Because it wasn't serving any purpose except
Yeah.
as a big icicle blocking people from getting to the house.
Yeah.
And then this upper part, there's is it the second floor. It's not there. We took it off.
The second floor would be, I mean,
Yeah.
it's slid over, so there.
I can't tell if it's still there or not. There was used to be like a deck, but we removed it, so.
Oh,
an
okay.
overhang.
It's not
It looked
showing
just-
anything.
Yeah, so it must have gone from that.
Yeah, it was some kind of balcony deck.
Yeah, and I just wasn't doing anything. And then there was, they put down that there were 2 parts with 2 wood burning stoves, and there's only 1.
Okay. Oh, one thing I wanted to ask you though about the basement.
Yeah.
Did you say that this part of the basement has like living space, finished area?
It's, yeah, so half of this is, just one half of this is just like a couch with TV and has a floor. So yeah, it
Oh.
has, yeah.
So how much of this rectangle would that be?
I would say.
Half,
maybe,
oh, half
yeah,
right
even
here.
less than, yeah, because actually the stairs come down and you can't reach this area from the garage, like you have to go into this area to get to the garage
Oh.
door. So it's less than that, it's probably.
So, but you said there's flooring. What else is there? Are there walls down there?
Yeah, so there's walls in that area and the bathroom that's down there. There's a
Where's-
bathroom.
Where would that happen?
So that would be right here.
So it would be like a small square here.
Yeah.
And was that always there?
Yes, so
Okay.
that's on the, let me count the bathrooms, that's on there, but they just for some reason didn't put it in the plan.
Yeah, it says there's 2 bathrooms here.
Oh, it's like, this one's.
Is there-
7.5. Set on there, what's 7.5?
On our data? I'm not sure what you're seeing. Oh, it says oh, maybe you're looking at on the left-hand side here, where way up at the top, it says basement 3/4. Is that what you're thinking of? Yeah. Yeah, that's just,
Yeah, 2.1, it says on this one, and then another.
where do you see that?
That's on the uniform
Oh.
residential appraisal report.
Oh,
This
where
is
did,
2.1, and then there's
that's-
another one that says 2.75.
so that was
This was
an
done in
appraisal.
2016, I haven't changed anything.
Oh, okay, so that's what you're
Bathrooms.
basing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we don't use the same terminology, but, uh, yeah, that doesn't seem to have been included in the, at least on this latest card, it wasn't on here as the finished area that you're talking about. So how many bathrooms?
Three fixed vents.
Yeah, so what it's saying, and this should match, is here, yeah. So what it's saying is it's saying there's two, what would be called full baths. And a full bath, in this case, your full baths have 3 fixtures, a sink, toilet, or tub and shower.
Okay, all right.
So some bathrooms have an extra sink, so that would be 4 fixtures.
Gotcha.
So it's 2 of those. It's saying it's not showing a half bath on here. So what are the total baths as far as?
It's actually, well, I don't know what 7.5 is, but in my opinion, it's 3.
So yeah, that would be 2 full baths and 1 half bath.
So I did the comps, they did it all with 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, because that's.
Oh, okay.
In my opinion, what I have.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
That's what I did.
Right. So that, and you can have that. For some reason, it didn't have the basement information in here. So, that would add a small amount of value.
Well, so when you look at the comps, yeah, since I bought the, when I first bought the property 14 years ago,
Yeah.
It was immediately reassessed over $150,000 in value just because I bought it. Like literally, I didn't do anything to it, didn't paint it. I removed trash from the front lawn, that's all I did. So when I came and argued that last time, 14 years ago, whatever, the people who were on the panel who said, well, it's because of your location and your view. And I said, well, my location didn't change just because I bought it. But, you know, I just lived with the additional money that was valued at.
Yeah.
Then a few years later, I still hadn't done anything to it, and it went up another like 16, almost 17% over what the other houses in my neighborhood were doing. I was like, I still haven't done anything to this house.
Yeah, yeah.
So then, when I got this one, now my assessment is 75% increase in the value. And when I went through, and I mean, I attached a lot of comps on here. I could file forever, and they're all properties that are similar to mine, similar square footage, 3 bedrooms, 3 baths, similar acreage. Some have more than mine, some have just slightly less. And they're all assessed. They were in 2022, somewhere in the 3s, low 3s, and then somewhere in the mid 4s from this assessment. And some of their assessments went up by 100% or 45%, 46%. I'm like, mine went up 75%, and now I'm well over 280,000 or more than all of these properties that are similar to mine, but I have, everything is the same. So I don't understand how that.
Yeah. Well, I can explain a little bit about what the process was. But mainly we want to focus on the information for your house, but the reappraisal basically is done the way the state requires all the towns in Vermont to do. This was a statistical appraisal, so there were visits to the houses. They did that 4 years ago. So the reappraisal uses all of the sales that occurred for a 3-year period leading up to March 31st. uses all of the valid sales that took place. And those are analyzed by the assessor using the required computer system to do a full town.
Some of them have been recently sold and purchased, so.
Okay.
and they're still like way lower than mine by well over 200,000-300,000.
Yeah, and it's hard to say exactly which houses and why they changed the amount that they did, even though they might have the same number of bathrooms and bedrooms. So you could still have vast differences in the interior information and the land. So what happens from here, and these could be very helpful for the assessor. He'll get all of this information. Is he'll review the property value completely to make sure if there's any change, anything incorrect, and at the same time make the changes that we've discussed here. So there's some value removed with the deck being gone. There's a little bit of value added with the basement square footage, but it has to be correct. And so that would be appropriate. And
The square footage should be less.
oh yeah, to get to that, do you have some idea why it would be different or?
So because. So one of these is wrong, this uniform residential appraisal report.
Oh, it was from,
or
you were
this,
using a number off of there.
Because the two numbers
Yeah.
don't jive, they're not the same.
What's-
Regardless, it's under 3,000 square feet. And I believe it's, the property card has like 3,060 or something. Yeah,
Okay,
3,060.
so what was the report?
This one
number?
had it 2,760.
Okay.
And when I did it, because I was looking at it, I was using the little diagram that we were looking at. And I did half of that because, but even though it's less than that actually.
Yeah.
And then my number is different because that's one of that has heat for.
Oh, what part doesn't have heat?
So this.
Oh,
in this,
yeah.
in this area in here, which is like the big square. I mean, that's just a storage room. I mean, there's a floor in there, but.
Yeah.
You can't, there's no, like, you couldn't get out of that room, so it's not a bedroom.
So is there space heaters or something in the basement?
Yes.
Yeah, so that just doesn't count as,
Yeah.
it's not from the central furnace or whatever. And your heat is hot water propane?
Yes, no, it's electric baseboard. We have propane for, our range.
Oh, okay, so it's electric baseboard
Yeah,
upstairs as well?
yes, yeah.
Oh,
And we
okay.
also have units up there because it's expensive to electricity. So little units on the wall.
What
The
type of
heat
heat?
and cold, the little units that you have.
Oh, is that like a mini split or no? That's not a. How little are they?
Like this.
Oh.
And this. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
and there's,
And they hang on the wall and you can get heat or cold.
haven't heard of those before. Wow. Oh. Well, and still that would just be considered space heating, so, but this apparently defaulted to hot water propane if they were guessing. If they hadn't gotten into, you don't know if anybody's ever from the town listers.
I think they have, well, I mean, I know they asked, and so I had someone who was fixing something at my house, and I said, let them in, I don't know if they actually got in and asked.
Oh, okay. Yeah, oh. Well, that's significant. Electric baseboard is not considered a it's a low level of heating type. But it is still central heat in that respect.
I don't have two wood burning stoves, I only have one. So
Okay. Okay, yeah. Is there a fireplace?
No, I only have a wood burning stove.
Oh, okay. Is that against the wall or is it out in the middle of a room?
It's in the corner of the
Okay.
room on the
Oh,
first floor.
oh, so it's right in the corner. So there's probably like a little hearth around.
Yeah, I mean, there's some stone.
Stone,
It was-
yeah.
Must have been done a long time ago, just let it go to me, but
Oh.
it's like, not a lot of stone, but there's some there.
Just enough to be safe. Yeah.
Yes, yes, hopefully, fingers crossed.
That's good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so those changes will take place. That will make some difference in the valuation. I was going to mention the square footage of the living space. Sometimes appraisers and other people handling house information measure the living space on the inside.
Oh,
And there could be a difference of being more when it's standard procedure for assessors to measure on the outside of the foundation for the first floor area. So that could have account for a couple hundred square feet sometimes.
yeah,
That
and
could
they
be
did-
why.
They
Yeah.
did that too, just so you know, my house was like, I know some awesome, like I'm complaining about my house all the time, but it was like lopsided, so there was one part that stopped here, and the other part went down.
Yeah.
So when I made it even, I just put a wall there, and it's attached to the house, but you can't get
Oh.
from the house into it, it's just a shed.
Oh, okay.
It's like an outdoor, like, you can put things in it. but You
Yeah.
have to like try to climb up. to
Oh.
get into It's just.
It's
dead
just like a
space.
crawl space sort of.
It's like a dead space, just. the
Yeah.
house doesn't look weird.
Okay. Yeah.
And Oh, and then, when the last time she was talking about, last American, I had several ponds and an assessment from before. So I had several ponds and a view, and so I used to have this beautiful long range view of like the mountainside, but because it's been so long and everything grows up and I'm trying to get down. So that now I don't have it.
Oh.
It's just trees.
Okay.
That's the view now.
Yeah.
And then the ponds, I used to have 5 ponds.
Really?
Yeah. Because
Big.
they all
Yeah.
grew over and,
Things are growing.
yeah, the hurricane kind of took out whatever was holding them together.
Oh.
And so they all just grew, and these were ponds.
Yeah. I guess they could have been renovated, but it would cost a huge amount.
Well, I asked one person to
Oh.
come out and take a look at it.
Really?
This would be $50,000.
Is that all?
To dredge it.
I'm dredging.
I mean, I can't do that.
Oh.
No thanks. I'd rather just have the lawn take it, but.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I said was that I have landscaping. I don't have any landscaping at the house. I've never had.
Oh, that doesn't enter into the data at all. Yeah. Ponds can, if they're really of good size and meet certain quality of usefulness, but generally they don't add value. So this will all go to the assessor, and over the next week or so, he'll work on them, and you'll get another notice in about 2.5 weeks to show what if any changes taking place. We know there will be a change.
Right.
And so that notice will show that. And also it will describe the options of going farther for more resolution to the value if you feel the need that. So it'll have that information.
Yeah. It's like, I can't, I'm like, why is it 75%? It's so much.
But there's been across the board all kinds of changes. Some less than that, some more than that. So it's hard to really lump too many things together, but it's worth checking in any case.
Isn't that the cost approach? Is that what you're using?
Yeah, it uses Marshall Swift cost tables, and the software system is called ProVal.
Unreliable, especially in an environment where there's a lot of second home.
Oh, unreliable?
Yeah, I
Oh.
mean, that's
Yeah.
just something I read from the
Yeah.
tax.
Oh.
tax.
Well, the assessor who's doing this works in several towns in Vermont and has for 30 years or so, with a lot of experience with especially towns of this size, not really big, not really tiny. So it's not an easy job in any town, but with this big jump in the house costs and inflation, it makes it harder. So it's worth coming in to ask a question.
My neighbor's garage.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that house.
I'm like, literally, my entire house would fit in that garage.
Wow.
The entire thing. Mine is-
Well, we're not comparing your house to that
No, I
one.
know, I'm just like.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. for your
Have a
time.
nice day.
All right. Take care. Thanks.
Okay, so this is next.
Okay.
Trees and Roland.
Hi,
Hello.
how are you?
So go ahead and have a seat. So I'm just gonna set a time. I know. You'd think the windows were open. How loud that is. So I'm just gonna set a timer.
So we have how many minutes?
What was your
How
question?
much time do we have? She ran.
She did run a little bit longer, but you have, everybody has 15 minutes, but you could go a little longer than
Yeah, I
that.
mean, she had half an hour. So if we need to go longer, we'll go longer.
So I'd like to ask, because we've been asked to bring comparables and proof. So
My name is
asked-
Dan, by the way.
What's that?
My name is
Dan,
Dan.
we
Yeah,
met
I
you
met you last
last
year when you raised our
We met
taxes.
you last year when we were reassessed and
Yeah,
our taxes went up.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And
I'm
this is
sorry.
the
I-
third-
And I think 2 years ago,
So this is the third time in under 5 years that we've been reassessed. I had asked what the comparables are that is causing us to go up into the 400,000s. I have not gotten an answer to that. Last year I came with quite a lot of comparables. I've done it again. I did a CMA already. It brings us, I would say, in around 350. My question is, you've got us closer to 500,000. And do you really think my house could list and sell for 500,000?
I wouldn't be able to say anything about.
Why not? I mean,
I'm-
you're the one who assessed us, so wouldn't you have?
No, actually,
Do you
I'm
have
not.
an, do you have,
Um,
I mean, is.
I
who-
work for the assessor.
Okay, so who's the assessor?
his brother.
Yes,
Your
my
brother,
brother,
okay.
Russ Bowden. Yes.
So my question is, if you assessed it, shouldn't you know if we?
Can he
that
tell it?
value-
Can he tell us what the value is?
Shouldn't you have an idea if that value is like commensurate with what it'd be able to list for?
That would theoretically be a market value.
Okay, so as a realtor, my house could not sell for 500,000.
Oh, well, we
So-
do want to hear what you feel its value is.
So let's
Yeah.
start with, we have 2 bedrooms. Okay, there's nothing has sold with 2 bedrooms in that price range. Nothing, even during COVID. All right. The house
Well-
is not finished. The kitchen is original to when it was built.
When you say not finished, what is that?
We haven't had the chance to do the trim.
There's trim, the
We've got-
cupboards, it's a 1970s kitchen.
We haven't, the kitchen's original. We haven't had a chance to.
They're
do
not,
that.
they're not assessing on that.
No, I
So-
want to point this
yeah.
out. We don't have trim on the windows because he's.
On the inside?
On the
Yeah.
inside,
He's fastidious and wants to do it himself, so it just hasn't gotten done. 'cause he's
some
busy.
sunroom isn't finished,
The sunroom's not finished.
storage.
Basement is.
How is the sun not finished?
It's just,
Is
it's
that
not
in-
insulated.
Interior as well?
It's,
Yeah.
it's
Oh.
not insulated, so it's not a room we can use.
Yeah,
Um,
the insulation wouldn't be,
it has no walls. It has no interior.
Has no walls,
It's
has
not
no
insulated, it
electricity.
has no interior,
Right.
it has no electricity.
yeah, but it is enclosed,
It's enclosed.
It's enclosed.
windows,
Yeah.
Yeah.
framing,
But
and
it's
siding.
got,
Yeah.
but the floor is subfloor. It doesn't have, any other floor. The
Okay,
basement is unfinished. And the attic space is strictly, I don't know if it's included, but the attic
Storage.
space is storage with a small window. It's not an egress window. So it couldn't be used as a
did you
bedroom. or
say
anything.
attic space?
Yeah, that is included. We
It's a
did
crawl
the
space,
math.
it's
That
crawl
is-
space, it's like a crawl space area.
We did the
There's
math.
there's
That
crawl
is-
space
We
area.
looked at we have our plans. We did.
It
the math.
doesn't seem to show on the town's.
It's included, trust me, he actually measured, but it's an.
Who measured it?
We did,
Oh, your husband.
yeah,
Um,
but it's not usable space. It's
Oh,
not usable
okay.
space.
Yeah, if it's not functionally
Yeah,
usable,
it's not usable.
what's the access to it?
It's a door, but it's like,
Staircase.
you know,
There is a stairway,
Yeah.
permanent stairs?
yeah, like anyone else
Okay,
would have a permanent
yeah.
staircase. It's like my mother's house, you know, you had a permanent staircase, but it wasn't like his mother's house. You weren't able to use the attic. You know, our basement is unfinished.
Yeah, they're not showing any finished in the basement. Is it all concrete down there?
It's concrete, but it's unfinished.
It's what?
So here's my point. If I were to put that house on the market, if I were to put that house on the market at the price that you have it assessed. Now, prior to COVID, we were selling at about the assessed value. That's where properties were selling, unless of course it was Hermitage, that was a different animal. But most of the houses like Chimney Hill and places like that were selling at about assessed value. COVID, of course, things went wacky. We are starting to see prices starting to come down. And what we're noticing, and I had sent that in a letter, is that houses are not selling for the list price, which tells us that the values are starting to come down. We joke and we say sellers are in 2021 or sellers are in 2021 and buyers are in 2008. Buyers now are wanting to see value and they're not seeing these numbers that people are listing the price. So like I've got some things here.
Oh, good.
You know, they're selling for under what they're listing for, which tells us that we're going to start seeing a decrease. And I think what's going to happen, well, I won't go through this. I think what's going to happen is that our taxes are going to outstrip the sales price. I mean, it's just that simple. Our assessments are going to outstrip what things are selling for. And that just seems to be when I'm watching what numbers are going through. And I just, if someone were to walk in my house, if I were listed at the price that it's assessed for, they would walk in and want a new kitchen. They'd want to finish the basement probably.
Trim.
They'd have to do all the trim, and they'd have to finish the sunroom.
Bathroom, the bathroom's not finished.
Yeah, the half bath
Powder
isn't
room.
finished. So
What,
easily-
it's functioning though? It does
It's
function.
functioning, but I'm saying
It's not
where someone
finished.
wants to
Somebody comes in,
purchase-
somebody comes in and sees it.
If someone were to
Would you
purchase
buy
it-
a house that doesn't have a finished
No,
bathroom?
you'd probably-
You'd say, oh, I want to take some money off of
Yeah.
that.
So someone
And
would
that's what
walk
she's
in
referring to.
and they would easily say, I have to spend $100,000 in here. And I wouldn't be able to list it at 467. Is that where what's our new value?
463, 380?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one would
Just
buy
show them
that
the,
house.
show her the, show them the
No
comps.
one would buy the house at that price.
Show them the comps
There's
of
no
what's
way.
sold around the area.
Just because there's no way. And I mean, I put my computer.
Oh.
So if you want, I can open it up and go interior photos.
This would be probably all that
So
that
just
Russ
like,
would need.
Who is this gentleman?
So this one.
I'm sorry.
Who's on the screen?
He has the next appointment.
Is what?
He has the next appointment.
Oh.
All right, so this one is Castle Hill. It's got 5 bedrooms. It's now a 6-bedroom Airbnb. This is where it's sold, but this is where it's maxed now. It's very commensurate with our square footage. I've been in that house. It's charming. It's and it has a full there. This one sold for $325. It's assessed at $371.
Can you read some
Yeah,
of these?
yeah. This house is absolutely stunning inside. It's a stunning house. It's got the big barn. It's at $395 taxes. And square footage. We are 5 bedrooms, 5 bedrooms, same acreage, but I've been inside this, it's stunning. This one's snowshoe, this one's a 4-foot. Yeah, it's built in 2006, or 1970s, 1960s. Again, it's 3,000 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, they got 2 bedrooms.
The bedroom count isn't actually a value changer. It's
But
just-
the real estate.
Oh,
And so
yeah, of
when I
course,
called-
yeah.
When I called to ask how we're supposed to treat it, I was told it possibly sold. it,
Yeah,
something like that.
I
So,
wouldn't,
As a real estate agent, I have to take into consideration how many bedrooms.
Yeah.
So these numbers.
Do the same
This
assessment
is,
for
this is
car.
one of the, this is one of my favorites. This is one of my favorites. So this is Roland's homestead. This is where you grew up. And what I find really interesting is that when you go to the CRS report, which pulls numbers supposedly from the town, it's got a square footage of 2,191. Okay. The house is really 3,207. That doesn't include attic or basements. But that's assessed at 2 million.
well,
And
you know,
it's- And it's square footage wise.
this would be best served by
Square footage wise.
Mr. Russ.
So I mean, I've got a whole bunch here.
I'm not the one that
This
will
one?
be involved in making any decisions.
This
or-
one's about where we are. Completely updated. Absolutely, the basement is usable. And it's 2,600 square feet with 1328, and that basement is usable. And it's got 6.7. 6.17.
Yeah, let me have those.
Yeah, I mean, there's like that circle things.
I'm sure it's,
So-
it's all very useful, but Russ would be the one who's going to deal with reviewing the property completely.
So
You, well,
we can make copies of it if you want copies.
yeah, that, and then you could still have them come back.
You know, I know it's a basement square footage, but not always.
You don't deal with whatever the town's doing, yeah.
So let me ask.
But this is, it is being done according to the state's
Yeah, and so.
rules and guidelines.
Let me ask you something. So I'm 70. It's Social Security.
I was like, no
And
way.
you come in, and you tax my house. I'm assessed at 180. To reassess it at $100,000. Where am I gonna put it?
But it's a modest house.
Where am I gonna put it?
You know,
Well, we can't really discuss taxes
No,
here. This
But
is,
that,
it's not part
this
of,
affects the taxes.
well, it does, but we don't know what the taxes are gonna be. The rate, the mill rate hasn't been decided.
We did, we got tax.
That's what it is.
That's for last year's.
Right, our taxes from the last assessment we did last year went up significantly. So don't tell me that, you're telling me that taxes aren't gonna go up.
I'm not telling you that at all.
Right.
I'm not saying
You
anything.
can't. So.
We just don't know what.
Hypothetically, how is that person, and there are several in this town that are pretty upset about it. How does that person come up with that extra income? When they've got inflation, gas prices are going up, food's going up, utilities are going up. You know what you're gonna do? Drive them out of town. They're gonna have
This
to
is
do
what the state requires.
State requires.
Requires that the revalue is done in this way, in this process.
So
And
I think a big concern for the town of Wilmington is that we're involved. And the average fine state is gonna be 14%. Killington is about 20%. 20%.
It's after the town assessment.
it's a different town.
Yeah, but
We
I'm just
can't
saying,
really
I'm just saying, so
look at other
since we're
towns.
involved, chances are, even after the town assessment, Montpelier is gonna be out of 5, and then we're probably gonna go to 12 to 14%. That's my guess. If we look at this, what our taxes should show, chances are we'll be spending $15,000.
I just did the math in the hallway based off of this right here. 20% increase, and the two other increases that we did in the past 3 years. That's a 79.6% increase.
And last year we were told.
79%. I
Last year
don't
we
know
told
of any
all
place in
people
the country
we were gonna be
that high.
we were told we were gonna be
You looked us in the eyes and you told us that next to what's your name. Yeah. You looked us in the eyes and said, this is not gonna happen for the next 10 years.
I'm sure I didn't say that.
Well, no, so-
It wasn't me. I don't know who you were talking to.
You were here, I remember you.
You might have, I don't
Was it your
know.
brother?
It could have
You
been.
were referencing your brother up north.
I wouldn't have mentioned anything about it.
Well, we were told, because we walked away.
But in any case,
Well, we did, we agreed to like, well, I guess it's not. Well,
Russ will be reviewing this information. You'll get another notice in 2.5 weeks approximately to let you know if there was any change or no change. You'll still get a notice.
So here's the thing, and I know this is probably something that I really, yes, for the legislatures, but if I'm spending $15 a year in taxes, what am I paying? No, just saying, yeah, my roads getting plowed, we got police department, and the schools are less than so far.
I guess it is something that would be for the state legislature to deal with.
So,
That's,
what I'm saying is, I do not, there's no way I can list my house for that. Maybe 50, maybe, but maybe we're just gonna walk in and we're gonna say, I need to put $100,000 in this house to get it to be where I want. And there are people here, yeah, there are, exactly, there are people here who have very modest homes, say 1,500 square foot home. Modest home, tile, things like that. And now they're getting assessed for their square footage. But yet, the Ives Road, got like some 1,500 square foot houses. The Hermitage members have gone in and built it and have made it top of the line. And for us to be only assessed on square footage, I'm taking into consideration location, finishes, age of the house, size of the lot. That doesn't seem.
well, that's not something we can deal with right now. We have to just deal with what you came in with and
So when
Russell.
did it change? When did it get changed from an assessor situation? A group of assessors to.
Oh, the listers?
Yeah, when did it go from listers
I
to?
believe it. I'm not sure what year, but I want to say they finished up last March
Yeah, they
fully,
did.
but it was voted on by the town to take away the listers because they wouldn't have done grievance last year because they
But they
were voted out. So
they
they
did the
finished up
inspections.
before April 1st.
Is it? I don't understand the logic of assessing towns non-conforming.
I
This
can't,
is-
I
no,
can't
listen.
help you with that.
So when other towns are still doing this, and they're still doing it by the actual.
It varies from town to
Town like Princeton, like in West New Jersey, where the houses are pretty conforming onto the next. We are not conforming. A 1,500 square foot house sitting on 10 acres, that's from 1960s, and it's completely original, and it's sitting next to a 1 acre lot with a 5,000 square foot house. We're not. We have houses that are 1,500 square feet that are dressed to the nines. It's sitting in a very desirable neighborhood. Another house is 1,500 square foot. Yeah, another house is 1,500 square feet, they're sitting on 1 acre, and they're being assessed the same. That doesn't, it's just, doing it square footage wise, that it just doesn't make sense. That I don't understand.
It's because all the other models were exhausted, so they did it by. Entities, now they did like.
We have somebody waiting. for their
Yeah, you
turn.
know, we waited 15 minutes.
Oh, that's, well,
We waited 15
Yeah.
minutes. Like, point is, like, you do a lot of house.
Yep.
And. like, I'm not doing this, our property. I would have to do $100,000.
well, I did make a note of what you felt would be
I think
theoretical.
about where it was this last year. Theoretically. But anyone's gonna walk in. It's like you're. I gotta do this. Yeah, last year. Was what, you know. That, now looking at it. There's no way.
So if nothing gets done, what's the next step?
The notice will actually explain what the next step would be, based on whatever change or no change. I believe it would be the BCA.
And then last year. So it was a very small number of people that were assessed, because we actually have the assessments.
Yeah, that wasn't a reappraisal.
Did any of those go down, or did you just stick with doing it? I mean, I could go back. and
It
look
would
at
vary, yeah. No, I don't have anything at hand that describes, lists what
We
changes.
came in with some pretty great comps that were $100,000 less. One cent.
Was any change made? Oh, okay.
That's what I
So there wasn't.
Those other people.
Yeah.
I had very valid comps.
Had very good comps. And slammed down.
I believe there's further steps up after the BCA, which would be available to you as well. Notice will, I think it will mention what comes after the BCA.
Well, let's see if this one.
Yeah, that would be the best thing, is just hang on.
If you could take copies of this, let us know.
Yeah.
We
Do-
don't have to do it to do it right now.
Okay. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Okay, sure. Yep. Absolutely. No, I totally agree.
You may want it for further hearings, yeah.
So to me, it just, I'm comprehending this as a real estate agent. There's no way I can assess the value, on the state value to a house just by putting this one. Because we're not good at that.
Well,
We're not conforming. You know, if we, like I said, if we were a conforming town, you know, what's the houses, Western New Jersey, Greenwich, Connecticut, that would make sense.
Yeah.
But we're not.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. have a good day.
Okay.
You're
take care.
welcome.
Thanks.
Okay, so next we have Walt. Hi, Walt. You can go ahead and unmute.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Thank you for letting it go Zoom, although I'd love to be up in Vermont now. So I did send in a letter and one table. I just wanted to see if the commission had gotten that.
Yep, I have it.
Okay, so, I mean, most of you are probably familiar where Landing Lane is, over by Lake Raponda. And it's a dead-end street. Most of the homes were built around the same time, and there's principally there are only a couple models to start with. Since that time, obviously, some people have made changes to their houses. But our house, 91 Landing Lane, is the same model as 79 and 85 Landing Lane. And, really, about 12 years ago, I redid two bathrooms. But we haven't changed the footprint. So our footprint is the same as those two houses. And, they're valued at 440 and 450, and ours came in at 516. I just really think our house is really the same house, other than that, the bathrooms. I'm assuming, that they haven't made any changes to their houses for improvement, so I'm even assuming they're, that everything else is the same. Our neighbor at 89, they're at 548, but that's, there was a lot of work done to that house, about 12 years ago. They have expanded the footprint, did some pretty significant modifications inside. Actually, I was good friends with the owner at that point in time. So I just think that, our value should be closer to the ones that are valued at 440, 450. I think I threw out, if you even add on another, make it 465 for the bathrooms. I just think that's a very fair comparison because it is the same model, same age of the home and, the same neighborhood. So you're pretty much looking at, as far as location, the same thing.
My name is Dan Bodwin, by the way. And I work for the assessor for the reappraisal.
Okay.
And so you feel that your value would be more realistic at 440 or 450, you said?
I mean, those are the two houses that are, the same footprint, same age. Again, I did say we, about back in 2012, 2011, 2012, improved 2 bathrooms, so I mean, I'll say that, ours could be worth some more because of that.
So you have 2.5 bathrooms? Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yep.
Okay. What floors are those on?
1.5 on the first floor and 1 on the basement floor. Yeah, it's
Okay.
and that's those other 2 that I'm comparing, they have the same number of bathrooms and the same.
Okay, yeah. And what's your heating system? Is it hot water, propane?
Yeah, everybody there is on propane.
And that's baseboard?
Yes.
Baseboard heat?
Yep.
Okay.
And as far as I know, everybody has the same setup.
Yeah.
And we have a group propane purchase, so I think everybody's on propane.
And have there been any recent modifications or?
No, those were the ones, and I just remember that they were, I think the first one I did I did them, one at a time so that I kept bathrooms open, but I think one in 2011, one in 2012.
Mm-hmm. And I guess there's no outbuildings at all?
There's a shed.
Oh.
A shed under the deck.
Under the deck?
Yep.
Oh. Is it freestanding or is it attached to the deck?
Freestanding.
Oh. That isn't in the information on the assessor's sheet. How long has it been there?
A year and a half.
Oh,
and
it's
actually,
fairly recent.
I had checked with zoning at the time and they said based on the size, I didn't need to get a zoning permit.
Uh-huh.
It was because it wasn't large
What is
enough.
the size of it?
Ah,
Offhand?
I'm thinking 10 by 12, something like that.
Yeah.
I know I went in and asked zoning because and they said it was excluded because it wasn't large enough.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you have some pretty good information here about the other houses. What happens is all of this information here from today's meeting goes to the assessor, and he's going to review that and review the property overall to make sure there aren't any errors or things that are not correct. What will happen is you'll get another notice in about 2.5 weeks to show if any change or if there was no change to your valuation. And that notice also describes the further steps you could take if you were wanting to resolve the valuation further. The notice will tell you what's available for that. So it would just be a matter of waiting for this to get reviewed over the next week, and then you'll get a letter.
Okay,
And this information will go to the assessor.
okay. So
that you-
my letter and the chart, right? Yeah.
Pardon me?
My letter and the chart will go to the assessor.
Yes, absolutely.
I
Yeah,
just figured it's easier because I kind of made the comparison for you, so you don't have to do a lot of research.
it is. Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Thanks for doing that.
very, very good.
Okay, so yeah, have a good rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, and thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, it was a good thing you called. Good luck.
All right, bye.
Hello,
Hi.
how are you, Dan?
The square footage, I'm just gonna let them know we talked a little bit about the square footage.
Okay,
And it seems to be
Way off.
not way off, but it's off.
Oh.
So it's 29.90. But on our property card, it's got a lot more.
30. Yeah. Wow.
And he was thinking maybe there's some open space that looks down into the bottom living space, maybe that got counted.
yeah, if you reference the second floor of the engineering design, it clearly shows open space going down to the first floor.
Oh, a vaulted open space. Yeah.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. So I think you maybe just an outside dimension that you guys took included that open space.
That's
I
possible.
also-
Yeah.
Yeah, I also confirmed prior to this meeting with Vermont Frames, which is the manufacturer of this post and beam house, and also an independent appraiser down here in Connecticut. And they both concur that the square footage total for the second floor should be around 1288.
Okay.
Your first floor square footage is correct, is fine, that's accurate. But on the field card that was sent to me, it's kind of weird how you have 896 and 816 for the second floor. It just, so we're off about, I don't know, 300-400 feet or something.
So you said it should be about what, 1200 what?
1288, and that is from an appraiser, and also Vermont Frames, which is the company that I purchased the house from.
Yeah, I've got the architect's plans in front of
Good.
me. I can
Good.
see clearly where it can be where it's incorrect. It's a fairly easy thing to change.
Yeah, I just
yeah.
have two. Yeah, so that's good. I just wanted to clear that up, and I just have two other kind of questions.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Just the rationale behind the increase in value of the property. Last
Okay.
year, it went from 60,000 to 90. Of course, I built the house on the land, but there really was no other further improvements to the property.
Yeah.
So I just wanted an explanation of why we
Sure.
saw a $30,000 increase on the property.
Yeah. Well, basically, the the land does get computed separately from the building.
Mhm.
And the way that it's supposed to work is that the sales that took place over the past 3 years, in this case, it would be land sales.
Correct.
Those sales are used in the analysis that's done on the
Right.
computer. Land sales can be a little bit more difficult, partly because a lot of times there aren't many sales of vacant
Right.
land.
Right.
So it's supposedly it's reflecting what the market was doing here in town. That
Okay.
doesn't mean that you can't question that.
Yeah. So
and-
about 3 years ago is when I purchased this lot,
Yeah.
and I purchased it for 65,000, and that's on record. So it would seem fair to me that the price should reflect what I paid for it. I mean, that's obviously the best comp, right?
Yeah. What? How much was it that you?
65,000 I purchased it for. You should see it on the land record, but I can provide the contract if you'd like.
Yeah. This sheet doesn't actually show the. Oh, it does show it. Yeah. Yeah. It shows 65 in 2022.
Correct. So I
February.
mean, that's within 3 years. So I would think that would be a fair number to assess at, correct?
3 years meaning
Well, you
now?
mentioned, well, no, you mentioned previous that you look for lots that have sold in the last 3 years and for comparables.
Oh, yeah. But the most recent year would count more.
Okay,
So it's kind of uh, in steps.
I understand.
So the other 2 years are included, but they're weighted with a different
Understood. Yeah, no, because it's more
percentage.
current. It's more
Yeah.
current. I get it. All
Yeah.
right, so maybe I'll call Chimney Hill and just see what properties has sold, and we'll see. So,
Yeah.
and then my last question, the basement, you're assigning a value of 51,860. Page 2, field card.
Okay. Yeah, I see that.
Okay.
So is that finished area?
No, it's an unfinished basement.
Okay. And so again, that may be the result of not having gotten in to see it. So
Okay.
there may have been an assumption. Did your plans show possible finished area or not?
Oh, correct. No, the plans do call out for a possible finished lower level.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
But as of now, it still hasn't been, it's not finished now.
No, and it probably never will be. I ran out of money
Okay.
building it. I
Yeah.
can't never. It's just too big of a space, and
Yeah.
and I can't. I frankly just can't afford to do it. So,
Yeah.
um, the property is the lower level does have some. It's very easy to view the basement if you wanted to gain access to the land, the property, and look yourself, and then you can clearly see through the sliders. There's a number of them on the lower level that it's not finished. It's just boxes and debris down
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So would that go away then? If
Yeah, that's easy to correct. Yeah.
when you see it, okay.
Yep. Yep.
If you need access to the house, I mean, I can show it to you, but you can.
Well,
Yeah.
The assessor will be going over this information. I doubt that that would be necessary.
Okay.
It's good that you're mentioning it, but it doesn't seem to me like it would be necessary.
Yeah.
If it is though, someone would get in touch with you about
Okay.
it. But we'll wait and see. So what happens is the assessor will review all this and make the changes.
Yep.
And in about 2.5 weeks, you'll get another notice to show you what the change is.
Yep.
It'll just show the same number, a different number, but in the same way.
Correct.
The total value. And you can also get a copy from Sarah of the new card once that's been changed.
Okay.
So you'll be able to see that it has been changed on the property card as well. And so you'll get that in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay,
And there will be information in that notice about, there are other options to, if you weren't satisfied with with the
Right.
outcome that you get, you can consider those further
further
options.
afield.
But,
Okay.
but yeah, you can wait and see what you get. And
I
it's,
think, yeah, I think the ones I have in question are pretty straightforward.
yeah, it looks pretty straightforward as far as
Yeah.
correcting the data.
Okay. Well,
Okay,
that's all.
well,
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate
yeah,
it.
no, it's good that you called. And,
Okay.
We'll, if you need any other information, call up.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the
Yeah.
day.
Have a good afternoon. Thanks.
All right. You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Right on the way.
So I have you in 4:15.
4:15.
Right. But that's okay, 'cause actually I had a question for you. I'm trying to find your property, I can't find it. Is it under 40?
Yes.
Can I also know that? Oh, I wonder if it's under.
Well, I've got my paperwork
What's your
here.
address?
The listing address is 645. That's the lot. Twin Brook
Oh,
Road.
is it in Chimney Hill?
Yes.
Like what?
And it's under the
Oh, okay, it's under you and Rebecca?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, because it's her last name first. So that's why, so I can try to search her name. Is it come under her? Or the one?
Somebody else's before me. I got the
After you.
wrong time. I got the wrong time. So I'll go sit in the hallway. Can I ask you, do you live in Chimney Hill?
Excuse me?
Do you live in Chimney Hill?
No.
No, you're Fran.
I'm in Raven.
Right. I know who you are.
I don't know who you are.
You helped me go and get my knee replacement, physical therapy. You drove me to my PT because you worked with the mover.
I did, yeah, I
Yes,
did
yes.
at one time. I drove to
Yes.
the mover.
You came over into Chimney Hill and picked me up and brought me to Dr. McFarland's for about 4 weeks.
No, she did my,
She did your
my
hand?
carpal thing.
All right, she's
A
good.
Marine doctor.
Yeah, she's very good. Yeah, are you?
Now I need to ride.
Now, now you're next, right?
I don't know, yes.
Okay. What was your percentage, a 42% increase?
My house?
Yeah. Over 100%, and where's the shop, under 100?
Yeah.
But what about the house? What did the house go up? Over $100,000, it went up, me too. Yeah,
My neighbor.
okay, all right.
Who do I-
Oh,
You're with them next,
Yeah.
and then I'll.
Can I bring a chair?
yeah, let me come over there.
Nice to see you
Nice to
again.
see
man.
you again.
So you're Ken, right?
Yes,
So,
my daughter's like getting parked and she's gonna
Oh,
That's
okay.
great.
help me a little bit.
so did you, so are we here to talk about 360 Ray Hill Road?
No,
Oh, okay, so
that was just,
that's what I printed, so let me
the
just.
main thing was my shop on 100, my barn on 100.
And she'll be coming in.
Yes, it is. Yes. I have my copy here, if that's. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna get.
I didn't know you're doing both or whatever. I just, my residence, the state helps me some with that, you know.
Right.
So I didn't, I'm more concerned of.
So, my name's Dan, by the way.
Dan?
Yep. I work with the assessor for the reappraisal. So, everything we do here, whatever information you get, or documents, goes to the assessor, and he's going to review the property after he gets whatever we get accomplished here. As far as
With the interview you're talking about?
yeah.
Okay.
So this is mainly about the business you're talking about?
No, it's generally just the property and the lot, I guess.
Oh, okay. So, let me see.
I think the letter that is submitted, you know, explains basically what
Okay.
my daughter typed up, you know, the grievance.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna set a timer for 15 minutes just to kind of keep us intact of our schedule, but you could,
How can you do all this all in 2 days is my question.
Oh, we're not, we're all next week.
Oh, I thought it was just the 18th and 19th.
Yeah, we filled as we filled and I'm still answering emails, so.
Okay.
Just from ones that came in yesterday.
And you are?
I'm Sarah.
Sarah?
So I took over for Deb Keats and she retired.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So you're from town then? You're
I am, but not originally.
No, but I mean, you're familiar with the area.
Yeah. All right. So
Yeah,
you
sure.
wanna Go ahead and start.
Well, do you have the copy that my daughter submitted yesterday or?
I got the letter.
Yeah, well, basically that explains, you know, Mike and,
So it's 17 acres.
no. 4.7.
Oh, well,
I
but
think-
there is. Oh, sorry. Okay. What was I looking at?
The address is
Mine-
699 Route 100.
So I've got the right paper.
Might be my cousin.
So. So it's not a very fancy building, is it? It's
From the 1860s.
yeah, oh, wow. How is it doing structurally? Does it have any major? Where's she coming from?
Yes, my daughter Jessica.
I guess that,
This is Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Sarah.
Hi,
Sarah.
she's the
Um,
assessor clerk, and I work for the assessor. Okay. So we're just starting to discuss the building. And, yeah,
Dan,
so,
that building originally was the Haskell barn with the Haskell boys owned as a dairy farm. You know, the Roadhouse was the farmhouse and Haskell Hill was probably their farmland. And I purchased that from Link Haynes back in, I don't know, maybe 79 or 80. And spent 4 or 5 years kind of upgrading that I could put my dad's business in when he retired by there's no water there. There wasn't any there's no septic there. There's the dirt floor in there with the cow stanchions, and I put a new roof on the building back in 1980 or something, and
oh, so it's not anymore.
and
No. No,
ran a business in there until
14
the
years
flood
ago.
we had in town.
Yeah,
And the flood compromised part of the foundation because that acreage there is on the Deerfield River.
Which is majority of the
And-
property that he owns is
And
on.
some of it is on the
floodplain.
other side, which is not accessible, but it's all floodplain.
Yeah.
So the waters came up and compromised some of the foundation, and the rest of the foundation is just loose stone. It's a
Oh, really?
barn.
You said, what was the year built that you thought it was?
I found newspapers in there. I think, I mean, the original building was from, I think, the 1860s, 70s, something like that.
The town's using a different date. They're using 1920 as the year built.
No.
Was there any added material, added?
The original building, 3/4 of it is like a L shaped, and then I kind of made it squared up the building.
Yeah.
When I put a roof on it.
Oh, well, I have no idea where they get the year built. For now, that would stay there unless there was some documentation saying it was older, but frankly, there wouldn't be much more depreciation, even if it was saying 1860. When it gets close to 1900, there isn't really much more depreciation.
The newspapers that I found, in some of it, of course, it's not heated or anything either, were the Rutland Times or somewhere upstate that were early 1900, 1905s or 1889, you know, I mean, pre 1900. The newspapers they used for insulation and whatever they did.
So the part that was, the foundation part that was partially damaged by Irene, is that affecting the use of it? Is it unsafe? Or?
No, it's not unsafe, but
It isn't used.
what happened is it's a from Route 100. That side is a loose stone foundation, and the waters from the road filled up my drainage. I had a little perimeter drainage system there, and there's still mud down there and stuff.
Which also damaged a lot of the machinery down there and the material that's down there as well.
Well, we're not really addressing.
I still have all my contents and everything that I owned in that building, but I haven't been in business for at least 14 years. I took retirement like, what was that? Well, 14 years ago. It's almost 68 or something like that. And I'm 82 next month. So.
Let's see. I think.
And the majority of so
I-
the river is behind
I mentioned
the
that.
building.
And a lot of the property is also on the other side of the building, or other side of the river rather, where there's
Oh.
no access point currently and
Well, there's
never
not much there.
has been, you know?
So the river divides.
Yeah, and it's unbuildable, you
It
know,
abuts the market up there.
whatever it's called. It used to be Hobson's.
Not Hobson.
Yeah. Can I see do you have your assessment with you?
I certainly am able to walk you around it if you like, inside and
Well,
outside.
actually, I was thinking, it would have been nice, and it still might be.
So yours is, so your 4.75
Seven.
acres. Building and land goes up.
Just hold on, just let him do his.
He's looking, it's fine. I'm just asking a question.
Is there, so there is a basement under some of it, part of it, all of it? Or?
Yes, that's the part that's compromised because on my first floor or whatever is level with like Route 100.
Yeah.
And then there is a floor beneath that they had the cow stanchions in, and they had a manure spreader.
So does the ground slope down and you can walk into the basement? Is that? If it was all on.
There was a drive from like Route 100, a slope driveway that went down to where the manure spreader was.
Yeah.
So there was access at one time that way, just a gravel, whatever, you know.
And there's no floor, is there any floor down there?
I poured a concrete floor in there at one time.
Oh.
But that's a lot of, like I said, a lot of that got compromised with the water. There's still mud on top of the concrete
really?
floor. And all my material down there, you know, it got damp, and I had a heating system. I had a wood hot air heating system in there, and that all got rusted up where it's not usable.
That is functioning,
yeah. It was a struggle when it was good.
Yeah, I guess so.
I ran a business out of there for almost 40 years, I guess.
Yeah, and there's never been septic in there either. No water.
Yeah, it might actually be possible for, in the future, to have a visit to it.
Yeah, certainly.
I wouldn't be the one deciding that, the assessor would, but it's probably not possible for the purposes of this hearing. There's a schedule, the time schedule that these have to get done and notices mailed out, so there probably isn't even time that I could go out and take a look at it. But it's something that would be worth.
Dan, I think previously, I don't know when the last, assessment was from, when there were the listers in town.
2020.
And I think back then, most of the listers were from town and were familiar, that I knew.
I'm sure they were, yeah.
And I think at that time, they did come up and take a look, or somebody took a look at the time after the flooding, that's in time from Irene, and that's still visible, all that, so if that needs to be done, as long as I'm notified, I can bring whoever wants to.
I'd like to visit it, because I could see where it's not, you're not using it, right?
Oh.
You really can't. It's not really functional.
Well, you can't.
No.
I mean, except for space.
You can
in the
use,
summer months,
yeah.
You could probably operate something on it or whatever,
Yeah.
But it's almost like a museum because the machinery is like from World War II.
Yeah.
My dad worked in a Navy shipyard, and before he went in the Navy, and all that machinery, I don't think anybody knows how to run it anyway.
Yeah. Well, what can happen now from here on is
all this information.
Yeah, that's a good indication
Yeah.
of,
And the assessor, they want to give you a call. So I guess we probably have your phone number, I hope. Oh, it's right on here.
yeah. And my daughter here is, my executor of whatever, something.
Yeah. So, and he is very knowledgeable about business.
Yeah, they were.
Commercial, industrial.
Well, more so than anybody else.
Yeah, yeah. So you'll get a notice because you came in for the hearing, probably in about 2.5 weeks, to show what,
Yeah.
if any, change took place. And,
No, I understand.
Okay.
It'll also tell you that there's options beyond this hearing to get other changes made perhaps. So this is really a good start. So keep an eye out for that in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
Are you in town here, Dan?
No, I live in Greenfield.
Oh, Greenfield, okay. I was gonna say, if you're, go by, stop sometime and,
Oh, well, I'll be doing other inspections in town.
yeah.
So it wouldn't be difficult for me to schedule that into.
Well,
Oh, well, you'll probably see it when
I
you're
do,
driving
I do a
by.
little, I still have a little like firewood, business I do up there in the
Oh.
summer months.
Yeah.
Outside,
Yeah, yeah.
and, we're there on good days for mostly, mornings or late mornings until it gets possible to work.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Seems pretty high.
I don't stray too far from town anymore, so
Yeah, it's
I'm
good to
available at quick notice,
Yeah, well, it's good that you get to do something, keep busy.
I try to. There's not a lot I can do anymore though.
Well,
But nice to
Yeah.
meet you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
So,
So
keep an
you
eye
say
out, yeah.
2.5
About
weeks?
2.5 weeks,
Okay,
yeah.
great. You got everything.
Would you need, my daughter's contact information or anything for a phone?
Well, you could give me that.
Why don't you
Sure.
add your
I'll put my phone number.
phone on there?
Yeah.
Should I leave this seat here for the next purple?
Good,
Thank you very much.
Okay, take care. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good luck. You're going up for seconds. Excuse me? For seconds.
No, no.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Adrian.
Hi. How are you? Can you hear us?
Yep, yep, we
Yep.
can hear you.
Okay,
Hi,
great.
I'm off the screen over here.
Okay.
My name is Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hi,
Nice
Dan.
to meet you.
Same here.
So did our photos and everything come through okay?
Yes, I have them up on I didn't try printing them all, but I have them up on my computer.
Okay. I was just pulling up our so I have the folder open and I have the inspection report open too. So yeah. So I don't know how the format of this would work, but from what we had talked about on the phone was just basically we wanted to point out that The home is quite vintage. It was built in the 1960s. It has a party wall with the neighbor next door. There is no HOA. It
Property
Property
is currently trying to change hands. It was part of the whole Jim Barnes thing, and so there's a lawyer and real estate group that's trying to get it from whatever
he knows more than I know.
it's in. We don't really know the status of that, and the property is quite decrepit. The back deck fell into a back room. There's mold.
Yeah, it's a
there's
hazard.
rodents.
It's a hazard to us. We have rodent intrusion. We have mold intrusion into our property. And our property in and of itself needs work. We took it over from our father-in-law within my father-in-law within the past year. So which it had been under, it needs renovation, it needs improvement. It is not to the level of quality of the other properties on the road, which I'm sure you can tell from the photos that we sent. The appliances are original.
Yeah, it's like the 3-unit and the middle unit you said is abandoned, right?
Yeah,
more
or less. Yeah, it seems to be in some sort of financial limbo. We don't really know the specifics. We did try to track down the owner last summer when we came up to town hall, and it looks like it's LLC within LLC within LLC. We don't really know who owns it or is responsible for it. But it's rotting away and it's exposure to us, and there's not an HOA we can go to about it. And it's not great.
What's HOA?
Homeowners association.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the condition of your unit?
I lovingly say that while it's okay for us to visit and for my family when we come to enjoy the community up there, it is not a multi-million-dollar property. It is not at a high level. It was built in the 60s. It has had some functional repairs, but there's original appliances, nothing cosmetic. The electrical is original. Most things are original internally.
I'm gonna just pass this to you.
Oh, okay.
And you can kind of scroll through. So I use the mouse and you can just click up here and it'll scroll through the pictures.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah. I love my father-in-law, but he's in his mid-70s and he was not able to keep up with the property. So that's why we took it over from him last year. We would love to improve it, but we're looking at a pretty large list of to-dos. That's why we requested the inspection, just to see what we were up against.
See what goes on with the unit in the center before we
do anything.
We would hate to do major improvements and have that center unit continue to deteriorate, and then it moves into ours.
Yeah. I mean,
and it has. So
I got to be honest, when we go up there with my children, I mean, they come away having respiratory issues.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not good.
No, it's not great. I mean, if we lived there full time,
there's no one to chase.
Right. There's nobody to complain to.
Yeah.
Well, it's good that you have these pictures.
They also have the inspection report too.
Oh, that was yeah. Is that in a document here?
Yeah, if you click on this right down here.
The red?
Yep. No, next one over.
This one?
Yep.
Oh, the PDF.
Yep.
Yep.
That's the inspection report.
Oh. No, this would be yeah. Yeah, this report could be very helpful. I would have liked to have seen it in person. It doesn't seem like we'd be able to get a visit to it for this reappraisal, but there's always after this is done.
Sure.
Yeah, you're absolutely welcome to visit. We're in Connecticut. Like I've been calling up with Sarah. We would love to have you come out and visit, whenever works for your schedule. We would just have to coordinate something.
Yeah.
But I think you can see based on the photos in the inspection where we kind of scratched our heads a little bit at the valuation, because it's I wish it was that nice.
Yeah. The reappraisal is they're required to use the sales that were available.
Sure.
For the street?
For the past 3 years, for the whole town.
Yeah.
Those are all in the analysis. There is different aspects of properties are compared to their own area and type of structure. This is kind of unusual, the 3 units together.
Yeah.
And having one be in very disrepair is even more unusual.
Yeah.
But the inspection report, when was this done?
I believe over the winter time.
This past winter?
It should be dated. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to switch
Probably.
off to the next screen so I can read it.
I believe it's
January 2023.
Okay.
So a little longer ago than I thought.
Yeah, I see that now.
Yep.
So things in there have another year and a half of
degradation.
Yeah.
Yeah. But your pictures are very helpful. So what will happen is the assessor will review all of this information.
Okay.
And will possibly determine some change. But even if there's no change, there is still hope for the future. But I would say, offhand, I would say it looks like the condition of your unit is somewhat below average.
You don't have to mince words. I lovingly say it's glorified indoor camping.
So you will get a notice showing what, if any, change was made in your valuation, and that'll come in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
There are other options after you've done this with further, if you want to seek further resolution.
Sure.
That notice will tell you about that. But this looks like very usable information. So I would keep your hopes up.
Okay.
And it's you did the right thing, but there's the issue with the vacant one is still going to stay there.
Yeah.
Until something happens, I guess.
Yeah, and that's why we really hesitate to do a whole lot, because we don't really know what's going to happen with it. We want to, but we also don't want to. We just don't know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, let's look forward and see what happens. And,
okay.
If you have any other information you want to submit in the next few days, or you're welcome to send more in, but this looks pretty adequate.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And thanks Sarah for her help and her patience with me
right
asking
here.
a ton of questions.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. You can put this back.
Thank you. Okay, so we have so this is a lane.
Okay. Oh yeah, by all means. Yeah.
Oh, I need to print her property card.
Okay.
So before I ask any other questions, I'm hearing you tell people that there's another recourse.
There's more than one further on. The next step up is called the Board of Civil Authority, or BCA for short, and the notice will mention that. And that's, is it 3 people, or how many is it? You know?
Like, I can't remember.
Yeah, oh, it's okay.
It's a larger group. I
It's a
think.
board, yeah, it might be 5 or something. But the notice will tell you about that.
The
And,
notice, what notice?
So whatever we acquire for information from this hearing will go to the assessor. The assessor is going to re-review the valuation of your property along with the information that comes from here today.
Okay.
And make some decision about whether to make any changes or not. And so because of that, everybody will get a notice for having had a hearing. And it will show, even if there was no change, it's sent to let you know what happened as a
Okay.
result of this hearing, value-wise. And that notice will also tell you what's available. So above the BCA, beyond that, there's some kind of court type thing that can be done. And I believe there's another even more farther up. A person from the state would meet with someone for a similar process. Although I should say that I believe as you would progress through those other types, there's a higher demand for very detailed documentation for things. As far as what we do here, a lot of it's verbal, some of it is opinion and so on. But the higher you go, the more demanding
More
they are.
documentation I need to.
Probably, but that would be something to wait and understand in the future. So
Right.
that's your property card. Have you ever seen one of these before?
A property credit. No, I've never seen this.
Property card, actually. So there's a backside to this as well. The backside shows the actual sketch of the
This is my house.
footprint.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is useful for discussing what you may be wanting to talk about. And so I can explain things that are on here.
Small, keyboard. Flooring. Wood clapboard, yes. Finished rooms, 8. I have 8 finished rooms. I have
That may be
1, 2, 3, 4,
approximate.
5. Yeah, if you count bathrooms as finished rooms.
No, the bathrooms don't count as a finished room. They do count. There is valuation for them, but rooms would just be bedrooms, dens, office,
Okay, so I have,
dining room, or if it's all open space, then that's a little bit fuzzier number.
so I have 1
Yeah.
room here,
Okay,
and then I have a kitchen, but I have a little tiny, like a hallway that goes from the kitchen to
Yeah.
this living area.
okay.
And,
So that would be a living room,
but this
kitchen.
hallway, I put a desk in there and a
Oh.
cabinet.
Oh,
So that
that
all of a sudden
doesn't
becomes a
really-
room,
No. And the
Okay.
room count doesn't change the value.
doesn't change the value.
No,
Okay.
it does change the appeal of the property if someone's looking for a certain number of bedrooms and
Right,
so on.
it's 3
But
bedroom.
but in this system, there isn't a need to put a value on
It
it.
says 3 baths. I only have 2.
Oh, okay.
So let's get rid of that one.
Oh, no, actually, I didn't realize what it said. This first column shows where it says where
Formal
the-
dining room. I don't have a formal dining room.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of an old term, and that again doesn't have anything to do with valuation. If there's a place to eat, that's the dining room, whatever.
Okay.
It doesn't change the valuation.
It's a living room, dining room.
So it's
Combination.
Yeah, okay. So we might subtract 1 room from the total count.
I would at
Yeah,
least, yeah.
But again, it's not going to change the valuation. So we'll just put 7. So this bathroom count, it's showing that there's 1 bathroom with 3 fixtures in it. So that would be a bathroom that has a sink, toilet, and either a tub
A
or
shower.
a shower.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the computer sees that there's one bathroom and it's counting the number of fixtures.
Oh, I see.
To value that bathroom. So if you
Okay.
had a bathroom with, say, 2 sinks.
It would
and
be
a-
2 fixtures.
And a shower tub, say, separately, that would be 4 fixtures. So that's how the computer calculates.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
I know
right.
it looks like it's saying 3, but it's actually the
Right,
the
but
plumbing.
I
fi-
do have 2
plumbing-
bathrooms.
Okay,
So
so it-
how do we
uh,
understand this? I have a bathroom upstairs and a bathroom downstairs.
So apparently that didn't get into the data the way it should have in the past.
So am I gonna go up now?
It would go up a little bit, but it's a data, it has to be in there when it is known. And on the bright side, your value has been less because of it over the past years. If it was always like that, it's not impossible that at times data is handled through the years, and sometimes something can get dropped off accidentally. So it doesn't mean that it was never in there. It may have been, and it may have gotten missed later on. So we don't really know, and we can't solve that.
It was always there. I've always.
Oh,
had
no,
it.
I don't mean that. I don't mean that it wasn't there. I mean that it wasn't in the town's data.
Right.
So now that we know about it, we have to correct the data. So it would add some small dollar value to the total.
And I don't know if this is accurate on my square footage. I have probably
Okay.
only 1,900 square feet. And if
Well-
you add 1,204 and 1,184, you've got me at 2,388 square feet.
Yeah, what number do you believe it would be?
It's about 1,900 square feet or 1,950, something of that nature.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a significant difference that you are aware of. So this, I don't have a photograph, but so there's no basement, there is a crawl space.
There's a crawl space,
And
which
then
is,
Yeah.
and, okay, so if this is, let's take this first floor. Here is the original basement that goes
Okay.
all the way over to here. Okay?
Okay, so
And this,
it's about.
yeah,
like this.
and this, you only can stand up here. You can stand right there.
Oh.
And that's it. You come through
Okay.
a window, and you go down in, and then I have my hot water heater, my furnace, etc. You have to be on your hands and knees to your belly to get up here.
Okay,
And over in here, it's all crawl space.
so this is partial crawl? You would say?
Yeah, I would say you only can stand in
Is
1/4 of that old basement.
Is there access to this from inside the house?
You
'Cause
have to.
said window.
Yeah, yeah. You only can get there from inside this closet. There's a tiny trap door you could let yourself down through, but
Oh.
it really isn't usable. I mean, no one could get in there with service to put anything in. You couldn't put any tools
So-
down there.
But you said this is crawl space over here?
Yeah.
But you can get through, you can get from there to here? Is that?
There's an
If
opening.
you really had to.
There's
yeah.
an opening in the wall. There's an opening in the wall right
Yeah,
there.
yeah, that's.
Okay, so if I had, let's say if there was an emergency or something
Yeah.
and I needed to get into this area, or let's say I had to get out of my house, I
Yeah.
guess.
In an emergency?
In emergency, I guess I would go out
So-
this door, but maybe I could drop down through the crawl space. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never,
Okay.
ever used it.
So you said this is where the furnace is?
Yes.
Over here? So it's just generally like this section here? or
Yeah,
something?
that's it.
Okay.
After
And
that.
the rest is crawl.
Right, and there's moisture in my basement. There's always moisture.
Is there any flooring there or is it just dirt?
It's called a rat slab,
That slab, okay.
which was dirt, but in order for them to put heating and plumbing down there, they poured concrete
Right onto the,
onto the dirt.
yeah.
And instead of it all going downhill the way they took it and made it in steps.
Oh, Okay.
So that's called a rat slab. It's
Oh,
not
okay.
your typical foundation. There is no, what do you call there's no rebar in it
Yeah.
to keep it from cracking or bulging or anything of that nature.
But you can stand up in there
Only at that window.
only at that window.
Right.
So the rest of the way you have to.
Yeah.
crouch down.
When
Okay.
Nido comes in to clean my furnace, they're all hunched over.
And so they generally come in through that window?
You come in through the
Yeah.
window.
Okay. Well, that seems important. So everything else is chrome. And so what is your heat? Is it oil?
It's oil.
Oil fired?
Forced hot air.
Forced hot air. So that's, yeah, that's correct. They have that here. So that's correct. And there is a fireplace?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a detached garage?
Yes.
Okay. That seems
A
correct.
one-car garage.
One car garage, yeah. So as far as you can see, this is correct as far as there is
There is a deck.
a deck, and so there's another deck built next to it.
No, it's all one deck. I don't know why they're showing this in two
Oh,
pieces.
there's no different levels or anything?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay.
No, there are not different levels.
Is it possible it was added, built on? in the
Yes,
past?
when the original deck
Oh,
was
okay.
only there, but then
So,
in 2007, when everything was, when the addition went on,
yeah,
then, then there's
this
when,
can be, this
yeah,
division line here can be gotten rid of.
yeah, there's no elevated space. And these are the stairs going
Okay.
down.
Oh, okay. Oh, you said this
The
is just
stairs are
the
right
stairs
there.
going up. Okay. Oh, okay.
And because I have water in my basement, my hardwood floors on the first floor are all cupping.
Oh, so there's not a real good barrier for the. Yeah.
We tried to put insulation in, and you shouldn't be insulating the ceiling of a basement because moisture from this damp basement is now trapped in the insulation and it can cause mold.
Sure.
But I can't get in there to pull it out.
Oh, there's just some there then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it's causing a major problem.
Wow.
And it's also has caused all the flooring on the main floor to cup.
So
So the
working-
hardwood flooring is in bad shape.
Yeah.
The only thing I can say about it is I keep it clean.
Well, that's the best you can do for now. Worked.
And I just want to make a random comment about this whole thing. It's like everyone in town has gone about a 42% average.
Well,
and
yeah,
it's-
we don't really use the average too much because each house is different.
Well,
Some
each
went
house
up
is different, but
a
I'm
lot, yeah.
talking to everyone I know,
Yeah, yeah.
and they're getting about a 42% increase in the
okay.
evaluation of people that I know.
Yeah.
And yet meanwhile, have I done any
Well,
42% improvements?
No, it's just
No, I
because of
haven't.
sales. Yeah.
Right, and just because of sales. So we have a global emergency. A global emergency that we all stay and we sit in our houses. And meanwhile, people come up who have a lot of money and they put a bidding war on what's left of the property here. And they drive the prices up because of how much is available and how many people are in demand, supply and demand. So they escalate the prices of everyone. And now we're supposed to suffer from that consequence.
This is
Well,
what
where
this-
do we go, sir?
This is what the state of Vermont requires the towns to do.
Yeah,
It's-
it was supposed to be every 10 years. Now it came 4 years ago and my property has not gone
the
up
state-
42% in
the
4
state
years.
Said that the town had to do that reappraisal.
So
This
is
reappraisal.
everyone in the state going up 42%? Is
We only-
Bennington,
this
Brattleboro,
only
West
deals-
Dover? Have they all been demanded to reappraise and go up 42%? And tell me, sir, I'm 78 years old. If this says I could sell my house for the price that you've listed it, where do I go? I'm too old to go back and teach school. I don't get Social Security because teachers in Connecticut weren't allowed to contribute. Did my teacher retirement go up 42%? No, the only thing I have is this home. That's
Well,
all I have.
That's why we want to get your data correct, and so it may help the valuation.
So how do I pay for this? How do I pay a 42% evaluation increase?
All we can do is work on what we have to work with, the reappraisal.
And I heard you say something to someone earlier. You have to have a sale of a home on your street. There is no home on my street in the last year that sold. None.
Well,
3 years ago, there was one in the bidding war. And that one, I do believe, sold for 500,000. That house is twice the size of my house. It has a full basement. It has a 2-car garage that's heated. It has another bay of a 3-car garage that can put all their toys in. And it has an outbuilding for the campers. It has 4 bedrooms, 4 baths, and it sold for 500,000 in the heat of everything. And you're telling me that I am shortly behind that. And I have nothing compared to that. And they also have two building lots, possibly 3. I have 1. If my septic goes, where does my new septic system go? I sit in that house and I do everything possible to be conservative and to be helpful to make my land look pretty and to keep it clean. Maybe I should let the paint all chip and let it get run down and let the mold issue in my basement stay there forever, instead of me trying to go down through a window and pull insulation out by my hands and pack it into bags.
Well, why don't we wait and see what happens as a result of this hearing? Now, the issue of the square footage, that's not as easy to determine by verbally talking.
But unless I open up my blueprints, which I have. I have my blueprints.
The other option would be for someone, possibly me, to visit it and measure it in person. But this reappraisal has a time frame where there's only a certain amount of time to get these things, the hearings done, and get the changes made wherever there's changes necessary, and notices mailed out. So I don't think that there would be time to get any kind of inspection done.
I'm sure
for this.
There isn't. It was
It could be.
inspected right after I had upgraded things and put my addition on.
Yeah.
It was appraised in 2007. Then it was reappraised in, I guess there was an appraisal in 2010. I don't know, but it was reappraised in 2020. But this
Well-
bid about every 3 years or every 4 years. It's supposed to be every 10 years.
Well, the state changes.
Oh, the
rules.
state
Yeah.
changes,
It does,
right? The state, because the state
So-
wants more money and the state wants all of the rich people who are building houses for 1.2 million now to take someone like me with a modest little home that I keep clean. By the way, you could eat off the floors. That I keep
Sure.
clean and keep it painted. There isn't a chip on the outside walls. I paint it by myself every year. Why am I maintaining it? I should make it look like a dump.
Well,
And then my reappraisal will go down.
would you like to have someone visit it possibly next year, the coming year? That can be arranged.
I want someone to tell me why I'm up 42%, why this whole town is up 42%, why the state thinks they can just take a small town of people. There's only 1,900? How many people in this town full-time? 1,900, 1,800? And then there's 15,000. I used to teach in the school system here, tiny little school system. Because when I came up, I couldn't afford to be retired after 37 years of teaching in Connecticut. I taught again for another 6 years. So I have a modest little home, and all of a sudden, slam, 42%. What about
live in Connecticut?
Portland?
Oh,
A modest little town.
I'm not familiar with that.
Dead center in the middle
I'm
of the
from
state.
Connecticut myself.
So I'm shaking. I'm absolutely shaking. I have to calm down
don't
and
want
say
you-
these things calmly, but I'm into a cold sweat and I'm shaking. So you have this beautiful little village of about 1,900 people who become 15,000 on a weekend. I know that. I also volunteered at the mountain because I couldn't afford to ski. I volunteered for 25 years. And finally, when the arthritis hit me so bad, I said, I have to quit. And I'm waiting for that free ski pass when I turn 80. But I won't be able to stay here if I have to pay taxes like this.
Well, we don't know what the taxes will be because there's no mill rate yet.
Yeah,
It has
and
to be decided.
the state will decide that. The state will never come down.
No, the state mill, the town mill rate.
The town mill.
Town mill rate. Yeah, that's Wilmington's. So we have to wait for that.
And then I got this in the mail today. This is last year's data. So the state is still sending me last year's data, telling me that they're going to subsidize my taxes by that particular amount. Well, if your appraisal has gone up to this new value, the state doesn't have that information yet. So they're going to have to give me one hell of a lot of money to help me pay my taxes. They're not going to make a profit out of this. If they want to go up 40% or $2,000 per family, they're going to have to give me another $2,000 back in order to balance what the state says is the maximum they can allow me to pay, the percentage wise, on my education tax for the amount of the gross salary that I have. Okay, it's going to be a wash, but yet it's going to wash everything up, and then sneakily in the next 2 years, when it comes out to be a wash in the first year, it'll go up and it'll go up and it'll go up. What is the family, the 1,900 people who live here full time, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Somebody needs to go to the state. Maybe there needs to be a class action suit. Maybe it needs to go on national news. Small town in rural Vermont expects their residents to have a 42% increase because supply and demand from COVID, which killed lovely people in this town, has now jacked their prices up of their home sale.
Is that yours?
But that's yours. But meanwhile, we have no place to go. No place to go. Where could we go if we're retired? And the state is not providing anything for retired people either. Nothing. So you need to put that in your comments. You need to talk to the council. You need to talk to the state. And I know you're just the messenger and you're getting all of my wrath, but I am sorry. This has gotten me so nervous. This took a lifetime for me to save as a single woman, putting my daughter through college and working 2 jobs in Connecticut, then retiring and coming up here and working 2 jobs here. 77 years old. Where am I going to get a 42% increase? Yeah, it'll come out in the wash for the first year.
Well, let's wait and see what happens.
It should go on the national news. It should be on the national news because every citizen in this town is going to suffer from it.
It's okay. We understand.
And not a single improvement has been done since I originally made the house livable. Because like the other woman was talking about mold, I had mice in every wall eating all the electrical.
Oh my goodness.
That's a classic house in Chimney Hill. Then you pay thousands of dollars to improve it and manage to be able to pay those taxes, and then 18 years later, I get this.
Thinking.
Doug, you're next.
Hi.
I said,
I have, yeah, I printed out the
Oh, good. Yeah,
you can sit here or you could sit wherever you want.
it doesn't matter. This is, the chair's there. You
Okay.
might as well use it.
So I'm just gonna set a timer. You have 15 minutes.
Okay.
But we have all your documents too, so that'll get submitted to the assessor.
Oh.
Great.
This is Dan.
Yeah.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
Doug, nice to meet you.
Hi, Doug. So I work with the assessor.
Okay.
And I
This
collect
is for you for your records.
the information that is brought forward here, and this all goes to him to review the property after this is done. So what are your major
So-
points you want to bring up?
Sure, sure. So I submitted 8 exhibits in support, but I have 4 primary reasons for why the assessment is not market and
Okay.
needs to be adjusted.
Sure.
The first is a recent sale. So we bought the property in November of 2023, so less than 8 months ago.
Oh, wow.
We paid 69,000 for the property.
Yeah.
We actually had an initial offer accepted at 70,000, but during the diligence process, realized that the property wasn't worth 70,000. So we closed at 69,000 on the
Oh.
property, less than.
Oh, so it's
8
just
months ago.
land.
Yeah, it was,
Okay.
November of 23, so 8 months ago. So that's the first rationale. The assessment was over 150,000. We closed on the property at less than half that. So the assessment is definitely off. The question is by how much, and what should it be? The $69,000 number is the accurate number. That is the fair market value. So in addition to the recent close, the property was on and off the market for the last 15 years. It was listed by 4 different agencies and 5 different realtors. None of them could sell it at above $69,000
Really?
for 14 years. So dating back to 2009, no one had been able to sell this property. It was listed at 70,000, 99,000, 150,000. And just before I closed on the property, it was on the market for 2 years at over 100,000 and never closed. It was reduced several times over the last year, and it wasn't until the last reduction, which was a reduction to $75,000, that I made an offer at 70 that was accepted. But then again, during diligence, realized the property was not worth $70,000. So $69,000 is the fair market value of the property. The third, so that's the reason one is the recent sale price. Reason 2 is the prolonged market exposure, where the market tested a price above 69,000 and no one was able to sell it over a 15-year period. Multiple realtors, multiple real estate agencies, no one wanted the land. So the fact that it had a recent sale price, prolonged market exposure. 3 is market conditions. So since we closed on the property in November, the market has actually gotten worse for real estate because interest rates have gone up, making property values lower and making it harder to sell property. And the 4th reason is perhaps the most compelling, which is it's unimproved land. It's a parcel of 13 acres that is thickly wooded. We have not done anything to it since purchasing it. So, the fact that we purchased it for 69,000, no one was able to sell it at anything above 69,000. The market conditions haven't changed to justify $150,000 assessment. And it's unimproved land that we've done nothing to since closing on it. Nothing that would add any value, and certainly not value to more than double the assessment of the property.
So I'm seeing, is it somewhat in 2 pieces?
It's 2 parcels. So the
It is
original
2
property
parcels.
was, I don't know how big, it was subdivided back in the 80s into
Yeah.
multiple lots. Lots 1 and 7 were retained. They're adjacent lots. They were
Yeah.
retained by the original seller. The deed is for both lots, it's not 2 separate deeds. It's one
Right,
deed.
okay.
And those 2 lots have been the 2 that have gone on market over and over again and not sold.
But the deed covers both? of them?
Yes, both the
Oh,
lots. 1
I
and
don't really
7.
know much about deeds. It's not part of my knowledge base. But I do see that it is considered potentially to be two separate lots. If it could be, I guess.
We would have to petition
Right,
the state to separate those lots under Act 250. We would have
Okay.
to petition to get the lots separated and get deeds issued for each lot. We have no intention of doing
Yeah.
that. The deed that was retained by the original seller, which includes both lots, they have been together as one parcel, and we purchased it as one parcel.
Oh. I don't have, it's not my purpose here to try to be what
Absolutely.
the
Sure. No, I'm
assessors.
happy to
But
give
I
you
do
whatever
want to,
information I
I
can
did
that would
want
be
to,
helpful.
but I did want to point out, do you have a copy of the property card? This property card?
Yes. This
So,
one?
yeah, so you probably noticed that it's showing 2 home sites.
Yes.
Which is based on, I guess, the fact that there's enough frontage length. That's part of the factor.
Yep.
there's enough frontage length to have two parcels.
There
potentially.
absolutely is, but
Yeah.
both parcels together are still not worth more than $69,000.
Well,
Because both parcels together went on market in, the first time they went on market was 2009. They didn't sell. They went on
Okay.
again in 2012, didn't sell at 100,000, went on again in 2013, didn't sell at 100,000. Again in 2014, didn't sell at 100,000. Again in 2016, didn't sell at 100,000. Again, second time in 2016, didn't sell at 100,000, both lots. So two
Yeah.
lots together. 2021, they were listed at 140, did not sell. In 2022, the price was reduced to 120, did not sell. In August of 22, it was reduced further to 99, did not sell. In September, it was reduced further to 75, did not sell. In November, we purchased it for 69,000. So yes, there's two lots there that could support two homes if we wanted to petition to do that. We have not done that. And we closed on the property at $69,000. No one is willing to pay more than $69,000 for that property for both lots, 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So the fact that it supports two houses or could support two houses is great, but it
It's
doesn't change the fact
theoretical,
that
yeah.
the value of the property is not more than $69,000.
Well, yeah, that's significant. These parcels, are these comparisons for vacant land?
There are no comps. I don't have any comps. There's no, there's nothing else that's sold in that area. But I have the recent sale price, the extended market exposure where markets were tested to sell the property over, 2 decades and it didn't sell.
So I guess that's in your letter.
Yes, but there are no comps for comparison. But again, it's
What-
unimproved land. And since we closed, we have not done anything to improve the land. So it's just a parcel of 13 acres that is, worth $69,000 and no more.
Are these listings of this part?
So so the exhibits
Prior,
that I
yeah.
submitted were the first letter I sent requesting the grievance hearing. The exhibit is the documents of the extended market exposure.
Mhm, good, yeah.
Exhibit showing what I paid for the property,
Right.
showing both the contract price of 70,000. Again, so I made an offer of 70, it was accepted. During diligence, I said, this is not worth 70,000. We're not closing at 70,000. And it went down to 69. So again, another price point showing that it's not worth more than 69,000.
Yeah.
Then a map of the land, a survey of the land, and happy to go out there with the assessor anytime the assessor would like to.
Yeah, that's not difficult to do, but there isn't really time as part of this process here. But this is all going to go to the assessor, and you certainly have the history pretty well documented. So I don't think there'll be a lack of information for him to deal with this, but we'll have to wait and see. So as you probably heard me say, there will be another notice sent in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
To show if there's any change or not.
Okay.
And hopefully.
Will the assessor actually review this material? Or
Oh,
will
yes.
they will?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, he gets everything that
Okay.
is collected here. Absolutely. Either in actual paper or emails and scans.
Okay.
So yeah, he gets everything. And it's good that you brought this all in.
Is there any other information that I can give you to help?
I don't think
with the
so.
process?
No, you really covered it very
Okay.
well. But if need be, I guess we probably have your phone number somewhere
Yes,
in here.
yeah, my
Okay.
contact information.
So he could always call if
Absolutely.
necessary.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the future would be for a possible visit, but that can be done in the coming year.
Sure.
If necessary. So let's wait and see then.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. I
all right.
appreciate it.
It's good you came in.
Have a good
Thank you.
weekend.
Okay, you too. Bye now. How are we doing our schedule?
Perfect.
Oh, really?
I didn't think it would happen that way. Okay.
It probably almost didn't.
That is Susan. She's a letter here. There's her broker.
Okay.
All right,
And,
Susan, you can come on up.
well,
You
it's-
could, we could, if you wanted to come, you can come up here or.
in the middle here.
Sure.
So, have the letter here, and my name is Dan, by the way.
Dan, Joe McGovern, Susan Luxinger.
Hi.
I am Susan's partner and
Okay.
assisting her in this process a little bit.
Speak for me, because I'll never get through it.
Yes, you will. We'll have none of that.
Pay attention. So what I do is I work for the assessor, and I also do field work for the reappraisal. So I help collect this information. I don't make any decisions about it at all. And
your name again, sir?
Dan Bodwin.
Did we speak on the phone?
No, that was Russ.
That would be my brother.
Your brother?
Yeah, he's the interim assessor and also the reappraisal contractor.
Where are you guys at?
Well, he actually lives in Essex Junction, Vermont. Originally, the business, the reappraisal contracting started in Connecticut. So we do have an address there for business, but I live in Greenfield, Mass. by myself. So yeah, he lives up in Essex.
Good.
We're from Winooski originally. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, way up there. So yeah, okay. So what is it you'd like to bring up forward with us?
So, for the record, and this is 428 Ray Hill Road, Wilmington, Vermont, 05363. The previous assessment, the total real value was $325,000. The current assessment is $475,670. Yeah, nearly a rather substantial increase, $150,000 plus dollars, nearly 50% increase. I'd like to talk about, we have comparable data and discuss that, as well as the land itself. Those two components. With respect to the residents, so we have generated a number of we think they're relatively comparable, and I'll provide this information to you.
Okay, yeah, good.
But in essence, what we have done, we've identified from the MLS and a couple other sources, various buildings that we think are comparable. And we think one of the issues here is the price per square foot. When we looked at comparable properties and did some rough math, ultimately, we think that the price per square foot is probably more around $180 per square foot. And so what I'm going to give you here is not only the MLS documents, and we've listed them out here, these properties. On the right side, you see what the sale price of each of these properties which was, and this is all within the last 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
We've also provided the square footage of each of these properties. Susan's property is approximately 1,450 square feet. Some of these are in excess of that, and these are the sale prices associated with that. This was the off of the MLS, the price per square foot. And we just did rough math and came up with that, but just for our own sort of edification. Yeah, and I think, so.
That's all, yeah, a great list there.
Yeah, and we think, and all this data is here, and we think that there are comparables, and therefore the fair market value of Susan's property is less than 475,000. We think that kind of increases.
What might it actually, if you had to pick a number,
right?
A theoretical.
Yeah, more around that 300,000.
Similar to those. I guess.
Right,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We think that is it's in that area. And I think too, when we looked, so, in Vermont here, every land, every parcel is unique, perhaps different than areas in which the density is greater and therefore the comparables are a little clearer.
Yeah.
From Connecticut, we have higher density like that. It gets a little easier,
Sure.
perhaps. Nevertheless, I know, we have to come up with a number. So, yeah, and we think also that, and I don't know what the consideration is, and I don't think you do in fact consider it, but that fact that it's a log cabin, and I would submit to you, at least for your thought, that there's the market I think is narrower, perhaps smaller, but that's just an idea.
Mhm.
I don't have anything to support that other than, and you would know better than I.
Well, not necessarily, and log cabins can vary greatly, depending on their age and
Right.
and the style of the architecture.
Right.
But yeah, it's a fairly lesser found house type.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Yeah.
And therefore a narrower market.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, so I'm gonna hand this to you, and but each of these is, as I said, is noted here with the appropriate data, so you can take
Yeah, that's
that.
quite good.
In
The
addition,
land we want.
yeah, I'm gonna. Yep. Then with respect to the land itself, and the building sits on the front. It's got 3.29 acres. It sits on the front of that 3.29
Okay.
acres, and more on 1 acre, and 1 acre approximately being, say, call it 200 by 200, just over, that 40,000 square feet. But on the first part of it, and why? Because the remainder of it behind it is wet.
Okay.
And extremely wet. There is a culvert that runs from the road, an issue for perhaps another day with the town, but it dumps a tremendous street water from Ray Hill Road down the driveway into that rear area. And so it is not, Susan doesn't use it for anything, and it's not usable. So the property, the residence itself, the usable land is more like an acre. In addition to the culvert, the driveway itself, and it has been largely resolved, but there was a easement issue. The easement, very odd drafting, that the easement, so there's a building on the front of hers, and unrelated. And then it's a shared drive, sometimes referred to as a party driveway.
Oh, yeah.
And so there was an easement, and Susan had, and this may come as a shock, the easement was only for the period of the prior seller's ownership. Once the property was sold, the easement expired, which created a real problem. We believe that is resolved, but nevertheless, you can imagine the problem with that. But we think we have resolved that.
That's good.
Yes, and so, but nevertheless, in terms of marketability, you do have, Susan's property sits behind that other property, which faces on Ray Hill Road. So perhaps the value of that land is not what it may appear. And as I said, it really sits on 1 acre and not the.
So we would call that an easement for access, I guess.
Yes.
Did it involve money to resolve it?
I'm
just curious.
Sure. So it was extremely problematic because there was a sort of a compelling sale of the property above, meaning that they had the buyers, it was a 1031 exchange, this thing was moving.
Oh.
And so, but the ultimate resolve was Susan had an easement in the woods which you would have required basically building a road, which
Oh,
may
gee.
not have been possible to do because it would have had to cross a leach field and it would have had some
That's
real
complicated, yeah.
complications. So Susan relinquished her right to that easement for a permanent easement down the existing path.
Oh.
So we think that is a resolve. But as I understand, the fact that there was one, you might wonder how could that be? There was one attorney who handled both sides of the transaction.
That's possible?
Yes, yeah, right. And
Not that I know anything about attorneys.
Right, and certainly the exposure for that attorney was great, but having done something like that, but nevertheless, I think that is largely resolved. But then you're left with, you have two people traveling on this road,
Yeah.
and they have to negotiate various tasks.
Yeah.
That doesn't help with marketability. You guys consider that stuff? Who knows? It's just part of what goes with that
Yeah.
land and that property. So we think that ultimately the fair market value is not the 475, but more akin to what it was.
Yeah.
or
Well,
less.
shared driveways are fairly common. I'm sure Russ has seen plenty of them through his working on the reappraisals. And I don't know if it's a factor or how much, but it's definitely important to notice that and have it.
It would have been interesting had there not been some resolve.
Yeah.
What do you have then?
Oh, yeah, can't even imagine.
What is the marketability of something like that? You would have no access. But we think, as I said, the ink being dry, that this will hold up. If the subsequent, and we understand that now the property above may be coming up for sale, and so that'll be tested.
Oh, yeah.
How that all works out ultimately. Do you have anything?
Well, those certainly those are important issues, and it's good that you've come in to talk about it. The notice you will get in about 2.5 weeks will show what, if any, change took place, and it's not going to go into detail about what changes did or didn't occur or why. I guess it is possible to it is possible to get some information. I guess I haven't heard of many people that end up doing that, but I would want to know what. So Russ is probably available for something like that if you really would want some clarification about the change. But it also, the notice will tell you about there's other bodies of authority that can do other resolving of issues, and with more freedom of making changes. The assessors has to follow certain rules about what changes can be made. So that notice will tell you about that. And so that would be mainly to we'll get this to him and wait for him to do the re-examine the valuation and look at this. And well, it's been good talking to you. I hope things work out in the end.
Yes.
It seems like it.
Yeah.
You can't go backwards. It looks like it'll work.
Yeah. Good. Have a good day.
Okay, take care then. Bye now. Take care. How can the same lawyer work on both sides of the issue? But it sounds like, well, it's like a trade-off, so it's not like, well, anyway, that's interesting.